Chapter 2880. The divine tiger city was majestic and gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. However, Fang Chun sensed a bit of the Tiger Demon clan's aura. It seems that the divine tiger clan and the tiger demon clan are of the same origin. The god tiger clan is the strongest dominating force in this territory. They're most likely up to no good, said Huan. Fang Chen nodded and did not say anything. Since he dared to come to the divine tiger clan, he naturally came prepared. No matter what, I must obtain the immortal calamity life lotus. 1. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the lotus in the immortal cave mountain suddenly vibrated rapidly. Fang Chen was startled. Could it be that the lotus had sensed the aura of the immortal calamity life lotus? Thinking of this, Fang Chen's face revealed a faint smile. Brother Fang, let's go in and have a look. Hua Wen and Fang Chen entered the Divine Tiger City together. The Divine Tiger Clan's clan meeting was huge. Many monster clans came to participate. In addition to Hua Wen, there were also other human clans. In the center of the Divine Tiger City, in the largest square, the Divine Tiger Clan Patriarch stood with his hands behind his back. Looking at the swaying heads in the square, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. When everyone had arrived, the Divine Tiger Clan Patriarch finally opened his mouth. This clan meeting of the Divine Tiger Clan has two purposes. The first is to let the younger generation exchange pointers with each other. The second is to give the younger generation a chance to try to communicate with the immortal calamity life lotus. Hearing this, the square below was in an uproar. Many human warriors clenched their fists and were extremely excited. Immortal calamity life lotus. Even Fang Chen was a little excited. The rules of the clan meeting are very simple. The younger generation will fight with each other and the final winner will be able to communicate with the immortal calamity life lotus. The Divine Tiger Clan Patriarch briefly explained the rules of the competition. The Divine Tiger Clan is indeed worthy of being called the Divine Tiger Clan. Hua Wen couldn't help but sigh. It is said that among the younger generation of the Divine Tiger Clan, there are descendants who have the strongest bloodline of the Divine Tiger Clan and have cultivated the Divine Tiger Eye. Fang Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he made a mental note of the God Tiger Clan that Hua Wen mentioned. His gaze landed on the martial arts arena. The rules of the clan meeting were simple. Every visiting member of the younger generation could challenge any member of the younger generation of the Divine Tiger Clan. The winner could continue to challenge, while the loser would be eliminated. The clan meeting began. As the voice of Patriarch Shenhu fell, the entire square was filled with exclamations. Boom! A vast aura filled the air as the younger generation of the godly Tiger Clan stepped onto the martial arts stage. I, Hu Tianxiao. Who will fight me? Hu Tianxiao's Qi. Everyone looked at each other. All of a sudden, a figure leaped onto the arena. The Divine Tiger Clan battle. Hu Tianxiao is considered average among the younger generation of the Tiger God Clan. It's said that he's cultivated a peerless divine ability of the Tiger God Clan. It's very terrifying. Hua Wen whispered. Fang Chen rolled his eyes and looked at the battle on the martial arts stage. In just a few breaths, Hu Tianxiao had completely suppressed the human martial artist. Trash! Following Hu Tianxiao's roar, he gathered his strength on his fist and punched the human warrior. With a bang, the human martial artist was sent flying. Seeing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and was shocked. The human martial artist fell to the ground, lifeless. Targeting the primordial spirit? Fang Chen frowned. He seemed to have discovered something. Hu Tianxiao's last punch contained a move that targeted the primordial spirit. It shattered the human martial artist's primordial spirit and killed him. I'll challenge you. Perhaps they were angered by Hu Tianxiao's arrogance. One after another, the human martial artists rushed to the martial stage to challenge Hu Tianxiao. However, Hu Tianxiao's strength was too strong. They couldn't resist at all. Crack! After a few battles, all the human martial artists who fought with Hu Tianxiao died. At this time, Fang Chen finally realized that something was wrong. This was a death trap. The Divine Tiger Clan used the clan meeting as an excuse to gather many human martial artists to kill them all. What a Divine Tiger Clan! Fang Chen sneered in his heart. Soon after, he quietly left the square. Buzz. He could feel that the lotus leaf was constantly trembling and emitting a strange aura. It seemed to be guiding him forward. Following the lotus leaf's guidance, Fang Chen soon arrived in front of the back mountain of the Divine Tiger City. There are guards. Fang Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect the two guards in front of the back mountain to be Saint Venerables. It seems that the Divine Tiger Clan values the immortal calamity, Lotus, very much. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen used the space-time escape technique to hide his body in the void. At the same time, he used the stellar transposition and quietly entered the back mountain. The two guards looked at each other and immediately looked around. They didn't find anything unusual. Are our eyes playing tricks on us? I have a feeling that someone just passed by us. One of the guards said, but I didn't find anything. What about you? I didn't find anything either. Maybe we are too nervous. This is the back mountain of the Divine Tiger Clan. With the two of us guarding, no one dares to come close. Moreover, the clan leader is here. In the back mountain. After arriving here, Fang Chen felt that the lotus leaf was trembling more and more violently. Where is it? Fang Chen quickly located the exact location of the immortal calamity lotus, according to the aura emitted by the lotus leaf. With a leap, he arrived in front of the cliff. Just as he was about to search, he suddenly discovered a gorgeous and colorful lotus. Its roots were growing on the cliff, and it was slowly unfolding. There were many lotus petals on its body, each of which was similar to the lotus petals Fang Chen had obtained. The immortal calamity lotus? Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and his heart raced. He could feel that the immortal calamity lotus in front of him contained great power. Fang Chen observed carefully and found that there was a strong restriction around the immortal calamity lotus. What kind of restriction is that? Fang Chen was shocked. He had never heard of such a restriction. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen decided to give it a try. Using the lotus leaf as a guide, he jumped and came to the cliff. At the same time, he stretched out his hand, emitting a powerful aura, and rushed directly to the restriction. Buzz. When his palm came into contact with the restriction suddenly flashed with 5-colored light, and at the same time, it let out a thunderous sound. Oh no! Fang Chen shouted inwardly. Without any hesitation, he disappeared into the void and flew away. Whoosh! 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 Soon, the two guards came to the cliff. Seeing the immortal calamity lotus blooming, they were relieved. What happened? Did someone break in? I don't think so. Did you see it? The root of the immortal calamity lotus is emitting a soft light, which is a sign that it is about to mature. The other guard thought that the restriction just now should be the result of the immortal calamity lotus's impending maturity. In the square, the battle was still going on. In just a short while, dozens of human warriors had died at the hands of the younger generation of the Divine Tiger Clan. Seeing this, the Divine Tiger Clan leader's face was full of smiles. At this moment, the guard transmitted a message to him. Clan leader, the immortal calamity lotus is about to mature. It touched the restriction, but everything is normal. After hearing the guard's message, the smile on the Divine Tiger Clan leader's face became wider. Everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. And the east wind he spoke of was the blood of human martial artists. Their blood was used as a sacrifice to the immortal calamity lotus. At the moment of maturity, it would absorb new blood and mutate. Quietly, Fang Chen returned to the crowd. He saw Hua Wen's figure on the martial arts stage. This guy hid his strength well. How could he force Hu Tianxiao to this extent? Fang Chen was a little surprised. He originally thought that Hua Wen was just an ordinary life ancient realm warrior. Who would have thought that his battle strength was so strong? No, Hua Wen's bloodline is a little special. Is he burning his blood essence? Fang Chen was even more puzzled. It was just a competition, but he was burning his blood essence? Did Hua Wen have a grudge against Hu Tianxiao? Did he have to kill Hu Tianxiao? Crack. Chapter 2881. Everyone was shocked. No one thought that Hua Wen would be so powerful as to tear off Hu Tianxiao's head in front of the God Tiger clan. This was not an ordinary exchange of pointers, but a meeting of the God Tiger clan. Hua Wen's action was tantamount to slapping the God Tiger clan in the face. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock as they stared at the platform, wanting to see the expression of the God Tiger clan leader. The God Tiger clan leader's face instantly turned gloomy, but soon returned to normal. Originally, everyone thought that the God Tiger clan leader would be furious, but unexpectedly, he smiled at Hua Wen. The purpose of our clan's meeting is to sharpen the younger generation. Life and death are up to fate. Hu Tianxiao's death can only be blamed on his lack of skill. Crash. Everyone below nodded. With the God Tiger clan leader's words, they could use some special means in the following battle. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the God Tiger clan leader, thinking to himself, as expected of the God Tiger clan leader. Even in the face of danger, he can still be so calm. Fang Chen's primordial spirit was very strong. It had already reached the level of an emperor. Moreover, he was terrified of the Tao of time and space. Although the change in the expression of the clan leader of the Shenhu clan was fleeting, it still caused changes in the surrounding void, which was captured by Fang Chen. Sure enough, in the following battle, the casualties suddenly increased. Gotcha! After killing 3 of the younger generation of the God Tiger clan, Hua Wen encountered the greatest crisis. With a loud bang, Hua Wen's body flew out in an instant. He struggled to stabilize his body, and just as he was about to speak, a fierce and overbearing aura roared. He was shocked to find that his body had been imprisoned in the void. Damn it! Hua Wen roared in anger. He was bound to lose this battle, but he could not admit defeat. Poochie! A shocking giant claw swooped down and directly grabbed Hua Wen's head, then fiercely squeezed. Blood splattered everywhere, and Hua Wen died. Whoosh! Down below, many warriors wore solemn expressions. After experiencing so many battles, they were no longer surprised by the deaths of human warriors. However, this made them even more cautious. If they wanted to participate in the clan meeting, they had to consider the consequences. Time passed by bit, and the battle on the martial arts stage continued. As the battles continued, the younger generation of the Divine Tiger clan took complete control of the situation. The death rate of the human martialists had reached 80%. As long as they stepped onto the martial arts stage, there was a high chance that they would be killed by the younger generation of the Divine Tiger clan. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, the martial arts stage was completely occupied by the Divine Tiger clan's powerhouses, and the human martial artists did not have any power to resist. The greater the waves, the greater the number of geniuses left. At this moment, there was a malevolent-looking man on the training ground. His name was Hu Mietian, and he was one of the top 5 geniuses of the younger generation of the godly Tiger clan. His strength was unparalleled, and no one could match him. He usually liked to transform into his human form and kill human warriors with his own hand. Bang! He suddenly punched out and killed a human warrior. After that, his body exuded a powerful aura. His pitch-black eyes were filled with disdain as he looked down. Human martial artists are just SOSO. Hu Mietian sneered. What? There are so many human martial artists here, but no one dares to come up and fight with me? Hu Mietian's attitude was very arrogant. He did not put any of the martial artists in his eyes. Damn it! Many human martial artists were enraged. They wanted to attack, but they were afraid of Hu Mietian's powerful attack. Humans are cowards. My divine tiger clan is the strongest clan. Hu Mietian spread out his hands and said arrogantly, "If you don't dare to challenge me, then get out of the divine tiger city. Clowns like you are not qualified to step into the divine tiger city." Hu Mietian's words were very unpleasant. Even Fang Chen's face gradually turned gloomy. He looked around. Many human martial artists' eyes flickered with fear when they saw Hu Mietian. Fang Chen sighed and took a step forward. Even if it was not for the immortal Calamity Lotus, he had to fight. After all, he was a member of the human clan. Crash! Fang Chen jumped onto the martial arts stage and looked at Hu Mietian calmly. "Look, someone is challenging Hu Mietian. Hu Mietian is too arrogant. I support this brother. Kill Hu Mietian." "Humph, it's ridiculous to think that there is no one in the human clan. Since ancient times, the unparalleled experts who controlled the immemorial chaos were all from the human clan. Among the 10,000 Archean clans, the human clan had the deepest foundation. Even if they had been in a slump for a long time, they were not something that could be ignored." "You want to challenge me?" Hu Mietian sneered after sensing Fang Chen's aura. "I can kill you with a punch." Fang Chen shook his head. "Human martial artists are not as weak as you say." Fang Chen smiled. "On the contrary, your divine tiger clan is arrogant and self-centered. One day, your clan will be exterminated because of your ignorance. Of course, before that, I will kill you first." Fang Chen's words completely enraged Hu Mietian. "You're courting death," Hu Mietian roared. His body flickered and shuttled through the void. "Get lost." The thing that Fang Chen was least afraid of was void travel. From an outsider's point of view, Hu Mietian's figure was erratic and it was difficult to track him down. However, to Fang Chen it was too easy. He didn't even need to look. Boom! A simple punch was enough to force Hu Mietian to retreat. Dang! Dang! Hu Mietian's body kept retreating. In the end, his face was hideous and his veins were bulging as if he had been severely injured. Roar! Hu Mietian roared. He clenched his fists and activated the strongest force in his body to attack Fang Chen again. "I'm going to tear you into pieces." However, when Hu Mietian came to Fang Chen's side, he was still sent flying with a punch. Gotcha! On the surface, there was no change in the punch. However, Hu Mietian knew that his internal organs were damaged and his combat strength was decreasing. How is this possible? Hu Mietian's eyes widened and he cried out. At the same time, he could not maintain his human form because he had used up too much energy. Eventually, he reverted to his original form, a huge tiger demon, and roared at the sky. Hu Mietian could feel his combat strength decreasing sharply. He was a little anxious. At the same time, his heart was filled with rage. Go to hell! Hu Mietian unleashed his strongest attack, wanting to injure Fang Chen in a mutually destructive manner. However, his wishful thinking was wrong. His strongest attack could not even capture Fang Chen's track. Whoosh! 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 Fang Chen showed him what the real spacetime doctrine was and what the real void shuttling was. How is this possible? Even the many human ancient martial art practitioners in the square cried out involuntarily. The strength that Fang Chen had displayed was too shocking. Just this void travel technique alone was enough to challenge a star venerate. Ha ha! The human tribe has a supreme talent. Hu Mietian is an idiot. Let's see how he fends it off. Kill Hu Mietian. For a moment, the square was filled with thunderous voices. Everyone was excited. On the rostrum, the senior members of the God Tiger clan, including the clan leader, squinted their eyes and stared at Fang Chen. Where did this guy come from? The clan leader murmured. Crack! While he was hesitating whether to make a move, Fang Chen had already launched his fiercest attack. A sword light fell from the sky and split Hu Mietian into two. Even someone as strong as Hu Mietian was destroyed in front of Fang Chen. The whole square was dead silent. Everyone was staring at Fang Chen with their mouths agape. Many members of the God Tiger clan were glaring at him. Crash! The clan leader of the God Tiger clan stood up. His powerful aura instantly spread out. Everyone in the square felt extremely suppressed. Fang Chen met the clan leader's gaze and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I was a little too harsh." "Boy, you are too arrogant." The younger generation of the God Tiger clan was ready to fight. The clan leader of the God Tiger clan laughed. "It's good that young people are hot-blooded. However, it's not good if they can't recognize their own strength." Fang Chen did not speak. He could hear the threat in the clan leader's words. However, he did not care. Chapter 2882. As the patriarch of the God Tiger clan, he naturally wouldn't lose his temper on the spot. Although he had already sentenced Fang Chen to death in his heart, he still had to maintain his demeanor. He turned his head and glanced at the younger generation, nodding slightly. His meaning was obvious. He wanted them to act and kill Fang Chen. Sure enough, in the next second, a tiger beast covered in red aura rushed onto the stage. "Hu Mietian is my brother. If you kill him, I'll kill you." Seeing this red tiger beast, everyone trembled. Red Demon Tiger. Everyone present knew how powerful the Red Demon Tiger was. His name had long been forgotten. People only knew that he had a terrifying nickname, Red Demon Tiger. The Red Demon Tiger was the second strongest expert in the younger generation of the God Tiger clan. His strength was many times stronger than Hu Mietian's. More importantly, he was a star Venerable expert. The gap between a Venerable God and an ancient God was too big. It was an insurmountable gap. No matter how strong Fang Chen was, even if his fighting prowess was off the charts, facing a star Venerate Red Demon Tiger, he would only die. Damn it! Everyone clenched their fists. Their hearts were filled with helplessness, but there was nothing they could do. The Red Demon Tiger's attack meant that the God Tiger clan was completely enraged. They wanted to kill Fang Chen as fast as lightning. "Early Star Venerable?" Fang Chen said softly when he saw this. "What? Are you afraid?" The Red Demon Tiger sneered. His whole body emitted a terrifying aura. Blood-red light shrouded his body. The whole world became abnormally oppressive. "I once killed an early star Venerable," Fang Chen said calmly. However, the Red Demon Tiger treated his words as a joke. "Ridiculous. You're just a weak-life ancient realm cultivator. How could you know the strength of a star Venerable? In my eyes, you're like an ant. Too weak." The Red Demon Tiger said, "I only need a finger to kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, the Red Demon Tiger opened his palm. Then, a finger gently pointed at the void. Suddenly, a vast red light burst out, drowning the whole sky. "Red Death!" The Red Demonic Tiger roared. The red aura that filled the sky quickly condensed into a boundless finger light. This finger light was too vast, causing the hearts of all the cultivators in the square to palpitate. Too strong. The Red Devil Tiger has used its trump card. This brother can't withstand it at all. It's said that the Red Death is the Red Demon Tiger's most powerful trump card. He once used this secret technique to pierce through the head of a martial artist at the same level as him. It's extremely terrifying. Perhaps a miracle will happen. In the square, everyone's eyes widened as they waited for Fang Chen's counterattack. Seeing that Fang Chen was motionless, they were all anxious for him. "Why aren't you fighting back? Have you really given up?" With his exquisite movement technique, even if he can't win, he can still escape unscathed. It's too late. There's no time. Everyone sighed as they watched the Red Demon Tiger's finger glow land on Fang Chen's body. On the rostrum, the Divine Tiger Patriarch also sneered, "So what if you're fast? As long as you have blood flowing in your body, you won't be able to dodge this attack." No one knew better than him how powerful the penetrating power of the Red Death was. Once it touched the body of a human cultivator, it could definitely penetrate through in an instant and completely destroy their Yuan spirit. Whoosh! Whoosh! A wild wind blew past Fang Chen's body. He raised his head and looked at the red demon tiger with a smile that wasn't a smile. You're dead. Seeing Fang Chen's smile, the red demon tiger was incomparably furious as it roared wildly. At the same time, the red finger light whizzed over with lightning speed. Fang Chen opened his palm and the hidden star sword appeared in his palm. I said. Before it could finish its words, Fang Chen slashed out with the sword. The inside of the hidden star sword issued a loud and clear sword cry. Suddenly, the entire world seemed to be filled with sword chi. The wild sword chi condensed into a solid sword light in the void. The sword light contained an incredible power. Invincible sword principle, blood soul sword. The power of more than 50 special bloodlines in his body quickly circulated and poured into the hidden star sword. At the same time, Fang Chen's emperor-level soul Dao power also erupted one after another. When this move was first created, it was a combination of special bloodline power and powerful soul Dao power. After a long period of tempering, the attack power had reached the pinnacle. With one sword, the world turned cold. The dazzling sword light, under everyone's gaze, quickly collided with the red finger glow. An egg striking a stone. The red demon tiger sneered. It was very confident in its attack. Crack! As soon as the sword light collided, a crack appeared on the sword light. This scene made the red demon tiger even more arrogant, constantly mocking Fang Chen. However, what it didn't know was that through the dazzling sword light, a powerful sword principle power quickly entered the red finger glow and was wantonly destroying its attack. I hope you can still laugh like this later, Fang Chen said indifferently. As soon as his voice fell, the powerful red finger glow exploded. The terrifying power dissipated in all directions, turning the whole square into a mess. The dazzling sword light passed through the exploding red finger glow and shot straight at the red demon tiger. The red demon tiger, who had a smile on its face, saw this sudden scene and its face suddenly changed. Its body kept retreating. Crack! The dazzling sword light pierced the red demon tiger at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Buzz! A layer of red halo appeared on the red demon tiger's body, blocking the sword light and preventing it from going any further. Ha ha ha, your attack can't even break my defense. The red demon tiger laughed loudly, extremely arrogant. However, the square was dead silent. Everyone stared at him with their mouths agape. Even the many clansmen of the Divine Tiger clan focused their gazes on him. After a few seconds, the red demon tiger finally felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, pain spread throughout his body. The red demon tiger wanted to reach out, but found that there was no strength in his arm. What's going on? Pulling one hair would affect the whole body. His body only moved slightly, but his internal organs instantly shattered. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and he felt dizzy. Impossible! A hoarse voice came from his mouth as he tried to open his eyes, but he couldn't do it. In the end, he was in so much pain that his head was about to explode. Wisps of soul Dao power gradually dissipated in the void. Bang! The red demon tiger's huge body fell on the martial arts stage. Other than bleeding from his 7 orifices, he didn't have any external injuries, but his body and soul were destroyed. Too strong. Heavens, the red demon tiger was killed by this brother? Isn't this too exaggerated? The red demon tiger was a star venerable, and he was killed just like that? Could it be that this brother said that he once killed an early-stage star venerable? It seems that he wasn't lying. Only now did everyone realize how powerful Fang Chen was. On the martial arts stage, sword light raged. Fang Chen was in the center of the sword chi, holding the hidden star sword, like an undefeatable god of war. His gaze fell on the number 1 clansman of the younger generation of the Divine Tiger clan. His intention was self-evident. If he could defeat him, he would be the number 1 of the younger generation. Hu Tun Yu gently rubbed a black dagger in his palm, his face gloomy. Whoosh! His figure flashed, and he arrived on the martial arts stage. At this moment, the Divine Tiger Clan's patriarch's face was extremely gloomy. Fang Chen's appearance had disrupted all the plans of the Divine Tiger Clan. Now, the human clan's martial artists hadn't been completely destroyed, but his clansmen had suffered countless casualties. Even a genius like the Red Demon Tiger had died at the hands of Fang Chen. This made the Divine Tiger Clan's patriarch very angry, but he knew that many experts were secretly watching. At this time, if he attacked Fang Chen, it would be tantamount to announcing to the world that the Divine Tiger Clan couldn't afford to lose. He couldn't afford to lose face, so even if he was angry with Fang Chen, he had to wait until after the clan meeting. Interesting guy, the Divine Tiger Clan's patriarch murmured. His heart was filled with killing intent. However, on the martial arts stage, Fang Chen and Hu Tunyu were already fighting. Hu Tunyu's cultivation had reached the late stage of the star Venerable realm. His attack power was extremely strong, many times stronger than the Red Demon Tiger's. Chapter 2883. Perhaps it was because he had seen the battle between Fang Chen and the Red Demon Tiger and feared Fang Chen's exquisite swordsmanship. Therefore, the moment the battle began, the moon-swallowing tiger unleashed a fierce and overbearing killing move. Every move was enough to kill his opponent. This was the rhythm of wanting to end the battle quickly. Roar. A roar reverberated throughout the world. The moon-swallowing tiger opened his bloody mouth, and a powerful suction technique instantly emerged, enveloping the entire martial arts arena. His intention was obvious. He wanted to suck Fang Chen into his mouth, and then chew him to pieces. However, how could Fang Chen give him such a chance? He sneered, stomped his foot, and used the space-time escape technique. Thousands of phantoms instantly appeared, covering the entire martial arts arena and surrounding the moon-swallowing tiger. At the same time, he used the invincible swordsmanship, his strongest move, an illusory sword. When he brandished his sword, the entire world seemed to be filled with illusory sword light. The sword light that seemed real yet illusory contained invincible power. The overbearing power of the sword way was perfectly displayed at this moment. Pucci! The illusory sword light crushed all the suction force at a speed invisible to the naked eye, and appeared in front of the moon-swallowing tiger. Scram! The moon-swallowing tiger roared. He clawed at the void, but when he touched the illusory sword light, his body was forced to retreat. Damn it! The moon-swallowing tiger's head released a powerful force of the Divine Tiger Clan. This force gradually condensed into an all-shaped weapon in front of his chest. The moon-swallowing tiger's claws suddenly rotated, and the all in front of him also spun rapidly, as if it was going to annihilate the entire earth. Everyone trembled. This was the moon-swallowing tiger's strongest trump card, and also the famous all-light talisman of the Divine Tiger Clan. Yes, it was a talisman. The biggest difference between the moon-swallowing tiger and the Red Demon Tiger was that the moon-swallowing tiger had a very powerful talisman technique. It was said that it was left behind by an expert in the ancient times. Until now, he had not fully comprehended it, and could only activate a small part of its power. However, this was already enough for him. His claws controlled the cone-light talisman as he continued to close in on Fang Chen. At the same time, a vast amount of power pressed down on Fang Chen's body. Talisman? Originally, Fang Chen had thought that there would be a bitter battle. But when he saw Hu Yu activate the all-light talisman, a faint sneer appeared on his face. Competing with him in the Tao of Talismans was simply a colossal joke. In the territory of the Tyrant Monster Clan, it took him a total of 3 years to completely absorb the energy within the Heavenly Talisman Pearl. As for his symbol master level, it steadily rose. You want to fight me with your half-baked Tao of Talismans? Fang Chen had seen through the flaw in the all-light talisman with a single glance. Before Moon-Swallowing Tiger could go all out to kill him, he had already taken the first step. Whoosh! Fang Chen flicked his finger, and the terrifying power of the talisman instantly erupted. It turned into a ray of light and shot into the cone-light talisman. Crack! The all-light talisman suddenly emitted a crisp sound. Then, it shook as if it was about to shatter. Hu Yu's face suddenly changed. He forcibly controlled the all-light talisman to attack Fang Chen. However, before he could get close to Fang Chen, the all-light talisman suddenly exploded. Countless fragments filled the sky. Many martial artists below kept retreating, their hearts filled with fear. The power of the explosion of the all-light talisman was too strong. They were somewhat unable to withstand it. Whoosh! Whoosh! In just a breath's time, the power of the all-light talisman had completely dissipated. The martial arts arena once again regained its calm. Fang Chen and Hu Yu looked at each other as if nothing had happened. Who won? After everyone steadied themselves, they looked curiously at the martial arts arena and asked aloud. On the platform, the God Tiger Clan leader rubbed his fist. His heart was filled with coldness. He stared unblinkingly at Fang Chen. If he dared to kill him, he would definitely act immediately. Poochie! Suddenly, Hu Yu's body trembled. He knelt on one knee and spat out blood. He lost. Hu Yu lost? Everyone could not believe it. Their hearts were in turmoil. Even someone as strong as Moon-Swallowing Tiger had lost to this human martial artist in front of him. Just how strong was this human martial artist? Fang Chen had once again refreshed everyone's understanding of him. He broke records again and created miracles. Now, he had defeated the strongest of the younger generation of the God Tiger Clan, Hu Yu. Amidst the shock of countless people, Fang Chen seemed unusually calm. He did not take advantage of the victory to pursue and kill Hu Yu. He had thought for a long time before making this choice. First of all, Hu Yu was the strongest of the younger generation of the God Tiger Clan. The Red Demon Tiger could not compare to him. Secondly, he wanted to communicate with the Immortal Calamity Life Lotus. If he killed Hu Yu in front of everyone and completely enraged the God Tiger Clan leader, he would be the one to suffer. On the square, everyone was shouting Fang Chen's name. On the rostrum, everyone looked at each other with gloomy faces. No one would have thought that the carefully planned trap would be destroyed by Fang Chen, who appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, the Red Demon Tiger had died because of this. Clan leader, let me kill this guy. An elder secretly transmitted his voice, but was stopped by the God Tiger Clan leader. In this clan meeting, in front of the world, if we kill him now, the world will definitely say that our God Tiger Clan is too cruel and untrustworthy. This will not be good for our God Tiger Clan to dominate this region in the future. After thinking for a long time, the God Tiger Clan leader said, "Don't touch him for the time being. In front of everyone, let him communicate with the Immortal Calamity Life Lotus, and then quietly kill him." All of this was for the world to see. Cough cough. The God Tiger Clan leader coughed lightly and waved his hand, indicating for the clan members to carry the injured Hu Yu away. Then, his dark eyes fell on Fang Chen. "Little guy, you are very brave and courageous." The God Tiger Clan leader asked, "I'm very curious in this region, which expert can teach a disciple like you?" On the surface, it seemed like he was sighing, but in fact, he was trying to find out whether Fang Chen had the support of a strong expert. "My master is more low-key and doesn't like to be known by outsiders," Fang Chen said. Hearing this, the expression of the patriarch of the Shen Hu clan clearly changed, but he still smiled and said, "You defeated Hu Tun Yu, so I want to elect you as the champion of the Shen Hu clan. No one will object, right?" There was silence below. Object? What a joke, they still wanted to live a little longer. Since no one objects, then you are the first. My God Tiger Clan can't say anything, so you have one chance to communicate with the Immortal Calamity Life Lotus. Of course, if you fail, you must leave God Tiger City. The God Tiger Clan leader said. Fang Chen's eyes were burning and he couldn't wait to try to communicate. Under the gaze of many warriors, The God Tiger clan leader took Fang Chen to the forbidden area in the depths of God Tiger City. This is the forbidden area of my God Tiger clan, and the Immortal Calamity Life Lotus is here. The God Tiger clan leader said. You can enter the forbidden area now and look for the Immortal Calamity Life Lotus. Fang Chen nodded. With a leap, he entered the forbidden area. In the void, a smooth mirror flashed, and everyone's eyes were fixed on it. So what if I find it? How can you communicate with the Immortal Calamity Life Lotus? The God Tiger clan leader looked at the mirror and sneered. At this moment, Fang Chen turned and looked at the void. Clan leader, there is such a strong seal on the Immortal Calamity Life Lotus, I can't get close at all. Can you remove the seal? If the seal is removed and I can't communicate with the Immortal Calamity Life Lotus, then it's my problem, and I will retreat. Fang Chen stood on the moral high ground and said these words. In front of the forbidden area, many warriors were discussing. The God Tiger clan leader waved his hand, and the seal gradually collapsed, and a beautiful lotus appeared in front of everyone. Is this the Immortal Calamity Life Lotus? It's so beautiful. Heavens, it's really the Immortal Calamity Life Lotus. If I can get it, I might have a chance to reach the legendary Tribulation Supremacy, or even the World Deity level. Stop dreaming, the Immortal Calamity Life Lotus is the most precious treasure of the God Tiger clan. Who can get it? I wonder if this little brother can awaken the Immortal Calamity Life Lotus. Everyone's voices reached the ears of the God Tiger clan leader, but he didn't move. It is said that the Immortal Calamity Life Lotus has intelligence, and if you can't get its approval, you can forget about awakening it. Along the way, this little brother has created countless legends. Maybe this time a miracle can happen again. Chapter 2884. The Immortal Calamity Lotus was a cultivation treasure that even Tribulation Supremacies could not refuse. Right now, everyone outside the forbidden area was looking at a lotus flower on the cliff that was untainted by the mud with fervent gazes. This lotus had several lotus petals, each of which seemed to form its own space. It was exactly the same as the lotus petals Fang Chen had obtained. The gorgeous lotus contained unimaginable martial comprehension. If one could cultivate beside it, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. The last time Fang Chen had snuck into the forbidden area, he had been forced to retreat by the Immortal Calamity Lotus. This time, at his request, the Divine Tiger Patriarch had generously removed the Immortal Calamity Lotus. The complete Immortal Calamity Lotus was revealed in front of Fang Chen. The tip of a mature Immortal Calamity Lotus is yellow, but the tip of the lotus petals in front of me is yellow with a little red. Fang Chen murmured. This meant that this Immortal Calamity Lotus was not mature yet, but it would be soon. Fang Chen leaped up and came in front of the Immortal Calamity Lotus. Immediately, his divine sense spread out and shrouded it. Buzz. The Immortal Calamity Lotus had its own consciousness. It directly blocked Fang Chen's divine sense and blocked his nascent spirit outside. Fang Chen smiled bitterly, put his hands on the roots of the Immortal Calamity Lotus, and immediately secretly activated the aura of the lotus petals in Immortal Cave Mountain to converge with it. If it was so easy to communicate with the Immortal Calamity Lotus, I wouldn't have waited so long, the God Tiger Patriarch sneered. It was obvious that Fang Chen could not communicate with the Immortal Calamity Lotus. Although the Red Demon Tiger had fallen, the final winner was still his God Tiger clan. After destroying all these humans, we'll gather all our forces and launch a strong attack on Lu Xingxing. Although we can't completely destroy him, we'll let him know how deep the foundation of my God Tiger clan is. The God Tiger Patriarch thought secretly. As long as Lu Xingxing was intimidated, he could avoid future troubles and devote himself to the cause of hegemony. Everything seems so beautiful. There's a time limit for communicating with the imperishable Calamity Life Lotus. Suddenly, the rumbling voice of the Shenhu Patriarch came from the sky above the forbidden area. If you can't succeed within a month, then it'll be considered a failure. In the crowd, some martial artists retorted, but the Divine Tiger Patriarch directly ignored them. Could it be that Feng Qin is unable to communicate with us for the rest of our lives, and we have to wait for him for the rest of our lives? Everyone looked at each other and didn't know what to say for a moment. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Nothing happened in the forbidden area. Feng Qin sat cross-legged next to the deathless calamity life lotus, still communicating with it. Many clansmen of the Divine Tiger clan shook their heads. Feng Qin was most likely going to fail. "I'll let you live for another half a month," the God Tiger Patriarch said sinisterly. When the 1-month period was about to end, Feng Qin still didn't move. His face was expressionless. As for the human martial artists outside the Forbidden Zone, they couldn't help but feel sorry for Feng Qin. It wasn't easy to suppress everyone and get the opportunity to communicate with the deathless calamity life lotus, but it was wasted like this. However, some people expressed their understanding. After all, it was a cultivation treasure. How could it be so easy to communicate with it? The happiest were the clansmen of the Divine Tiger clan. Their faces were full of sarcasm. Failure meant that Feng Qin was about to die. However, what they didn't know was that Feng Qin had already secretly communicated with the deathless calamity life lotus. "Is what you said true?" A thought came from the deathless calamity life lotus. "Of course it's true. If you agree, I'll transplant you into Dark Cave Mountain to continue to grow," Feng Qin said. In fact, as early as when he activated the lotus, the deathless calamity life lotus had reacted, and then he tried to send a message to it. He told it that the patriarch of the Divine Tiger clan was eyeing it covetously, and he was here to help it. Dark Cave Mountain is the treasure of the great emperor of the cave ruins. It contains his understanding of the heavenly Tao, and I naturally want to grow there. However, you have to promise me one thing. "What's the condition?" Feng Qin asked. "If you want the deathless calamity life lotus to cultivate, I can give you my lotus. As for my main body, you can't destroy it," the deathless calamity life lotus said. The main body was its source of power. Once it was destroyed, it would be completely destroyed. In history, there were countless examples of medicinal herbs used for cultivation. It seemed that the deathless calamity life lotus also wanted to transcend. "No problem." Feng Qin agreed without thinking. After the discussion, Feng Qin began to move. Outside, everyone was waiting for the time to come. However, at this moment, the deathless calamity life lotus changed. Whoosh! The deathless calamity life lotus emitted a dazzling light. The lotus swayed as if it was repelling Feng Qin. "Haha, he's finished." The repelling force of the deathless calamity life lotus is very strong. The slightest carelessness will destroy his body and soul. The clansmen of the Divine Tiger clan laughed, gloating. The patriarch of the Divine Tiger clan also nodded gently, thinking that Feng Qin would undoubtedly die. "You should be proud to die at the hands of the deathless calamity life lotus." However, as soon as the patriarch of the Divine Tiger clan finished speaking, there was a sudden change in the forbidden area. Feng Qin suddenly opened his eyes, and the next moment, the deathless calamity life lotus disappeared into thin air. It disappeared? The patriarch of the Divine Tiger clan spread out his consciousness in an instant, but he could not find any trace of the deathless calamity life lotus. He awakened it? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The patriarch of the Divine Tiger clan did not believe that Feng Qin had awakened the deathless calamity life lotus. He glared at Feng Qin and roared to the sky. However, before he could do anything, Feng Qin jumped into the bottomless abyss in the forbidden area behind the mountain. "Go to hell." The patriarch of the Divine Tiger clan punched out like thunder, heavily hitting Feng Qin's body. The latter's falling speed increased, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. How could this be? The sudden change made many warriors outside the forbidden area completely dumbfounded. Damn it, all of you deserve to die. The patriarch of the Divine Tiger Clan stared at the bottomless abyss and roared angrily. Even he did not dare to enter the abyss, but Fang Chen jumped in. He was simply courting death. Hateful. He originally thought that everything was under control, but now that the deathless Calamity Life Lotus had disappeared, how could the patriarch of the Divine Tiger Clan not be angry? He vented his anger on the warriors of the human clan. With a wave of his hand, a large number of them were killed or injured. Miserable screams could be heard incessantly. Whoosh! Just as the patriarch of the Divine Tiger Clan was about to attack again, in the distant void, an arrow passed through layers of space and blocked the former's attack. Gotcha! The patriarch of the Divine Tiger Clan smashed the arrow with a punch, and his dark eyes stared into the distance. Lu Xingxing, do you want to go against the Divine Tiger Clan? The patriarch of the Divine Tiger Clan roared. A figure floated over. It was Lu Xingxing, who once drank with Fang Chen. Lu Xingxing, you and I have minded our own business. My Divine Tiger Clan did not provoke you. Why are you doing this? The patriarch of the Divine Tiger Clan said angrily. Is it because of these weak humans? Lu Xingxing looked calmly at the patriarch of the Divine Tiger Clan and said in a deep voice, Fang Chen is my brother, but you threw him into the bottomless abyss. Your brother? Hearing Lu Xingxing's words, the patriarch of the Divine Tiger Clan was a little stunned. Boom! An earth-shattering battle broke out in an instant, and the warriors of the human clan fled. Even from a distance, one could hear the deafening sound of the battle and the soaring flames. Lu Xingxing and the patriarch of the Divine Tiger Clan, one was the patriarch of a large clan, and the other was the wine sage. The strength of the two was about the same, and their destructive power was very strong. In the darkness, Fang Chen's body fell, and he felt some pain in his body. Damn the patriarch of the Divine Tiger Clan! Fang Chen gritted his teeth and cursed. He had already jumped into the bottomless abyss, and the patriarch of the Divine Tiger Clan still attacked him. Fortunately, I was prepared and removed part of the power, otherwise I would have been crippled by this guy. Fang Chen said with lingering fear. According to his speculation, he had fallen for a long time. Fang Chen hurriedly contacted the Immortal Calamity Lotus. Are you sure your information is correct? Fang Chen asked worriedly. Don't worry, I grew up on the cliff all year round, and know the bottomless abyss very well. The Immortal Calamity Lotus said. Then why does the Divine Tiger Clan regard the bottomless abyss as a taboo, and never dare to explore it? Fang Chen asked puzzledly. Chapter 2885. After a short conversation with Immortal Calamity Lotus, Fang Chen stopped talking. I'll leave the rest to you. Fang Chen curled his lips and said. Don't worry, just control your body and leave the rest to me. Immortal Calamity Lotus said confidently, the so-called bottomless abyss is much more complicated than you think. Rumble. The sound of battle above the abyss reached Fang Chen's ears. The sound of battle? Fang Chen sensed carefully and instantly found a familiar aura. That's Brother Lu's aura? After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen understood that Lu Xingxing must have been secretly watching him and came to save him as soon as he found out that he was in trouble. Unfortunately, he had fallen into the bottomless abyss. Therefore, he fought with the God Tiger Patriarch. Only the battle between these two powerhouses could erupt with such tyrannical majesty. Brother Lu, I'm fine. Fang Chen transmitted his voice to Lu Xingxing and then fell into the endless darkness. In the sky above the forbidden area of God Tiger City, the two powerhouses' earth-shattering battle directly caused the entire forbidden area to turn into ashes, which angered the God Tiger Patriarch even more. Lu Xingxing. The God Tiger Patriarch roared angrily to the sky and at the same time increased his attack power, trying to suppress Lu Xingxing. However, no matter what, the latter could easily break his attack. I don't believe you can hold on for long. The God Tiger Patriarch waved his hand and the God Tiger City shook. Under the ground, the majestic earth-lung real fire erupted. Earth-lung real fire, invincible god tiger. The god tiger patriarch used the earth-lung real fire to refine Lu Xingxing. Buzz. Lu Xingxing was about to counterattack when a message suddenly appeared in his mind. His heart trembled and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Since you're fine, I'll take my leave first. Thinking of this, Lu Xingxing made a powerful move, smashing the earth-lung real fire of the god tiger patriarch with one blow and then flew into the sky. Shenhu, I won't bicker with you today. Lu Xingxing's voice came from the void. The god tiger patriarch retracted the true fire of earth-lung, and the god tiger city regained its peace. He stared at the sky, his heart cold. Not long after, a piece of news quickly spread. Wine sage Lu Xingxing came out of seclusion and fought the head of the tiger god tribe for his brother. In the end, he defeated the head of the tiger god tribe. After the news spread, it caused a lot of discussion. Everyone once again witnessed wine sage Lu Xingxing's strength. Lu Xingxing was a very special expert. Normally, he would only hear about good wine. However, after so many years, he was still so powerful. After hearing this news, the god tiger clan remained silent. In fact, when Lu Xingxing forcefully broke through the true fire of earth-lung and left the godly tiger city, the godly tiger patriarch already knew that he had lost. If Lu Xingxing fought with his life on the line, he would only be seriously injured and he would die. After Lu Xingxing returned to the valley, he immediately contacted Fang Chen. However, he was surprised to find that he couldn't get in touch with his brother. This time, Lu Xingxing was even more anxious. Could it be that he has found a safe place? The bottomless abyss blocks divine sense sound transmissions? All kinds of guesses appeared in his mind. Although he was very anxious, Lu Xingxing chose to believe in his brother. Since he said that he was fine, then he must be fine. Brother, if anything happens to you, I will definitely massacre the god tiger clan. Lu Xingxing murmured. At the same time, Fang Chen was falling in the darkness. The bottomless abyss was too deep. No one had explored how deep it was. It took a full 3 months for Fang Chen to successfully land. Dong. The powerful force of the fall made Fang Chen's body dive down like a cannonball. However, when he approached the bottom of the abyss, the petals of the immortal calamity lotus floated out and forcibly dragged Fang Chen's body. It let him slowly fall to the bottom of the abyss. Standing at the bottom of the abyss, dust was stirred up. Fang Chen flicked his finger and a flame lit up the dark bottom of the abyss. What is this place? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. The voice of the immortal calamity lotus came. In the world, this is called the bottomless abyss, but its real name is the abyss of God burial. God burial? Because it has existed since ancient times, and many gods were buried in the battle of gods. The immortal calamity lotus's words caused Fang Chen's heart to tremble. The battle of gods in ancient times? For a long time, Fang Chen had been very curious about this. He didn't expect this bottomless abyss to exist in ancient times. No wonder they regard the bottomless abyss as a taboo even though it's in their forbidden area. Before the battle of gods, there were countless peerless experts. After the battle of gods, there were only a few peerless experts left. Heaven and earth changed because of this, and the supreme rules changed greatly. The chaos realm entered the age of chaos, and the resources of heaven and earth were gradually exhausted. It was as if it would be destroyed at any time. Whoosh! Fang Chen sat on the ground. 3 months of falling had drained his energy, and he urgently needed to replenish his energy. In the immortal cave mountain, the immortal calamity lotus had taken root in the ground, and the lotus petals obtained from the tiger demon clan had returned to its body. The faint aura in the air was absorbed by the immortal calamity lotus. According to it, the aura contained the immortal calamity lotus understanding of the heavenly law. As expected of the treasure left by the immortal calamity lotus, it's really powerful. The immortal calamity lotus said excitedly. At the same time, It was also very surprised that Fang Chun had a pure-blooded beast cub. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. The descendants of pure-blooded beasts from ancient times are almost extinct now, but you still have them. The Immortal Calamity Lotus said, judging from its bloodline, it should be very powerful, but I can't tell its specific race. The pure-blooded beast cub and Xiaohua stared at the Immortal Calamity Lotus curiously. Xiaohua even burned the lotus petals with its fire seed, causing the Immortal Calamity Lotus to cry out in pain. You seem to know the Immortal Calamity Lotus very well? Fang Chun suddenly asked. In fact, he knew almost nothing about the Immortal Calamity Lotus. He only knew that the Immortal Calamity Lotus was the master of Immortal Cave Mountain and came from the ancient Saint Chaos. Who hasn't heard of an expert like the Immortal Calamity Lotus? The Immortal Calamity Lotus said. Then do you know who's more powerful, the Immortal Calamity Lotus or the Immortal Calamity Lotus? Fang Chun asked curiously. The Immortal Calamity Lotus was silent. Fang Chun was a little confused. Is there a need to compare? After a long while, the Immortal Calamity Lotus said slowly, although they're both peerless experts, there's no comparison. The Immortal Calamity Lotus was already the strongest expert in the ancient Chaos era. The Immortal Calamity Lotus was a rising star. Although he also reached the Immortal Calamity Lotus, he was still too weak. Is the Immortal Calamity Lotus that strong? Fang Chun murmured. How long have you cultivated? How could you know the glory of the Immortal Calamity Lotus? The Immortal Calamity Lotus said, let's just talk about the Immortal Divine Mountain. The Immortal Calamity Lotus only cultivated here and casually refined it, creating a divine mountain that countless people look up to. After the Immortal Calamity Lotus became a peak expert, he personally established the Immortal Calamity Lotus to cultivate peerless experts for the ancient Chaos era. Immortal Calamity Lotus. Fang Chun's heart stirred. He was very curious. Many people come to the Immortal Divine Mountain to search for Heaven's path. Do you know what's at the end of Heaven's path? The Immortal Calamity Lotus asked. Fang Chun shook his head. The Immortal Calamity Lotus continued. At the end of Heaven's path is the Immortal Calamity Lotus. When the Immortal Calamity Lotus established the Immortal Calamity Lotus, he opened up countless paths, and the Heaven's path in the Immortal Divine Mountain is one of them. The Immortal Calamity Lotus doesn't exist in this world. If you want to enter, you can only enter through each Heaven's path. It is said that almost all the Immortal Calamity Lotus that rose to prominence after the God-Fall War came from the Immortal Calamity Lotus. What? Fang Chun cried out involuntarily in disbelief. In his mind, the names of the Tianyi Sword Emperor, Reincarnation Sword Emperor, Bloodline Monarch, Void Primogenitor and others flashed past. These familiar peerless experts were actually related to the Immortal Calamity Lotus, and all of them came from the Immortal Calamity Lotus. What exactly is the Immortal Calamity Lotus? How can it cultivate Immortal Calamity Lotus? Fang Chun couldn't help but ask. I don't know either. The Eternal Fortune Hall has always been mysterious. Any expert who came out of it would never talk about it. That's why the people of the ancient Chaos era don't know anything about it. They don't even know about its existence. Chapter 2886. The Immortal Academy of Fortune had always been mysterious. Even world deities couldn't find any traces of it. There was only one way to enter, and that was to find the heavenly path. Entering through the heavenly path was the only way. Every martial artist dreamed of finding the heavenly path and entering the Immortal Academy of Fortune. For this, even if they were trapped in the Immortal Divine Mountain for countless years, they wouldn't hesitate. After listening to the Immortal Calamity Lotus, Fang Chun instantly understood. Lu Xingxing must have been searching for the heavenly path, right? Otherwise, how could he have been trapped here for 80 million years? For Fang Chun, the Immortal Academy of Fortune had given him too much of a shock. He felt a sense of urgency in his heart. but he knew that the heavenly path was long and difficult to find. The greatest taboo on the path of martial arts was biting off more than one could chew. Forcefully suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, he took a deep breath and calmed his excitement. At this time, Fang Chun changed the topic and began to ask about the abyss of God burial. The Immortal Academy of Fortune is too far away from me for now. Let's think about how to get out of here first. Fang Chun spread his hands. You seem to be very familiar with the abyss? The Immortal Calamity Lotus said, countless powerhouses have been buried in the abyss of God burial. Why do you think I took root on the cliff above the abyss? Fang Chun was stunned. The Immortal Calamity Lotus continued, because my roots are secretly absorbing the power of the dead. Power of the dead? The so-called power of the dead is the resentment of many powerhouses who died in ancient times. After their deaths, their resentment couldn't dissipate for a long time. In the end, they evolved into dead spirits that drifted in the abyss of God burial. But because the Immortal Divine Mountain was built by the Immortal Emperor, the power of laws here is different from the outside world. Their dead spirits couldn't last for long and were all annihilated in the end. But the power of the dead remained in the soil forever. The Immortal Calamity Lotus said, the power of the dead isn't very useful to ordinary people, but to me, it's simply a great supplement. Over the years, the Deathless Tribulation Lotus said, I've been taking root in the cliffs, passing through the bottomless cliffs to absorb necromancy power. Otherwise, how could I have grown so quickly? Fang Chun was stunned. He didn't expect the Immortal Calamity Life Lotus to deliberately choose to take root here. Then Fang Chun looked at the Immortal Calamity Life Lotus in surprise. Didn't this mean that it could leave at any time? Don't let your imagination run wild, kid. The only reason I'm going with you is because of the Great Emperor Cave Ruins' supreme treasure. Otherwise, do you think you'd be so respected? The Immortal Calamity Lotus said mercilessly. Fang Chun chuckled. He was already used to it and didn't say anything. Since you know this place so well, it's easy. Now, how do we leave this place? Fang Chun asked. Leave? Why do you want to leave? The Imperishable Tribulation Life Lotus was surprised. There are opportunities everywhere, don't you want them? You actually want to leave? Opportunities! The Abyss of Buried Gods is where countless powerhouses from the ancient War of Gods are buried. Although they're dead, their auras still remain in the air. You can continue along this path and see if you can find any opportunities. Fang Chun understood what the Immortal Calamity Lotus meant. There's no danger here, right? Fang Chun asked. Danger? The Immortal Calamity Lotus said. To outsiders, this is a dangerous place with no chance of survival, but it's different for you. Me? Fang Chun pointed at his nose and asked doubtfully. The most dangerous thing in the Abyss of Buried Gods is the necromancy power in the soil. Once a martial artist touches it, even if they don't die, they'll be seriously injured. It will also corrode your internal organs. The Immortal Calamity Lotus said, however, you have the black hole bloodline, which is all-inclusive and can absorb the necromancy power in the soil. Moreover what? Moreover, with Immortal Cave Mountain, I'm not afraid of the necromancy power and can absorb it without restraint. If the two of us work together, the Abyss of Buried Gods is nothing more than this, the Immortal Calamity Lotus said confidently. Fang Chun didn't say anything after that. He just followed the information provided by the Immortal Calamity Lotus and carefully moved forward. The bottomless abyss was very deep, and the bottom of the abyss was pitch black. Fang Chun had a little light on his finger, which barely illuminated the dark void. There was no movement at the bottom of the abyss. Suddenly, Fang Chun saw a few strange footprints on the ground. These aren't the footprints of human martial artists. They should be left by demonic beasts, Fang Chun said with a serious expression. He looked up and saw footprints ahead. Demonic beasts seemed to have passed by here. Let's follow and see. Anyway, he didn't find anything here, nor did he see the skeletons of the legendary ancient powerhouses. Fang Chen followed the strange footprints and came to the bottom of the rock. After entering the rock, there was a universe inside. What a vast area! There seemed to be an independent space in the rock. At a glance, it was gray. Fang Chen was a little shocked. When he looked carefully, there were countless skeletons scattered in the soil. Each skeleton exuded a powerful aura. Fang Chen's body trembled. His eyes were burning as he looked at the scattered skeletons. A peerless expert from the ancient times? Fang Chen murmured. He quickly walked to the nearest skeleton and picked up an arm bone. Suddenly, a hot aura was transmitted from the arm bone to his palm. In his body, the fire origin bloodline instantly became restless, as if it wanted to rush out of his body. In the blink of an eye, the fire origin bloodline completely enveloped the arm bone and completely absorbed the remaining power inside. Whoosh! After a while, Fang Chen could no longer feel the hot aura, and the arm bone gradually dimmed. Fang Chen knew that the remaining power in the arm bone had been exhausted. This powerhouse must have been a fire origin bloodline expert when he was alive, Fang Chen murmured. At the same time, he was shocked to find that his fire origin bloodline had changed. It was surging in his body like the water of a raging river. It was very shocking. Has the fire origin bloodline become stronger? Fang Chen was surprised. He didn't expect that the fire origin bloodline would become stronger just by absorbing a little fire origin bloodline. This was too exaggerated. Don't make a fuss. The skeletons here are all ancient powerhouses. Although they didn't reach the level of the Immortal Emperor, they were at least martial emperors. Although they died countless eras ago, the power in their skeletons hasn't completely dissipated. The Immortal Calamity Lotus transmitted a voice message to Fang Chen through Dark Cave Mountain. The latter nodded and was shocked. He let Xiaohua out and said, "Xiaohua, some of the skeletons here contain fire origin bloodline power. Try to absorb it and see if it works." Xiaohua nodded and began to try. The pure-blooded beast cub followed Xiaohua out. Before Fang Chen said anything, it took a big stride and jumped onto a pile of skeletons. "Little thing, don't run around," Fang Chen scolded. He was afraid that the pure-blooded beast cub would accidentally touch something and cause unnecessary trouble. The pure-blooded beast cub jumped happily and soon came to a pile of strangely shaped skeletons. It opened its claws, grabbed the skeletons, and gnawed on them. Fang Chen also saw this scene. He wanted to stop it, but he was stopped by the Immortal Calamity Lotus. "It's not eating the skeletons of human warriors, but the skeletons of beasts," the Immortal Calamity Lotus said. "If I'm not wrong, the owner of these skeletons should have been a real pure-blooded beast." Pure-blooded beasts were famous in ancient times. They were overlords that could compete with the human race. The real pure-blooded beasts were so powerful that it made people tremble. The skeletons of pure-blooded beasts? Fang Chen opened his mouth wide. He couldn't imagine what he had seen and heard today. Crack! The pure-blooded beast cub ate a skeleton in a few bites, then picked up another skeleton and continued to devour it. On the other side, Xiaohua also began to absorb the power in the skeletons. The fire origin in his body instantly appeared. Hiss! The fire origin emitted a hot aura, which resonated with the fire origin in the skeletons. "It's helpful." Chapter 2887. Hiss! A subtle sound came from the soil. Fang Chen took a closer look and discovered an aura that seemed both real and illusory slowly seeping out of the soil. This aura was filled with resentment. With one look, he could tell that it was the legendary undead energy. "Is it the undead energy?" Fang Chen murmured. Before he could finish, the undead energy drilled into his body. A strong corrosive force instantly spread all over his body, trying to corrode Fang Chen. But at this moment, the black hole bloodline that he had prepared was released. The violent black hole bloodline power spread to every corner of his body. Looking inside his body, Fang Chen was surprised to find that the powerful undead energy had no power to fight back in front of the black hole bloodline power. The undead energy in the soil kept rushing into Fang Chen's body and was quickly refined by the black hole bloodline power. The refined undead energy in the black hole vortex was much weaker. At this moment, the Immortal Calamity Life Lotus spoke. "Boy, send the refined undead energy to Dark Cave Mountain." Fang Chen and the Immortal Calamity Life Lotus had reached an agreement before. Hearing this, Fang Chen waved his hand and sent the Immortal Calamity Life Lotus into Dark Cave Mountain. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Immortal Calamity Life Lotus quickly absorbed the undead energy. Ha ha ha, this is great! Although he had been rooted on the cliff for countless years, the speed at which he absorbed the undead energy was very slow. But now, Fang Chen was using the black hole bloodline power to help him purify the undead energy. This is great! The Immortal Calamity Life Lotus's crazy cry came from Dark Cave Mountain. He was very excited and laughed wildly. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Stop! News came from Dark Cave Mountain. In just 7 days, the Immortal Calamity Life Lotus's roots had grown 30% thicker and its lotus petals were close to maturity. It would have taken 300 years to mature, but now it will take 30 at most. The Immortal Calamity Life Lotus said excitedly, "Boy, when I mature, I will give you my lotus petals." Hearing this, Fang Chen grinned. His gaze fell on Xiaohua. In the past 7 days, the latter had completely absorbed the pile of bones in front of him. The power of the fire Tao fused with the fire seed, unleashing an unprecedented power. Above Xiaohua's head, the dazzling fire seed emitted a terrifying aura. Fang Chen could even feel the fire origin bloodline in his body trembling. "The fire seed has become stronger," Fang Chen exclaimed. At the same time, Xiaohua's cultivation was rising steadily. Impressive, as expected of the flame seed left behind by true monarch fire demon. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps Xiaohua's fire seed was the most precious fire seed in the entire flame tribe. His intuition told him that Xiaohua's future achievements would definitely not be weaker than perfected Lord Fire Demon. Voila! Putting away the fire seed, Xiaohua opened his eyes and looked at Fang Chen with a bright smile. "Brother, the power of the fire Tao in these bones is too strong. After absorbing them, I feel that my strength has increased a lot." Fang Chen patted Xiaohua's head gently and smiled. "Xiaohua, it's dangerous here. Go back to Immortal Cave Mountain and cultivate. When we encounter such bones again, I will call you out." "Okay." Xiaohua nodded and entered Immortal Cave Mountain. Roar. Not far away, the pure-blooded beast let out a roar. There was a terrifying halo around its body. Fang Chen was surprised to find that the pure-blooded beast's eyes were scarlet. When he looked at it, he could feel his primordial spirit trembling. What a terrifying gaze! The pure-blooded beast swaggered to Fang Chen's side and raised its head. "These bones are not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Help me get more." Having said that, it ignored Fang Chen and entered Immortal Cave Mountain. Fang Chen was speechless. The bones of pure-blooded beasts were rare. How could they be so easy to find? "These bones are very hard. If they are used to refine weapons, they will definitely be very good materials," the Immortal Calamity Lotus reminded. The strength of the peerless experts of the ancient times had reached a peak level and their physical bodies were unparalleled. Even if they died, the bones left behind were extremely hard. If they were placed in the outside world, they would definitely be fought over. "Yeah, why didn't I think of it?" Fang Chen chuckled. Then, he waved his hand and put away all the fire Tao skeletons. Then, he continued to move forward. The power of the dead in the soil was useless to him, so he was not worried at all. In the following time, Fang Chen would occasionally encounter the bones of the peerless experts of the ancient times in the vast soil. These skeletons contained many kinds of power. Fang Chen absorbed all of them into his body. Every time he absorbed a power, his special bloodline power would mutate. 3 months later, Fang Chen had reached the center of the vast soil. During this time, he had absorbed countless skeletons. There were more than 50 special bloodline powers in his body. Apart from the black hole bloodline, all of his other bloodlines had been strengthened. Even if they were not as strong as the first generation, they were close. If the news spread to the outside world, it would definitely cause a stir in the immemorial chaos. After all, there had never been a person who could have so many special bloodlines and cultivate them to the peak state. If the fire demon perfected Lord was here, he would also be amazed. Fang Chen's fire origin bloodline was almost as strong as his. And with the help of the fire seed, Xiaohua's fire origin bloodline was almost as strong as the fire demon perfected Lord's. During this time, all the bones were naturally collected by Fang Chen in Immortal Cave Mountain. There were fewer bones of the pure-blooded beast. There were only a few pieces, and they were all eaten by the pure-blooded beast cubs. So many bones. All of them have been refined into weapons. Fang Chen already had a plan. After leaving the Immortal Divine Mountain, he would refine a sword array for himself. Imagine, how powerful would a long sword refined from the bones of a peerless powerhouse be after being arranged into a sword array? Perhaps even a peak star Venerable or an extreme powerhouse could be killed instantly. The more Fang Chen thought about it, the happier he was. At the same time, he was also scanning the surroundings. Do you see the steel standing in the center of the soil? The Immortal Calamity Lotus asked. Fang Chen looked up. A stone steel was faintly discernible. It was emitting a strong light that completely covered the whole area. That steel is called the sealed sky steel. The reason why so many peerless powerhouses died in the Battle of Gods in the ancient times was because of this steel, the Immortal Calamity Lotus continued. Sealed sky steel. Rumor has it that the sealed sky steel has existed since the beginning of the Chaos Realm. No one knows where it came from or how it appeared. We only know that it has great power. The Immortal Calamity Lotus said, the sealed sky steel, as its name suggests, can seal heaven and earth. The heaven and earth here is not an independent space, nor is it just the immemorial Chaos Realm, but the entire Chaos Realm. I don't know the details, but I heard a secret. When the sealed sky steel was at its peak, it could seal the entire Chaos Realm with a thought. This, Fang Chen was shocked. This was too terrifying. Sealing the entire Chaos Realm with a thought? How much power did it require? Who is the owner of the sealed sky steel? Was it born naturally or evolved from the supreme laws? Fang Chen muttered to himself. A martial emperor accidentally obtained the sealed sky steel. His battle prowess instantly soared, and he was able to fight against the immortal emperor. However, the sealed sky steel was damaged, and there were internal problems, causing its power to decrease sharply. In the Battle of Gods, the sealed sky steel used up the last of its power to suppress all the powerhouses here. The Immortal Calamity Lotus said, in fact, the most precious thing in the abyss of God burial is the sealed sky steel in front of you. If you can obtain it, you will be like a tiger that has grown wings. Fang Chen slowly walked to the sealed sky steel and gently touched it with his hand. He immediately felt an ancient power enter his body. There's no movement. The sealed sky steel didn't move at all. It was like an ordinary steel, standing in the middle of the soil. If he hadn't come here, no one would know about the sealed sky steel's existence. Should I just pull it out? Fang Chen asked. The Immortal Calamity Lotus said, although the sealed sky steel is damaged and exhausted, it can't be easily obtained. You need to comprehend the Tao. After comprehending the mysteries recorded on the sealed sky steel, you can put it away. Comprehend the Tao? Chapter 2888. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that there were some inscriptions carved on the sealed sky monument. They were complex and profound, and Fang Chen couldn't understand them. These are inscriptions from the ancient times. They're almost lost now, so of course you can't understand them. The Immortal Calamity Lotus said, "Fortunately, I learned inscriptions back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to help you." "You know inscriptions?" Fang Chen asked excitedly. He had also read about inscriptions in the history books. The ancient times were a glorious era, and Emperor realm powerhouses were like bamboo shoots after the rain, constantly rising. That era was unprecedentedly glorious. However, it also led to the Battle of Gods, which caused the immemorial chaos to fall behind by countless eras. In the ancient times, inscriptions were not only a kind of language, but also a kind of secret technique. Some powerhouses could carve inscriptions into various powerful methods and use them to attack. The beginning of heaven and earth. The Immortal Calamity Lotus began to translate the inscriptions on the sealed sky monument for Fang Chen. It was actually very simple. It mainly introduced the sealed sky monument, and then carved a secret technique called the sealed sky secret technique. Only by cultivating this secret technique could one control the sealed sky monument. However, it also said that if one wanted to take it away, they had to comprehend the true origin of the sealed sky monument. "This is a bit difficult," Fang Chen muttered. He was very unfamiliar with inscriptions and didn't understand it at all. How could he comprehend its origin? "Forget it, I'll give it a try." Sitting cross-legged in front of the sealed sky monument, Fang Chen immersed himself in it and began to comprehend the origin of the sealed sky monument. In the mysterious valley, Lu Xingxing muttered to himself, wondering how Fang Chen was doing. Gulp. After drinking a mouthful of wine, Lu Xingxing said, "That's a bottomless abyss. Even I don't dare to enter it. I wonder what my brother is relying on." He shook his head hard to get rid of the mess in his mind, took a sip of wine, and then smiled. "Forget it, let's not think about this." His gaze fell on the center of the immortal divine mountain, and his eyes flashed with a complicated expression. In the outside world, the Nile continent, Mingyue City. In the palace of the city lord, the Mingyue city lord was wearing a long purple dress. Her beautiful eyes twinkled as she looked at the place where the divine altar was. She looked worried. "It's been so long, but there's still no movement." Beside him, Yi Tsang and Lin Hai comforted him. "Don't worry, city lord. Brother Fang is both brave and intelligent. He's also so strong. As long as he's careful, he shouldn't be in any danger." "That's right. Brother Fang will definitely be able to bring the Immortal Calamity Life Lotus to the city lord." Now Yi Tsang and Lin Hai had both broken through to the star Venerable realm. They had become the future of Nether Moon City, and were highly valued by the city lord. "I hope so," Mingyue City Lord said. Immemorial chaos, a mysterious place. The old man sat on the boulder and looked down with a smile. In a space where time was accelerated, there were a few figures cultivating. Not bad. All of a sudden, the old man flicked his finger, causing time to accelerate and space to disperse. Several figures appeared in front of him. Crash! Fang Chen's doppelganger opened his eyes. Terrifying sword light shot out from his eyes. His body was enveloped by an unparalleled power. Beside him, Tianxin, Kongjiu, and Fang Shi also opened their eyes. "How is it?" the old man asked with a smile. "Thank you for your guidance, senior." Fang Chen knew very well how terrifying the old man in front of him was. He could casually create such a huge space where time was accelerated, and maintain it for such a long time. Even more frightening was that even though the old man hadn't given him any guidance, he found that as he stood on the ground, he felt as if all the questions in his mind had been resolved. The four of them were able to achieve so much because of the old man. "Dare I ask for senior's name?" Fang Chen asked, cupping his fist. "Ha ha ha, this old man likes to travel the world. Even more, I like to nurture geniuses. The four of you happen to have good talent, so I brought you here." The old man smiled. "As for my name, you will know in the future." The four of them looked at each other. "Your cultivation has reached a bottleneck." From today onwards you can leave the mountain. The old man said, Train more in the mortal world, and you will be able to become the best of the best. Remember, follow your heart. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he disappeared without a trace. Even Fang Chen couldn't catch a trace of him. Father. Master. Fang Shi, Kang Jiu, and Tianxin greeted Fang Chen. They were brought here in a daze and then endlessly cultivated. Now, the old man told them that they could leave the mountain. Fang Chen nodded, bowed deeply to the mountain, and then left. Father, where are we going? Fang Shi asked. To find your mother and the other two, Fang Chen said. After he left the mountain and recovered his memory, he connected with his original body. He learned that Star and Moon had disappeared after entering the heavenly Venerate Sea. It was suspected that they had come to the ancient chaos. Master, Tianxin wanted to say something but stopped. What is it? Fang Chen asked. I want to go out alone with junior brother. We don't want to be flowers in a greenhouse, Tianxin said. Kang Jiu nodded. Fang Chen pondered, then said, All right, then we will part here. I hope that I can hear your names in the ancient chaos many years later. Master, don't worry. Junior brother and I will not disgrace Master's dignity, Tianxin said confidently. Father, I also want to go out with them, Fang Shi said. Go. Time passed slowly. Immortal Divine Mountain, bottomless abyss. Fang Chen had been comprehending here for more than 300 years, but he still couldn't comprehend the origin of the sealed sky monument. One day, his body was in chaos, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. The sealed sky monument emitted a crystal-clear light. Poochie! His throat moved and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale to the extreme. Stop. You will go mad if you continue like this. The Immortal Calamity Life Lotus advised. The inscriptions on the sealed sky monument were very profound. The slightest carelessness would cause one to go mad. And now, Fang Chen had finally reached a critical point. If he continued to forcefully comprehend, he would definitely suffer a backlash. Huff! Fang Chen gasped for breath, and his eyes were filled with determination. I have been comprehending here for more than 300 years, and I still can't comprehend the profound meaning of the inscriptions? Fang Chen was a little unwilling. His potential couldn't be said to be unprecedented, but at least he could be ranked in the ancient chaos. But now there was a sense of powerlessness in his heart. What is going on? Fang Chen was very conflicted, and he roared loudly. Rumble! Suddenly, a deafening sound resounded in the silent world. Then, a dazzling light appeared in the sky. After the light spread, it seemed as if time had stopped. That is Heaven's Road. The Immortal Calamity Life Lotus shouted crazily in Immortal Cave Mountain, forgetting himself. Heaven's Road. Fang Chen's heart trembled, and he suddenly stood up. At this moment, the sealed sky monument underwent a strange change. It kept shrinking, turning into a stream of light and shooting into the sky. The sealed sky monument entered Heaven's Road. The Immortal Calamity Life Lotus said, It must have sensed the aura of the Immortal Academy of Creation and followed the Immortal Emperor. Whoosh! In just a few seconds, the azure sky became gorgeous and colorful. Every corner of the Immortal Divine Mountain could feel the shocking aura in the sky. Under everyone's gaze, a rainbow appeared out of thin air and gradually formed a bridge. This bridge went straight into the clouds, and the end couldn't be seen. Heaven's Road has appeared, ha ha. It really is Heaven's Road. I have been cultivating here for tens of thousands of years. Heaven will not let down those who work hard. Heaven's Road has appeared. Could it be that the Immortal Academy of Creation has also appeared? I must enter the Immortal Academy of Creation. For a time, the entire Immortal Divine Mountain was shaken. All the races hiding in the dark came out one after another, and they fought to be the first to step on Heaven's Road. The appearance of Heaven's Road meant that the Golden Age had come again. Perhaps soon, many Emperor Realm experts would step out of the Immortal Academy of Creation. Fang Chen, who was in the bottomless abyss, also couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. That was the legendary Heaven's Road. No matter how difficult it was, he had to give it a try. Let's go, let's leave this place. The Immortal Calamity Life Lotus said urgently. Chapter 2889. The place that connected to Heaven's Road was the highest peak in the center of the Immortal Divine Mountain, known as Mount Laojun. At this moment, all the races were madly rushing towards Mount Laojun. Stepping on Heaven's Road meant that they had a chance to become Emperor Realm powerhouses. Everyone went crazy for it. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by. A few days later, Fang Chen successfully broke out of the bottomless abyss. Phew, I finally got out of that damned place, Fang Chen said while panting. If it weren't for the Immortal Calamity Lotus, it would be harder to get out than to reach the heavens. He raised his head and looked. Heaven's Road had officially stabilized. His eyes were full of passion as he whispered, "I wonder how many skeletons will be buried when Heaven's Road opens." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the void came from the void. Lu Xingxing appeared. "Brother, you finally came out." Lu Xingxing smiled and walked to Fang Chen's side. "Brother Lu." Fang Chen cupped his fist. "Amazing." Lu Xingxing gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. To be able to walk out of the bottomless abyss unscathed, it was enough to see how amazing Fang Chen was. "I said that I didn't misjudge you. My brother is the chosen one, destined to reach the peak in the future." Lu Xingxing was very happy to see Fang Chen again. He hugged Fang Chen's shoulder and said, "Brother, you must have found Heaven's Road." Fang Chen nodded. "I'm preparing to go to Heaven's Road to try. I wonder if Brother Lu wants to go with me?" Heaven's Road's appearance is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I naturally have to try and see if I can enter the legendary Immortal Academy of Fortune, Lu Xingxing said, "but Heaven's Road is full of dangers. You must not let everything in front of you go to your head. You must always maintain a calm state of mind." "Don't worry, Brother Lu." Fang Chen and Lu Xingxing walked together towards Mount Laojun. At the same time, the entire primeval chaos was shaken. There were many paths in the Immortal Academy of Fortune. The moment the Heavenly Road appeared in the Immortal Divine Mountain, several heavenly roads appeared in the outside world as well. The sovereigns who stood at the peak of the primordial chaos all appeared and worked together to stabilize the heavens' path. After that, the various large clans began to make preparations. They selected the most outstanding geniuses of the younger generation and sent them into the heavens' path, hoping that they would be able to obtain great opportunities in the Eternal Academy of Fortune. In fact, for these powerhouses who stood at the peak of the primeval chaos, the higher their cultivation level, the lower their chances of obtaining opportunities in the courtyard of eternal fortune. The imperishable Academy of Creation's original intention was to nurture experts for the immemorial primal chaos. Hence, the younger generation of geniuses had a greater chance. It affected the entire primordial chaos. All the geniuses of the various races ascended the path of heaven at the same time. The heavenly path has appeared, the deathless institute of fortune has appeared once again in the primordial chaos. Chaotic times have arrived, the experts are all fighting for supremacy. Maybe this time, there will be immortal emperors emerging from the deathless institute of fortune. In a certain sea, an old monster emerged from the waves. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the heaven's path as he muttered, "The immortal emperor is truly generous. Every time the deathless institute of fortune appears, it consumes a huge amount of energy." In the extreme south, an old woman leaned on a walking stick and said faintly, however, "He is willing to exhaust his source to nurture experts for the immemorial primal chaos. He is worthy of respect." At the same time, hidden experts emerged from seclusion in every corner of the immemorial primal chaos. Their focus was on the heaven's path, as well as the deathless institute of fortune hidden behind it. They knew that every time the deathless Institute of Fortune appeared, it was also the time of chaos. This was the saying that heroes were born in troubled times. I wonder if the deathless Institute of Fortune will be able to restore the glory of the golden age of the ancient era. Some old monsters who had survived from the ancient era muttered to themselves. At the core of the immemorial divine mountain, Mount Laojun. Looking at the majestic Mount Laojun, Fang Chen's heart trembled. So many people. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Almost everyone in the immemorial divine mountain had gathered here. We can't stay here for long. Let's go up first, Lu Xingxing said, and led Fang Chen up Mount Laojun. Along the way, Mount Laojun was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. Seeing this, Fang Chen frowned slightly, as if he was a little puzzled. Why did these people start fighting before they even stepped onto the heaven's path? It's normal. Everyone is selfish and wants to monopolize the heaven's path. Where there are people, there will be fighting, Lu Xingxing said indifferently. Lu Xingxing. Suddenly, a furious roar reverberated throughout the area as a burly man shot over at high speed. Whoosh! A dart shot out from his palm, shattering the void and instantly arriving in front of Lu Xingxing. Whoosh! Lu Xingxing reached out with one hand and accurately caught the dart. Then, he sneered, "This thing is useless against me." "Damn it, do you dare to fight me?" the burly man said angrily. "You're not my opponent," Lu Xingxing said simply and directly. Fang Chen could feel that the burly man's aura was very tyrannical. It didn't seem to be much weaker than Lu Xingxing. "I spent 800 years researching a killing move. If you can block it, I won't bother you anymore and admit that you're stronger than me," the burly man said. "Okay, I'd like to see what you, Ling Biao, can do. Watch carefully." Suddenly, a vast aura exuded from Ling Biao's body. Then, he clenched his fists and flames spewed out from between his fingers. Following Ling Biao's roar, the flames quickly condensed into a thumb-sized ball. What a great technique! To be able to squeeze such a powerful flame energy into such a small space in such a short period of time and… Fang Chen said in surprise. He has mastered the fusion of the darts and flames. I can even see the shadow of a talisman in it. Fang Chen was able to tell that Ling Biao's attack was actually a combination of many different kinds of powers. Array Dao, Talisman Dao, Fire Dao, etc. Interesting. How can so many kinds of power not repel each other? This was a question worth pondering. Whoosh! Ling Biao gathered all the power in his body and performed this killing move. When the flaming dart was shot out, the entire world seemed to have fallen into a state of paralysis. Even Lu Xingkong's expression changed abruptly. "Let's see how you block it," Ling Biao roared. Crack! The flame dart shattered the void and arrived in front of Lu Xingxing. Gulp! At this critical moment, Lu Xingxing did not feel any pressure. Instead, he took out the spirit-tempering wine and drank a mouthful. After drinking, he slowly stretched out two hands. Just as the flame dart was about to hit him, two fingers magically appeared on the left and right sides of the flame dart. "I told you, you are no match for me." A lazy voice came from Lu Xingxing's ears. How is this possible? Ling Biao could not accept the fact that the killing move he had painstakingly studied for 800 years had been caught by Lu Xingxing with his bare hands. All things in the world reinforce and counteract each other. Your so-called killing move is not much of a threat to me. After Lu Xingxing finished speaking, he ignored Ling Biao and led Fang Chen up Mount Laojun. Poochie! After walking a long distance, Lu Xingxing's throat moved and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Big brother Lu, are you injured?" Lu Xingxing waved his hand and said, "It's just a small injury. It doesn't matter. I underestimated Ling Biao's means. I didn't expect him to develop such a killing move. If he was given more time, he would be even stronger." Fang Chen nodded inwardly. Since coming to Mount Laojun, he had encountered all kinds of experts. He was even more shocked. The more it was like this, the more he could not wait to step on the heaven road and enter the legendary Immortal Academy of Creation. Although I can already kill star venerables, I am still too insignificant in the immemorial chaos, Fang Chen sighed. We're here. After a while, Lu Xingxing spoke. Fang Chen looked up and suddenly found a rainbow bridge connecting the end of the sky to the peak of Mount Laojun. In front of the rainbow, there was a void gate that seemed real and illusory. Countless warriors rushed into it. Crack! Some martial artists had just taken one step into the void door when their bodies directly disintegrated. It was a tragic sight. The pressure of the heaven road is very strong. If your body is too weak, you can't resist it at all. You will only be crushed, Lu Xingxing explained. Fang Chen nodded and looked at the heaven road with a burning gaze. With the arrival of chaos and the appearance of the heaven road, his blood was boiling. Chapter 2890. At this moment, Mount Laojun was overcrowded with people. As far as the eye could see, it was a dark mass. Of course, this was only a part of it. There were many experts who had already entered the Heavens Road before Fang Chen and Lu Xingkong arrived. Let's go. In a short period of time, more than a dozen ancient gods died tragically in front of the Heavenly Road. They didn't even have time to say their last words before they were completely annihilated. The strength of the Heavenly Road exceeded everyone's expectations. Their hearts were filled with shock. For a time, many experts stood in front of the Heavenly Road, looking at the void gate in front of them with fear. Lu Xingxing looked around, and finally his gaze fell on the void gate. Once you step on the Heavenly Road, I won't be able to take care of you. After entering the Immortal Academy of Fortune, we won't be together. Be careful then. Fang Chen nodded heavily and followed Lu Xingxing into the void gate. Look, isn't that wine sage Lu Xingxing? He also entered the Heavenly Road? This is a chance to enter the Immortal Academy of Fortune. Even wine sage can't refuse it, right? I wonder how much wine sage's strength has improved over the years. Wine sage Lu Xingxing was still very famous in the Immortal Divine Mountain. His appearance naturally caused a lot of discussion, but soon everyone forgot about his existence. Everyone was thinking about how to step on the Heavenly Road and successfully pass it. One had to know that at the end of the Heavenly Road was the legendary Immortal Academy of Fortune. For the Immortal Academy of Fortune, let's go. Yes, if we can enter the Immortal Academy of Fortune in this life, everything will be worth it. Even if we die, we will die on the Heavenly Road. After a short silence, many voices sounded again. A large number of warriors rushed forward and rushed into the Heavenly Road. The void gate flashed, and Fang Chen stepped onto the rainbow bridge in an instant, completely isolated from the outside world. Is this the Heavenly Road? Fang Chen looked around and muttered to himself. Suddenly, a powerful pressure descended. Caught off guard, Fang Chen's body was almost pressed to the ground. He knelt down on one knee and used all the strength in his body to forcefully stabilize his body. Finally, he stood up bit by bit. Sword chi surged around his body as he pushed his chaotic origin sword body to its limits. His defense was raised to the maximum, allowing him to resist against the powerful pressure that came crashing down on him from all directions. What a powerful pressure! If not for the fact that my chaotic origin sword body has already reached the pinnacle and is just a step away from the primal chaos sword body, my fleshy body would have exploded from the pressure. Fang Chen felt a lingering fear. At the same time, he became even more fearful of Heaven's Road. Plop! Just as he took a few steps forward, a man covered in blood suddenly fell to the ground. A powerful pressure had squeezed his body out of shape. His face was pale and his aura was weak. His life force was disappearing. Save me! The man raised his hand with difficulty and asked Fang Chen for help. But before he could finish speaking, there was a loud boom. His body was unable to resist the powerful pressure of the Heavenly Road and instantly exploded. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and the scarlet aura was blown away by the wind. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment. Soon after, a complicated expression appeared on his face. This was a world where the strong were respected. The weak were not qualified to step on heaven's road. Who? After adjusting his state of mind briefly, Fang Chun continued on his journey. The pressure of heaven's road was too strong. Even for him, if he was not careful, his life would be in danger. Let's not talk about whether he should save that person or not. Even if he wanted to save that person, he did not have the strength to do so. Along the way, Fang Chun met many experts from various big clans. Some of them were struggling to move forward, and some had fallen to the ground. Their bodies would explode at any moment. At the same time, Fang Chun also saw the various experts plotting against each other. Hong. After walking for about an hour, Fang Chun felt the pressure of heaven's road getting stronger. Every step he took, he would feel his breathing becoming faster. Could this be the test of heaven's road? If I can't pass the test, I won't be qualified to enter the Immortal Academy of Creation? Fang Chun murmured. His heart was filled with shock. Even with his physical strength, it was difficult for him to resist, let alone those ordinary warriors. As expected of the Immortal Academy of Creation, the threshold is so high that it's amazing. As soon as Fang Chun's voice fell, a deafening sound suddenly came from behind him. Oh no! When Fang Chun felt a powerful force coming from behind him, he cursed inwardly and hurriedly controlled his body to dodge. However, this was heaven's road. Even his space-time escape technique had no effect here. Dong! Although he moved his body, he was still hit by the fist radiance. Fang Chun's body immediately staggered, and he took many steps back. His qi and blood were tumbling inside his body, and his internal organs were shaking. He struggled to stabilize his body. His eyes were full of anger as he turned around. Kid, you're really lucky. The person who came was a star Venerable Realm Elder of the Divine Tiger Clan. When he saw Fang Chun, he was also a little surprised. The immortal calamity lotus of the Divine Tiger Clan had been snatched away by Fang Chun. The two had long been enemies. Meeting in this place, they naturally wanted to kill each other. Trash like you is qualified to step on heaven's road? The star Venerable Realm Elder of the Divine Tiger Clan sneered and immediately attacked. There was a layer of light purple halo on the surface of his skin. It was this halo that resisted the pressure of heaven's road, allowing him to attack Fang Chun without restraint. Hong! The two fists collided and a powerful force rushed out. Fang Chun's body kept retreating. At the same time, he felt that the pressure of heaven's road on him was getting stronger. How could this be? Fang Chun was a little puzzled. Why was he restrained by the pressure of heaven's road, but the other party could move forward so calmly? It's his body. Looking over, Fang Chun finally realized that something was amiss. He carefully sensed that the faint purple halo around the star Venerate Realm Elder of the Divine Tiger Clan contained a special power. A defensive halo formed from the power of the Divine Tiger Clan's bloodline? Soon after, Fang Chun's eyes rotated as his mouth parted into a smile. Kid, you should be proud to die in heaven's road. The elder of the Divine Tiger Clan roared and attacked Fang Chun. Lu Xingxing. Suddenly, Fang Chun shouted and stared at the back of the elder of the Divine Tiger Clan. After hearing the three words, Lu Xingxing, the elder of the Divine Tiger Clan's attack obviously stopped. He turned his head to look. However, at this moment, Fang Chun launched a fierce and overbearing attack. The hidden star sword whizzed out, and an illusory sword was forcefully displayed. Poochie! By the time the elder of the Divine Tiger Clan reacted, the hidden star sword had already pierced the light purple halo. At the same time, the black hole bloodline power emerged and penetrated the elder of the Divine Tiger Clan's skin, and the light purple halo was broken. Crack! Under the powerful attack of the black hole bloodline, the light purple halo was unable to resist. Not good. The light purple halo was the defensive halo condensed by the Divine Tiger Clan's bloodline. It was also the biggest reliance to enter Heaven's road. Now that it was broken by Fang Chen, the elder cried out involuntarily. At the same time, a series of explosion sounds came from his body. Bang! Blood mist gushed out. Without the light purple halo, he was unable to resist the pressure of Heaven's road. Condense. The elder of the Divine Tiger clan hurriedly urged the bloodline power to condense the light purple halo, but it was useless. Without the protection of the defensive halo, his body was far inferior to Fang Chen's. Crack! The pressure of Heaven's road descended and instantly crushed his body, turning him into a pool of blood mist. Miserable screams could be heard endlessly. You brought this upon yourself, Fang Chen said indifferently, then put away the hidden star sword and continued to move forward. After this battle, Fang Chen was even more afraid of Heaven's road. I don't know where Brother Lu went, Fang Chen murmured. With Lu Xingxing's reputation, no one should have any ideas about him. Rumble. After Fang Chen continued to move forward for 6 hours, the weather suddenly became bad. Above the rainbow bridge, rolling thunderclouds appeared. The deafening sound of thunder resounded through the sky. Thunder dragons danced, turning the world in front into a sea of thunder. The terrifying sound of thunder made everyone tremble. Many people stopped in front of the sea of thunder. They were a little afraid. Of course, there were some warriors who thought they could withstand the attack of the sea of thunder and rushed forward. What a terrifying sea of thunder! Chapter 2891. Is this the legendary Heavenly Road Lightning Tribulation? A voice came from the crowd. What? Is there really a Heavenly Road Lightning Tribulation? It's over. We actually encountered a Heavenly Road Lightning Tribulation. Damn it. When many people heard the words Heavenly Road Lightning Tribulation, their faces turned pale and they were very afraid. However, there were also some demons who were very arrogant. They thought that the Heavenly Road Lightning Tribulation was exaggerated by the outside world and was not as powerful as they imagined. Humph, it's just a Heavenly Road Lightning Tribulation. The strongest thing about us Thunder Barbarians is our physical body, and we mainly cultivate the Thunder element, a Thunder Barbarian said disdainfully. That's right. The Heavenly Road Lightning Tribulation is just a dispensable test for us, another Thunder Barbarian said. Many people shook their heads when they saw this. The Thunder Barbarians had always liked to boast, and they did not believe them. You Thunder Barbarians are so powerful. Why are you stopping here? A mocking voice came from the dark. The clansmen of the Thunder Barbarian Beast Tribe sneered. Fine, I'll let you ants see how powerful we are. The Thunder Barbarian who had spoken earlier turned into a stream of light and was extremely fast. Everyone exclaimed. They did not expect the Thunder Barbarians to be so fast in the Heavenly Road. It was very shocking. In a flash, the Thunder Barbarian was infinitely close to the Thunder Sea. At this time, a layer of dense thunder patterns appeared on the surface of his huge body. These thunder patterns contained the power of thunder. Roar. With a furious roar, the lightning barbarian charged into the sea of lightning bolts with an indomitable will. Did he make it? Many people widened their eyes and looked in the direction of the Thunder Sea. I said that the Heavenly Road Lightning Tribulation is nothing to us Thunder Barbarians. Many of the Thunder Barbarians sneered. Boom. However, just as he finished speaking, there was an explosion. Flesh and blood flew everywhere and thunder element blood sprayed out from the Thunder Sea. Someone recognized that the flesh and blood came from the Thunder Barbarian just now. Humph, the Thunder Barbarians are just SOSO. They said that they were so disdainful of the Heavenly Road Lightning Tribulation, but they died in the Thunder Sea. How sad. The Thunder Barbarians are just an undeserved reputation. Countless mocking voices came from the dark. Stupid humans, how can one person represent the entire Thunder Barbarian tribe? The Thunder Barbarians were still arguing and at the same time, they wanted to intimidate many human warriors. As time went by, more and more barbarians, one after another, the Thunder Barbarians rushed into the Thunder Sea. Rumble. The Thunder Barbarians, no matter how strong the physical bodies of the Thunder Barbarians were, they could not pass through the Thunder Sea and died one after another. For a moment, even the Lightning Barbarian clan fell into silence. They did not care about the mocking voices in the dark. Yes, it is said that the Heavenly Path's lightning tribulation will appear at any time. Once it appears, it will become the biggest obstacle for people to enter the Academy of Eternity. Many people were filled with helplessness towards the Heavenly Road's lightning tribulation. Among the crowd, Fang Chun carefully observed the Sea of Lightning. During this period of time, the Thunder Barbarians had a rough understanding of the Thunder Sea. The Thunder Dragons in the sky can be traced. Inside the Thunder Sea there are complicated rules. Although the Thunder Barbarians have strong bodies, they are simple-minded and can't see through the rules in the Thunder Sea. They deserve to die, Fang Chun thought to himself. At this moment, countless exclamations came from the crowd. Ha ha ha, you ants, did you see that? The Thunder Barbarians have passed the Heavenly Road lightning tribulation. Just now, an expert of the Thunder Barbarian tribe had successfully passed the Heavenly Road lightning tribulation. This made the Thunder Barbarians, who had been quiet, even more arrogant. The Thunder Barbarian tribe is not something that you idiots can imagine. Fang Chun shook his head and ignored the boasting of the Thunder Barbarians. He walked straight to the Thunder Sea. What does he want to do? All eyes fell on Fang Chun. Humph, stupid human. Your body is not half as strong as mine. How dare you pass the Heavenly Road lightning tribulation? You're courting death. That's right. Humans always overestimate themselves. Just wait to collect your corpse. The Thunder Barbarians were disdainful of Fang Chun. Rumble. The vast power of thunder filled the sky. When Fang Chun arrived at the Thunder Sea, he felt a strong pressure. 1. He activated the chaotic origin sword body and stood in front of the Thunder Sea, waiting quietly. When the Thunder Barbarians saw this, a new round of mockery began. He's just playing to the gallery. Now he's showing his true face? He doesn't even dare to step into the Thunder Sea. What right does he have to be compared with the Thunder Barbarians? Humph, I'd like to see how long he can pretend to be mysterious. Maybe he's just trying to attract our attention. Drip. Time passed. Fang Chun stayed in front of the Thunder Sea for 15 minutes. At a certain moment, he suddenly looked up. The Thunder Dragons in the sky swooped down and exploded in the Thunder Sea. The explosion of tens of thousands of Thunder Dragons was a critical point. Fang Chun was waiting for this moment. When the explosive power of the Thunder Dragons in the Thunder Sea spread out, he jumped into the Thunder Sea. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The violent power of thunder kept pressing down on him. However, Fang Chun's body skillfully avoided the trajectory of the Thunder Sea and quickly passed through the Thunder Sea. Boom! When he arrived at the center of the Thunder Sea, he stopped and looked at the Thunder Barbarians outside the Thunder Sea with his dark eyes. His eyes were full of sarcasm. Damn it! The Thunder Barbarians were furious. This was a provocation to their Thunder Barbarians. Then, Fang Chun's eyes fell on the thunderclouds in the sky. The thunder calamity in the Heavenly Road was a death barrier to everyone, but at the same time, it was a holy place for cultivation. The thunder calamity in the Heavenly Road existed to prevent the weak from entering the Immortal Academy of Creation. On the other hand, it was to temper the physical body of martial artists. Of course, Fang Chun didn't know all this. It was the Immortal Calamity Lotus who told him. It had lived in the Immortal Divine Mountains for countless years and had seen countless experts. It learned about this from their mouth. Everyone thinks that the thunder calamity in the Heavenly Road is a disaster, but they don't know that the thunder dragons in the center of the thunder calamity are very pure. It's amazing to use them to temper the physical body, the Immortal Calamity Lotus said calmly. At the same time, he directed Fang Chun to the right place. Stay in this circle. Don't go out or you'll be blasted to pieces by the thunder dragons, the immortal calamity Lotus warned. Fang Chen nodded and pushed his physical strength to the extreme. He opened his arms to welcome the thunder dragons. Rumble! Several shocking lightning dragons struck Fang Chen's body, resulting in a shocking shockwave. However, Fang Chen looked as if nothing had happened. At the same time, everyone was shocked to find that the power of thunder was absorbed by his body. Layers of lightning patterns had appeared on his skin. He's using the thunder calamity in the heavenly road to temper his physical body? The thunder barbarian expert cried out. Is he crazy? That's the thunder calamity in the heavenly road. I've never heard of anyone who dared to bathe in it to temper their physical body. At this moment, not only the thunder barbarians, but all the human warriors gathered here were dumbfounded. Looking at him, it seems that the thunder dragons can't affect him at all. On the contrary, they're tempering his body. Is the center of the Thunder Sea a safe zone? Someone suddenly said. It must be so. Otherwise, how can a warrior of the life-ancient realm resist the powerful pressure of the thunder calamity in the heavenly road? The purpose of the thunder calamity in the heavenly road is definitely not just to stop weak warriors. For a moment, everyone's eyes were filled with passion. Think about it, using the thunder calamity in the heavenly road to temper one's physical body. This was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Everyone was eager to rush into the center of the Thunder Sea and bathe in the baptism of the heavenly road's thunder calamity. Several members of the Thunder Barbarian tribe rushed straight into the Thunder Sea. Boom! The Thunder Dragon swooped down and exploded. The Thunder Barbarian's flesh and blood instantly flew everywhere. A basin of cold water was poured on everyone's heads. They retracted their step. What's going on? The Thunder Barbarians were puzzled and roared in anger. A helpless voice came from the crowd. Chapter 2892. Everyone was enlightened. That's right, without strength, how could one reach the center of the lightning sea? Thinking of this, everyone took in a breath of cold air. Especially the Thunder Barbarian tribe that mocked Fang Chen previously, their faces turned ashen. Just now, their tribe looked down on Fang Chen and mocked Fang Chen, thinking that Fang Chen was courting death. But the latter used his actions to slap them in the face. The Thunder Barbarians felt their faces burning. Although one of their tribe had successfully withstood the heavenly road lightning tribulation, he did not reach the center of the lightning sea. How can one reach the center of the lightning sea? Someone asked. Since he can do it, he must have a way. Let's work together and find the flaw. We will definitely find a way to break it. For a moment, everyone fell silent and began to rack their brains. And in the center of the lightning sea, Fang Chen's fleshly body had been tempered to a certain extent. Boom! Above the lightning sea, a thick lightning dragon swooped down. The entire sky turned dark as if the end of the world had arrived. It was very terrifying. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the lightning dragon swooping down. His body trembled and sword chi surrounded his skin. In history, there have only been 9 heavenly road lightning tribulations. Only a few could withstand it. The Immortal Calamity Lotus said, those who successfully withstood the 9 heavenly road lightning tribulations eventually became Emperor Realm experts. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled slightly. At the same time, the first lightning tribulation bombarded his body. Gotcha! The first lightning tribulation was not too strong. Fang Chen easily withstood it with his chaotic origin sword body. Crackle, crackle! The lightning dragon bombarded his body. Lightning runes flickered and the lightning energy was absorbed by his body. Following that, the second lightning tribulation swooped down. Fang Chen could easily withstand the first few lightning tribulations, but from the 5th lightning tribulation, Fang Chen felt a trace of pressure. He had to go all out to deal with it. The 6th and 7th lightning tribulations. The 2 lightning tribulations struck down one after another. The power of the chaotic origin sword body was raised to the maximum, allowing its defense to reach its peak. After barely withstanding the seventh lightning tribulation, Fang Chen's face was a little pale. His forehead was full of sweat, and his body looked like it would collapse at any moment. 2 more. Meanwhile, the eighth tribulation descended from the sky. The power of this lightning tribulation had already exceeded the total power of the previous 7 lightning tribulations. Its attack power was so strong that it was daunting. What should we do? Fang Chen's eyes flashed with determination. Soon after, he closed his eyes and continuously formed seals with his hands. When the 8th bolt of tribulation lightning struck down, he stretched out his right hand to block it. Crack! In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's left hand suddenly slapped his right shoulder. A crisp sound rang out as his right arm was instantly broken, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Veins were squirming on Fang Chen's forehead. He forcefully endured the pain coming from his severed arm. The energy of the chaotic origin sword body filled his entire body. Seeing this, the immortal calamity life lotus sighed. Why are you doing this? Fang Chen had bet his future on the 9th tribulation lightning. He hoped that the 9th tribulation lightning could transform his chaotic origin sword body. Otherwise, not only would he lose his arm, he would also lose his life. I have no other choice. Fang Chen gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. Hong. The 9th tribulation lightning struck down. Fang Chen did the same thing. His left arm absorbed the energy of the tribulation lightning and automatically severed his left arm. The difference was that his eyes were scarlet. He had pushed his chaotic origin sword body to the extreme and crazily absorbed the energy of the tribulation lightning. He wanted to use this to break through. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After the tribulation lightning destroyed his left arm, it soon dissipated in the sea of lightning. Fang Chen was disappointed when he saw this. Did I fail? Fang Chen murmured. His heart was filled with unwillingness. Severing his arm was tantamount to severing his cultivation path. His eyes were scarlet as he entered a savage state. Be careful. The voice of the immortal calamity life lotus suddenly sounded. Fang Chen sensed something and immediately raised his head. He was shocked to find that the tribulation lightning that had ended had gathered again. Dense thunderclouds covered the entire heavens road. Under the dark thunderclouds, a terrifying lightning vortex rapidly appeared and spun crazily. Within the vortex, a shocking lightning dragon slowly poked its head out. Seeing the lightning dragon, Fang Chen's heart trembled and his breathing became hurried. The 10th tribulation lightning? The immortal calamity life lotus cried out. He had never heard that there was a 10th tribulation lightning in the heavens road. What was going on? When the Sky One Sword Emperor, Void Primogenitor and other peerless experts entered the Immortal Academy of Fortune and experienced the tribulation lightning, only 9 tribulation lightning appeared. The immortal calamity life lotus's words were filled with shock. Not far away on the heavens road, many human and demon race cultivators were racking their brains to come up with a countermeasure. Suddenly, there was an uproar among the crowd. Following that, everyone was attracted by the vast lightning dragon in the sky. What is that? Is it the legendary ultimate tribulation lightning? Someone exclaimed, and the others' breathing became hurried. The tribulation lightning in the heavens road was already terrifying enough. They did not expect that this person could attract the ultimate tribulation lightning, a powerful tribulation lightning that only existed in legends. It's too terrifying. There is actually such a powerful tribulation lightning in the world. I can feel that the aura emitted by the ultimate tribulation lightning will destroy my primordial spirit. He's dead. No one can resist the power of the ultimate tribulation lightning. Everyone was discussing animatedly, unable to hide the shock in their hearts. Many of the Thunder Barbarians looked at Fang Chen with jealousy, wishing that he would be killed by the ultimate tribulation lightning. Dong, dong, dong. An ancient sound came from the thunderclouds. It was as shocking as the sound of a bell. The 10th tribulation lightning did not disappoint and swooped down. Roar! The lightning dragon opened its bloody mouth, and a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. At the same time, it spewed out a terrifying dragon's breath that directly enveloped Fang Chen. Damn it! Fang Chen cursed when he saw the situation. He had severed his arm and his strength was greatly reduced. It was almost impossible for him to resist the 10th tribulation lightning. What should I do? Fang Chen's mind was thinking rapidly. He did not want to give up. There were still many things that he had not done. He did not want to leave this world with regret. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Even if I die, I will die standing." At this moment, sword chi swept across the sea of lightning. The raging sword chi surrounded Fang Chen's body, and he circulated his chaotic origin sword body to the maximum. Fang Chen had unleashed all the power that he could muster. If he could not even block this, he would have no regret. Come on. Let me see how strong the so-called 10th tribulation lightning is. Fang Chen shouted. The lightning dragon in the sky seemed to be moving slowly, but it was actually extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Fang Chen. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon breath that the lightning dragon breathed out enveloped Fang Chen. The latter's body was instantly destroyed. I can't die. Fang Chen's will supported him as he continued to resist. The sword chi in his body soared to the sky. The invincible sword Dao and chaotic origin sword body circulated rapidly and fused together. However, following a loud explosion, the last layer of protection was shattered, and the 10th tribulation lightning arrived. Gotcha! Fang Chen's body did not have any strength to resist and was instantly shattered. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere. In the distance, the lightning barbarians sneered. The other human martial artists were dumbfounded and their hearts were filled with shock. Is it over? Someone asked after the shock. How can a human martial artist withstand the strength of the ultimate tribulation lightning? He is courting death. He can't blame anyone. That's right. Under such a tribulation lightning, his body and soul would have been destroyed. Many members of the Thunder Barbarian tribe mocked. The human martial artists had different expressions and were speechless for a long time. The rolling thunder sea regained its calmness as if nothing had happened. However, the lightning dragon formed by the 10th tribulation lightning was still hovering above the thunder sea. Drip. In the thunder sea, blood and chi were surging. Fang Chen's body was completely shattered. Dongming Mountain also left Fang Chen's body and floated in the thunder sea. What a pity! The immortal calamity Lotus sighed. If it were not for the 10th tribulation lightning, Fang Chen's name would definitely go down in history and he would be comparable to those Emperor Realm experts in the future. Dong! A voice suddenly rang out from the calm sea of lightning. Although the sound was soft, it attracted the attention of many people. Chapter 2893. He's not dead. The immortal calamity Lotus was the first to react. It was rooted in Immortal Cave Mountain, which was closely related to Fang Chen. The moment the thunder sea rolled, Immortal Cave Mountain reacted, and the immortal calamity Lotus naturally discovered it. It was extremely shocked. It originally thought that Fang Chen would be turned into ashes under the 10th thunder tribulation. Who would have thought that there would be such a big turnaround? What's going on? At this moment, even the immortal calamity Lotus didn't understand. The martial artists on the heaven road in the distance widened their eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. Then, a miracle happened. Roar! The thunder dragon roared as if it wanted to completely strangle Fang Chen, but the thunder sea shook and seemed to show signs of shattering. Blood mist spewed out and gathered together. Under everyone's gaze, a ball of primordial spirit light floated out of the blood mist. I see. A cheerful voice came from the ball of primordial spirit light. After experiencing the crisis of life and death, Fang Chen finally understood that this was the true meaning of destruction and reconstruction. Whoosh! The ball of primordial spirit light suddenly moved, and the blood mist gathered. All the sword intent in the heavens was added to his ball of primordial spirit light. A brand new physical body was being reconstructed at lightning speed. Reconstructing a physical body? The immortal calamity Lotus didn't understand. How did Fang Chen escape from the 10th Thunder Tribulation? Even if his primordial spirit was powerful, it was impossible, right? In a flash, Fang Chen's physical body was reconstructed. On the surface of his skin, the halo of sword chi flashed with shocking power. He gently raised his hand. Sword, come. Whoosh, whoosh. The sea of lightning surged, and dense sword chi rushed from all directions. These sword chi towered over the clouds, and their auras were unstoppable. Whoosh. When the sword chi penetrated the thunder sea, all the power in the thunder sea was dispersed. In the end, these sword chi drilled into Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen's body floated in the air, staring at the ferocious thunder dragon and grinning. The current him was not afraid of the 10th tribulation lightning, because the moment he reconstructed his fleshy body, his chaotic origin sword body had truly evolved into the primal chaos sword body. Is this the chaos sword body? Fang Chen murmured with an uncontrollable smile on his face. Now that he thought about it, it was the wisest decision to sever both his arms in order to attain the chaotic origin sword body. Now, his whole body was unharmed, and his defense was at its strongest. Roar! The thunder dragon roared and swooped down. However, its power was no longer enough to make Fang Chen retreat. The latter gently raised his palm and slapped the thunder dragon's head. Crack! The powerful sword chi instantly pierced through the lightning dragon's head and detonated it. Rumble! The explosion of the lightning dragon caused the sea of lightning to tremble, and Fang Chen, from beginning to end, stood quietly in the middle of the sea of lightning, as if everything had nothing to do with him. The primal chaos sword body was the strongest sword body in history. After years of hard work, he finally succeeded. At this moment, Fang Chen felt that the Heavenly Road's lightning tribulation was insignificant. Ha ha ha, good fella, the primal chaos sword body. The immortal calamity life Lotus was the happiest. He shouted excitedly. In the history of the Heavenly Road, 9 lightning tribulations was the limit. But Fang Chen attracted the 10th lightning tribulation. Eventually, Xue Ying succeeded in evolving his chaotic origin sword body into the primal chaos sword body. Amazing! The immortal calamity life Lotus's heart was filled with admiration. Crack! Finally, the sea of lightning could no longer withstand the impact of the thunder dragon's explosion and shattered. The thunderclouds in the sky also scattered with the wind. The sea of lightning collapsed, and the lightning energy rushed to the side of the Heavenly Road like a torrent. Many warriors were shocked when they saw this. Run! They no longer cared about being shocked by Fang Chen's strength. The most important thing now was to escape from the Heavenly Wheel. Otherwise, they would definitely die when the lightning energy rushed over. The densely packed figures scattered in an uproar. The torrent rolled and swept across the entire Heavenly Road. Voila! The immortal cave mountain returned to Fang Chen's body. The immortal calamity life Lotus sighed. Kid, you're too amazing. Fang Chen smiled. After evolving into the primal chaos sword body, his understanding of the sword Tao had reached a whole new level. His defense had reached the highest level. Even a Saint Realm expert would find it difficult to break his body. Let's go. Fang Chen took a step and disappeared at the end of the Heavenly Road. On the peak of Mount Laojun, many weak warriors were looking at the Heavenly Road with burning eyes. But they did not dare to step on the Heavenly Road. Damn it, the Heavenly Road is right in front of us, but we don't dare to step on it. It's all our fault for not cultivating hard. Now that the opportunity is here, we can't grasp it. Damn it, my physical strength is only one step away from a breakthrough. Time waits for no one. Many martial artists let out all sorts of sighs. Rumble. At this moment, the void door trembled and the rainbow bridge began to shake. What's going on? Did something happen to the heavenly road? Someone exclaimed. Their eyes widened as they stared at the void door. Whoosh! A moment later, a few figures escaped from the void door. Some of them were from the Thunder Barbarian tribe. Without exception, they were all in a sorry state. They were badly mutilated and had almost died. Crack! After they escaped, the void door finally could not withstand the impact of the thunder torrent and shattered. The moment the void gate collapsed, the entire heavens road shook. Cracks appeared on the heavenly road. The cracks spread, and in the blink of an eye, the heavenly road broke. The heavenly road broke? What the hell is going on? Someone exclaimed. They could not imagine that such a sturdy heavenly road would show signs of breaking. Could it be that our opportunity has been cut off? Dong! When the last deafening sound was heard, the heavenly road completely broke and the rainbow bridge dissipated. Mount Laojun regained its tranquility once again. Only the hearts of many warriors were in turmoil. The disappearance of the heavenly road meant that their path of cultivation had been cut off. What happened? Someone walked to the few people who had taken out their weapons and asked. Too powerful. The person shook his head frantically. He seemed to be overly surprised. What happened on the heavenly road? The person turned to look at the many Thunder Barbarian tribe demons. At this moment, their faces were also pale. After a long time, one of the Thunder Barbarian demons said in a hoarse voice, "A human warrior withstood the ultimate thunder tribulation of the heavenly road. He shattered the thunder sea and broke the heavenly road." What? Hearing this, everyone was speechless. They did not dare to believe it. But when the other Thunder Barbarian demons and the remaining warriors said the news in unison, they finally believed it. How is that possible? How can there be such a powerful combat power in this world? He withstood the ultimate thunder tribulation, shattered the thunder sea, and broke the heavenly road by himself? At first, there were still people who did not know what the ultimate thunder tribulation was, but when others explained, they were dumbfounded. I once heard an expert say that there were at most 9 thunder tribulations on the heavenly road in history. But now there is a 10th. It's unbelievable. Who is this person? Is he more powerful than those Emperor Realm experts? This person's potential is really terrifying. If he comes out of the Immortal Academy of Fortune, the primordial chaos will change. On Mount Laojun, everyone was shocked. After countless years, he was the first person to draw out and withstand the 10th thunder tribulation of the heavenly road. Moreover, he shattered the thunder sea and broke the heavenly road. It was too unbelievable. Their minds were full of shock. After this news spread, the immortal divine mountain was shocked. After the shock, the many warriors on Mount Laojun were full of helplessness. Now the heavenly road was broken. They did not even have the chance to find opportunities. The heavenly road is broken, and the Immortal Academy of Fortune is closed. I don't know when it will appear again. Forget it. We might not be able to survive even if we go in. Some people were full of regret, while others felt a lingering fear. At that time, if they were a bit late, they might have followed in the footsteps of those people. The lightning torrent was too powerful. It was simply a killing machine. The Thunder Barbarian tribe originally had many clansmen, but now there were only a few left. Their faces were ashen. This time they had taken a big tumble. The thunder sea was broken, and the heavenly road was broken. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 2894. The Immortal Academy of Creation was mysterious. Back then, the Immortal Emperor had established the Immortal Academy of Creation with his powerful means. His name was well known in the Chaos Realm. All of the great emperors were astonished. The Immortal Academy of Creation was built to cultivate experts for the Chaos Realm. The Immortal Emperor had spent his life perfecting the Academy of Creation. After that, Heaven's path would appear every once in a while. Most of the martial artists who came out of the Immortal Academy of Creation had become unparalleled experts. It was as vast as the sea, with no end in sight. When Fang Chen passed through the light screen at the end of Heaven's Path, he found himself in a spacious square. There were white jade statues around the square, and a powerful aura shrouded the square. This is the Immortal Academy of Creation? Fang Chen murmured, puzzled. The rich heavenly energy in the air surged wildly. The Chaos Sword body operated on its own, quickly absorbing the heavenly energy. Fang Chen felt that this was a sacred place for cultivation. Suddenly, the origin spirit in his mind trembled. Immediately after, he discovered that something was amiss. The rules in the Immortal Academy of Creation were different from the rules in the outside world. Is the legend true? The Immortal Emperor changed the rules in the Immortal Academy of Creation? Fang Chen's heart raced. How powerful must a person be to be able to change the rules? Only the legendary sovereigns could control the supreme rules. Could it be that the Immortal Emperor had reached the level of sovereigns? According to the information he had received in the past, Fang Chen analyzed it carefully. Needless to say, the Immortal Emperor might have reached the legendary sovereign's level. So far, the Immortal Emperor was the strongest expert in the Chaos realm. Even the Reincarnation Sword Emperor and the Sky One Sword Emperor were far inferior to the Immortal Emperor. The supreme rules have changed, and it's more suitable for cultivation. Comprehending the Tao in the Immortal Academy of Creation is twice the result with half the effort. Fang Chen grinned, feeling excited. No wonder so many people wanted to enter the Immortal Academy of Creation. This was a sacred place for cultivation. It was hard to imagine how the Immortal Emperor did it. Let's find a place to cultivate first. Fang Chen knew that he was too weak. Compared to other supreme gods, there was no way he could compare. It wasn't easy to enter the Immortal Academy of Fortune, so he naturally had to seize this opportunity. Hoo! Fang Chen's figure flickered and left the square. Not long after, he arrived at a mountain stream. A 10,000 feet tall cliff rose steeply from the ground. Lush flowers and plants grew on top of the cliff, making the entire mountain stream look much more youthful and vigorous. The powerful waterfall rumbled down. When it swooped down, it hit the stones on the ground with a deafening sound. What a powerful aura! Fang Chen stood not far away, gazing at the waterfall that flowed straight down. He was shocked. Perhaps only the imperishable Institute of Creation could emit such a powerful pressure from a mere waterfall. This place is relatively safe and well hidden. Most people would have a hard time finding this place, Fang Chen said with a nod. In fact, he had chosen this place after careful consideration, because the heavenly energy below the waterfall was denser. Furthermore, Fang Chen could vaguely feel that the supreme law here contained a stronger sword Tao energy. Fang Chen leaped and sat cross-legged on a stone. Voila! Above the 10,000 feet tall cliff, the majestic waterfall swooped down and hit Fang Chen's body. Sword Qi revolved around his body, and his sword intent soared to the 9 heavens. The primal chaos sword body automatically activated, raising his defense to the highest level, allowing the waterfall to hit him. If it was the chaotic origin sword body, I wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of the waterfall, Fang Chen said. But now, the primal chaos sword body could withstand it easily. From this point, one could see that the primal chaos sword body was many times stronger than the chaotic origin sword body. The strongest sword body since ancient times was indeed worthy of its reputation. The majestic waterfall hit Fang Chen's body and swept him into the water. This was equivalent to tempering Fang Chen's body while protecting Fang Chen at the same time. Fang Chen was confident that even star venerables wouldn't be able to barge into the waterfall and disturb his cultivation. This way, he would be able to cultivate in peace and tranquility. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. 1. Amidst the surrounding supreme laws, traces of sword Tao power slowly penetrated into Fang Chen's mind. He was comprehending the supreme laws and sword Tao at the same time. Immortal Academy of Creation. Although it was an academy, its surface area was extremely vast. No one could walk through it. In a certain empty space, two men appeared out of thin air. That was close. The man with dashing eyebrows heaved a sigh of relief after looking around. Yes, the heavenly road's lightning calamity is too strong. Fortunately, our chaotic origin sword body is strong enough. Otherwise, we would have died in the sea of lightning. The other man in golden armor said with lingering fear. The two entered Immortal Academy of Creation from other heavenly road. They had also experienced the heavenly road's lightning calamity. But unlike Feng Chen, they didn't resist the ultimate lightning calamity. Instead, they went around the center of the Sea of Lightning and entered it. Immortal Academy of Creation is known as a cultivation holy land for martial artists. It truly lives up to its reputation. This is an opportunity that belongs to us. We must not miss it, the man with dashing eyebrows said. Let's find a place to cultivate first. We'll look for opportunities after we've succeeded. The opening of Immortal Academy of Creation shook the entire immemorial primal chaos. Many experts from various clans entered. Although the two of them weren't weak, they didn't dare to become enemies with the entire world. There's a mountain stream in front. Let's go take a look, the man with dashing eyebrows suggested after hearing the majestic sound of the waterfall. The two of them quickly passed through the forest and saw the mountain stream. What a magnificent waterfall! The man with dashing eyebrows sighed. The impact of the waterfall is too strong. Even with my chaotic origin sword body, I can't resist it. When the golden-armored male looked at the waterfall, his eyes suddenly shrank. He frowned. Someone is under the waterfall? Hearing the words of the golden-armored male, the man with dashing eyebrows was startled. When he saw Feng Chen, he cried out in disbelief. How is this possible? How could he resist the impact of the waterfall? The two of them were in a mess. They thought that it was an unparalleled expert cultivating once again. But when they observed carefully, they were shocked to discover that the other party was actually an ancient god. Impossible. Even the strongest ancient god can't resist such a powerful impact. The golden-armored male shook his head and said solemnly, "This person must have a secret treasure on him." At this point, the golden-armored male chuckled. His face revealed a sinister expression. Seeing this, the man with dashing eyebrows licked his dry lip. He rubbed his palms and said, "If we can obtain the supreme treasure on him, we can cultivate under the waterfall. Who knows, our chaotic origin sword body might become stronger again. Let me try." After saying that, the man with dashing eyebrows waved the sword in his hand. Immediately, a black sword light shot out from the world. The black sword light contained a bloody sword Tao energy. It pierced through the void and appeared in front of the waterfall in an instant. Gotcha! When the black sword light collided with the waterfall, it instantly cracked. The man with dashing eyebrows was speechless. The power of the waterfall was too strong. His attack was blocked so easily. What should we do? That person has been cultivating under the waterfall. We have to think of a way to break through the waterfall, the man with dashing eyebrows said anxiously. The golden-armored male pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "Passing through the waterfall isn't too realistic. Since that's the case, we can attack from a distance." Saying this, the golden-armored male gave a sinister smile. Soon after, he opened his mouth and an ear-piercing eagle cry resounded through the sky. 1. The eagle cry became louder and louder, forming a powerful sound wave attack in the void. It passed through the waterfall and landed in Feng Chen's ears. Amazing! The man with dashing eyebrows gave the golden-armored male a thumbs up and sighed. The golden-armored male was called Ing Wushuang. He was a genius of the Eagle Sword sect. He mainly cultivated the Sword Dao and also the sound wave attack technique. The Eagle Cry secret technique he executed was the legendary strongest sound wave attack of the Eagle Sword sect. Gotcha! The screeching of the eagle in the void gathered into circles of ripples and blasted towards Fang Chun. At this moment, within the waterfall, Fang Chun, who was sitting cross-legged, was comprehending the supreme law and sword Tao when he suddenly felt his primordial spirit tremble. Chapter 2895. His sharp eyes looked into the distance. Ing Wushuang and Shao Li were looking over. Fang Chun frowned, very displeased. Anyone who was interrupted in the middle of enlightenment would be unhappy, not to mention that Fang Chun was at a critical juncture. He didn't know how long it would take for him to enter the state of enlightenment again. Seeing Fang Chun stand up, Ing Wushuang, who was also the golden-armored man, sneered, "Fellow Taoist, it's unfortunate that we also have our eyes on this place and want to cultivate here. Why don't you give this place to us? Also, hand over your treasures, or you'll die without a burial place." Shao Li said coldly, "Don't think we can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in the waterfall. As long as you're in the eternal courtyard of fortune, don't even think about escaping from us." Fang Chun was already very angry, but when he heard these words, he became even more furious. "Do you want to die? Ridiculous, you think you can kill us? Do you know who we are?" Shao Li said disdainfully, "There's no need for Ing Wushuang to do anything. I alone can kill you." Fang Chun had never heard of Ing Wushuang's name, and didn't care who he was. He only knew that the two people in front of him were only in the life-ancient realm. Fang Chun had never been afraid of anyone in the same realm. "Didn't you hear what we said? Hand over your treasures and get out of the waterfall, and we'll spare your life," Shao Li said coldly. Fang Chun frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Ing Wushuang beat him to it. "If you keep hiding in the waterfall, we'll keep harassing you. I'm afraid you don't want to waste time, right?" Ing Wushuang said indifferently, his words full of threat. Hearing this, Fang Chun stepped out of the waterfall and appeared in front of the two. Fang Chun looked down at the two and said coldly, "You two, cut off one of your arms and hand over all your treasures. Then I'll spare your lives." The way he saw it, the two of them were too weak, and were not his match at all. "Once I make a move, all of you will definitely die." Wushuang laughed. His laughter was very arrogant. As a genius of the Eagle Sword sect, he had never encountered such an arrogant life-ancient realm martial artist. "Do you know who I am?" Ing Wushuang asked mockingly. Fang Chun shook his head. Shao Li sneered, "Ing Wushuang, brother Ing is a heaven's pride of the Eagle Sword sect. He's invincible in the life-ancient realm. Originally, you had a chance to escape, but now I've changed my mind. You can die now." As soon as he finished speaking, Shao Li attacked. The long sword in his hand suddenly danced. In the air above the mountain stream, unimaginable sword light whizzed out. In the next moment, these sword lights circled around and finally gathered together. When all the sword lights gathered together and fused with the long sword in Shao Li's hand, he moved. With lightning speed, he arrived in front of Fang Chun. Then, he stabbed the long sword in his hand at Fang Chun. Seeing this, Fang Chun didn't even lift his eyelid. His face was full of disdain. Pretentious. Seeing Fang Chun's expression, Ing Wushuang sneered and stood with his hands behind his back. Shao Li was completely enraged by Fang Chun's expression. He roared and the power in his body erupted again. The long sword in his hand trembled and directly pierced into Fang Chun's body. Gotcha! However, the moment the long sword touched Fang Chun's body, it froze and couldn't move an inch. Despite Shao Li's full strength, the long sword didn't move at all. What's going on? He was shocked to find that Fang Chun's body was surrounded by a dense halo of sword qi. His long sword was being looked down upon. "I've said it before. In my eyes, you're just trash." Boom! Fang Chun's body trembled. The terrifying chaos sword body suddenly erupted with a powerful force, shattering Shao Li's longsword. Poochie! Shao Li felt his chest shake. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Dong! When Shao Li's body hit the ground, Ing Wushuang hurriedly turned his head to look. When he saw Xiao Li's unfocused eyes, Ing Wushuang's face turned extremely gloomy. At the same time, a terrifying killing intent shot out from his eyes. You killed him? Ing Wushuang asked coldly. Reap what you sow, Fang Chen replied indifferently. Boom! Ing Wushuang's body erupted with a powerful force that went straight for Fang Chen. You've successfully enraged me. Now you'll pay the price with your life. Ing Wushuang made his move. He roared and waves of sound waves came out of his mouth. The secret skill of sound waves was displayed. In the sky, waves of sound waves rapidly surrounded Fang Chen and attacked his primordial spirit. However, Fang Chen was still very indifferent towards this. He stomped his feet and the ground cracked. At the same time, a vast force rushed towards his mind. Break! When Fang Chen said this word, the sound wave attack that drilled into his mind shattered, vanishing without a trace. Ing Wushuang's face changed when he saw this. He immediately took out his long sword and displayed the powerful swordsmanship of the Eagle Sword sect. Swoosh! Under Ing Wushuang's control, a sharp sword light quickly pierced towards Fang Chen. Although they were in the same realm, Ing Wushuang was much stronger than Xiao Li. Therefore, after seeing Ing Wushuang display his swordsmanship, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword. Invincible sword principle, illusory sword. A powerful sword light descended from the sky, suppressing Ing Wushuang's sword light. Crack! Ing Wushuang's sword light was unable to resist and shattered instantly. Retreat! Ing Wushuang retreated rapidly when he saw this. His eyes were filled with fear. Buzz! However, no matter how he retreated, it was useless. The power of the illusory sword was too strong. Even a star Venerable could not resist it, let alone Ing Wushuang. The sword suppressed Ing Wushuang, and the latter's defense was shattered. I am the genius of the Eagle Sword sect. My brother is the invincible eagle. You can't kill me. Ing Wushuang shouted at the critical moment. He wanted to scare Fang Chen with the name of the Eagle Sword sect and his brother, the invincible eagle. Are you threatening me? Fang Chen stood in the air. The huge hidden star sword pressed down on Ing Wushuang's body, making him unable to move. No, sensing Fang Chen's killing intent, Ing Wushuang screamed miserably and tried his best to resist. Crack! Fang Chen pressed his wrist down. The hidden star sword carried an invincible power and split Ing Wushuang in half. Boom! Ing Wushuang's body exploded and his primordial spirit was completely destroyed by the powerful attack of the illusory sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a while, the wild power in the air gradually calmed down. Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and stood with his hands behind his back. Looking at the bloodstains on the ground, he shook his head. As the saying goes, one can avoid the evils of heaven, but one cannot avoid the evils of one's own making. If Xiao Li and Ing Wushuang hadn't tried to snatch his supreme treasure and forced him out of the waterfall, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Whoosh! Fang Chen stomped his feet and returned to the waterfall. Far away in the forest, the trunk of a towering tree suddenly wriggled. Then, a chameleon raised its head and looked in the direction of the waterfall in horror. Then, it quickly left. The chameleon was shocked when it saw how Fang Chen killed Ing Wushuang. On a mountain peak in the Immortal institution of creation, a black-clothed man was sitting cross-legged. His robe was embroidered with a gorgeous eagle. Beside him was a huge sword that was emitting an extremely powerful aura. He was the chief disciple of the Eagle Sword sect and the strongest ancient god genius in the history of the Eagle Sword sect. His name was the Invincible Eagle. Whoosh! Suddenly, the cultivating Invincible Eagle opened his eyes. Soon after, his eyes were filled with bloody killing intent. Boom! His body emitted a vast power that caused the sky to change color. Wushuang! He had Ing Wushuang's life slip. Now that it had shattered, it meant that Ing Wushuang had died. Who dares to attack my brother? Invincible Eagle roared in anger. A few days later, a piece of news spread in the immortal institution of creation. A mysterious warrior had killed Ing Wushuang with a single sword. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Many warriors were shocked. Invincible Eagle immediately found the chameleon to ask for an answer. That day when I was hiding in the forest, I saw it clearly. That guy was too strong. His sword skills were simply invincible. With one slash, Ing Wushuang couldn't resist at all and was split in half. Recalling what he saw that day, the chameleon felt a lingering fear. Chapter 2896. That day, Ing Wudi spread the news that he was going to tear his brother's murderer into pieces. When this news spread out, it caused a huge commotion. Even though the Immortal Academy of Creation had only been open for a short period of time, Ing Wushuang had already entered the Immortal Ancient God list and was ranked in the top 20. His strength was extraordinary. Have you heard? Ing Wudi is angry. This guy is dead for sure. I wonder who dared to kill Ing Wushuang. He's courting death. I heard from the chameleon that the person killed Ing Wushuang with a single strike. He must be very strong. He might not be afraid of Ing Wudi. For a moment, the crowd had all kinds of guesses about Fang Qin. In front of the waterfall, a simple and honest man hurried over with an anxious look on his face. After seeing the waterfall, he stopped and looked around. Brother. Seeing that Fang Qin was cultivating, the simple and honest man called out. It just so happened that Fang Qin had gained some enlightenment. He stopped cultivating and wanted to digest these insights. When he heard the voice, he turned around. Brother, it's not good. The news of you killing Ing Wushuang has spread. Ing Wudi is furious. He said that he will tear you into pieces. You should leave this place quickly. The simple and honest man explained. Hearing this, Fang Qin's expression changed slightly. Then, with a leap, he landed in front of the honest-looking man. Why did you inform me? Fang Qin asked. He had never met this man before. He didn't believe that he would inform him for no reason. To tell you the truth, I have an irreconcilable enmity with the Eagle Sword sect. When he mentioned the Eagle Sword sect, a cold, murderous glint flashed across the man's eyes. Back when I was still weak, my family passed by the Eagle Sword sect's territory and was attacked by shameless Eagle Sword sect disciples. In the end, my parents died tragically. Before they died, they sent me out of the Eagle Sword sect's territory. All these years, I've been thinking about revenge all the time. The simple and honest man said bluntly. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. My name is Hao Gu. How should I address you? Hao Gu asked. Fang Qin. Fang Qin nodded lightly. Regardless of whether what Hao Gu said was true or false, for him to come and inform him was already not bad. Unrivaled Eagle? Fang Qin murmured. Brother, Unrivaled Eagle is very strong. He's the strongest ancient god in the history of the Eagle Sword sect, and he's also the most monstrous genius. The upper echelons of the Eagle Sword sect think highly of Unrivaled Eagle, and they even say that he'll become a world deity in the future. Vast Ancient said, Brother, although you killed Ing Wushuang in one strike, you still have to be wary of Ing Wudi. He is not as simple as his younger brother. Fang Qin clasped his hands behind his back and sneered. So what if he's an unrivaled eagle? If he dares to come, kill him as well. Seeing this, Vast Ancient smiled bitterly. Clearly, Fang Qin did not realize how powerful the unrivaled eagle was. Ing Wudi is one of the top 20 experts on the Immortal Ancient God list. Brother, don't be careless. The geniuses on the Immortal Ancient God list are 1 in a million. They can fight above their level. Vast Ancient continued. To them, ordinary star venerables can be easily killed. Immortal Ancient God list? Fang Qin was a little confused. What kind of list was that? Brother, you don't know? Vast Ancient asked. Fang Qin shook his head. After I entered the Immortal Academy of Fortune, I came here to cultivate in seclusion. I don't know anything about the Immortal Ancient God list. Vast Ancient explained the situation of the Immortal Ancient God list to Fang Chen, and Fang Chen finally understood. Is the Immortal Emperor using this to motivate the ancient gods? Fang Chen murmured. What surprised him even more was that there were actually 3 Immortal Academies of Fortune, and they were only in one of them. Immortal Emperor is so powerful. When he first established it, he thought of this problem. Naturally, he wanted to avoid it. If ancient gods, honored gods, and world deities were all in the same Immortal Academy of Fortune, it would be chaotic. The weak would have no chance of survival. Vast Ancient said, "The Immortal Academy of Fortune we are in is called Ancient God Academy. Only ancient gods can enter it. The other 2 academies are Honored God Academy and the Strongest World God Academy." I see. Fang Chen nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile. The Immortal Ancient God list lists all the ancient gods in the Ancient God Academy. Only those who have reached a certain level of strength can enter the list. Vast Ancient said, "The Immortal Ancient God list is in the square where we came in. If you want to enter the list, you have to go there personally and merge your aura with the list. Then, you will be able to enter the list." After knowing that he was in the Ancient God Academy, Fang Chen felt more relaxed. He was not afraid of anyone in the same realm. "Since he wants to die, let him come," Fang Chen murmured. Vast Ancient was anxious and worried about Fang Chen. After all, the Invincible Eagle was an expert ranked 18th on the Immortal Ancient God list. He had once killed a middle-stage star Venerable with his bare hands. His strength was too terrifying. "Help me pass a message. Say that Ing Wushuang's death was his own fault. If the Invincible Eagle dares to come, kill him too." After saying that, Fang Chen leaped back to the center of the waterfall, and continued to sit cross-legged to comprehend the sword principle. Seeing this, Vast Ancient opened his mouth and sighed helplessly in the end. Soon, Fang Chen's words were passed out through Vast Ancient's mouth. For a moment, many warriors in the Ancient God Academy focused their attention on the Invincible Eagle. "Arrogant guy, I will take his life sooner or later." Not long after, the Invincible Eagle challenged across the sky. "I have something very important to do now. After I finish, I will go to the mountain stream and smash his head." The Invincible Eagle's reply was very forceful, and it undoubtedly ignited the atmosphere of the Ancient God Academy. Everyone was looking forward to the battle between the Invincible Eagle and Fang Chen. They wanted to see how strong the mysterious warrior who could kill Ing Wushuang with a single strike was. They wanted to see if he could really withstand the Invincible Eagle's attack. Who is this guy? Why is he so arrogant? Openly challenging the Invincible Eagle? Is he out of his mind? Maybe he is strong enough to not be afraid of the Invincible Eagle. Everyone had different opinions. Some supported Fang Chen, while others supported the Invincible Eagle. While the outside world was bustling, the main character, the Invincible Eagle, was hiding in a mysterious mountain range. He seemed to be waiting for something. "Brother Eagle, that guy is too arrogant. He dares to challenge you in public. This is intolerable," a chubby man said in a deep voice. "Why don't you let me help you kill that guy?" The Invincible Eagle shook his head and focused on the depths of the mountain range. "I am very angry about Wushuang's death, but the dead cannot come back to life. We, the living, have to continue living. I will take care of that guy, but not now," the Invincible Eagle said. "Compared to the Sky Treasure Chicken, revenge is nothing." Hearing the Invincible Eagle's words, the chubby man stopped talking. Indeed, they were going to kill Fang Chen, but midway, they received important news that the Sky Treasure Chicken was suspected to have appeared in this mountain range. After receiving the news, the Invincible Eagle was so excited that he almost jumped up. As a genius of the Eagle Sword sect, he knew the value of the Sky Treasure Chicken better than anyone else. "If I can get the Sky Treasure Chicken, I will definitely be able to break through the bottleneck and become a star Venerable." The Invincible Eagle licked his dry lips and said, "Moreover, My comprehension of the way of the sword can be improved again. The Sky Treasure Chicken was priceless in the outside world. It was a legendary tonic. The Sky Treasure Chicken could help a warrior break through the bottleneck without any hindrance. It could even help a warrior break through from the Life Ancient realm to the Star Venerable realm. This was because the Sky Treasure Chicken was born naturally. It was the embodiment of the power of rules, and its whole body was a treasure. A few days later, the chubby man came back from outside the mountain range, looking dejected. "What's wrong?" the invincible eagle asked. "There are rumors in the Ancient God Institute that you are afraid of that guy and do not dare to fight," the chubby man said in a deep voice. "They are all mocking you. I am very angry. They are just a bunch of ants. Just ignore them. The Sky Treasure Chicken is more important," the invincible eagle said calmly. He had encountered many things in his life. What did the mockery of ants mean to him? "No, I am very angry. I have to kill that guy for you." The chubby man shook his head. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. It was fine to insult him, but he would not allow anyone to insult the invincible eagle. The invincible eagle wanted to stop him, but he knew from the chubby man's expression that he would not listen to him. Be careful. Chapter 2897. In front of the verdant mountain stream, Vast Ancient looked at Fong Chen with a complicated expression. He did not hide his purpose of coming here. He wanted to borrow Fong Chen's hand to kill the Eagle Sword Sex people. Even if he could not kill Invincible Eagle, he would be happy if he could kill a few more Eagle Sword Sex people. With his strength alone, he would probably be killed by Invincible Eagle before he could even make a move. It wasn't easy for him to reach this point with his own efforts. He, Vast Ancient, could endure. After entering the Immortal Academy of Creation, he was not in a hurry to take revenge. "I hope I am not wrong," Vast Ancient muttered. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from outside the verdant mountain stream. Vast Ancient turned his head to look, and shockingly discovered a formation descending from the sky, completely enveloping the entire green shade mountain stream. Outside the formation, there was a familiar fat man who was attacking the formation. Rumble. No matter how the fatty attacked the formation, he could not shake it. This scene made him furious. "Damn guy, do you only know how to hide in the formation like a turtle?" Right when he was cursing out, Vast Goo arrived near the formation, exchanging looks with him from the distance. "Vast Ancient." Seeing Vast Ancient, the fatty said angrily, "You are here? Could it be that you are in cahoots with Wushuang's killer? Are you not afraid of Eagle Sword Sect's revenge?" "Eagle Sword Sect?" Vast Ancient sneered and shook his head. "Tell that guy to come out. I will tear him to pieces," the fatty threatened. However, Vast Ancient pointed at the formation between the two and said, "You can't even break his formation, and you want to kill him? What a joke. You are courting death." The fatty was completely enraged by Vast Ancient. He attacked fiercely. Sword light rushed into the sky and bombarded the formation. However, no matter how he attacked, he could not shake the formation. The fatty came fiercely and attracted a lot of attention. At this moment, there were countless martial artists hiding in the dark. When they saw the formation, they also sighed. That formation's operation is completely different from the ones we usually set up. Someone exclaimed. "Did you see that? Fatty's powerful attack couldn't even shake the formation. Isn't this formation too strong?" "That's right. After all, Fatty is an expert ranked in the 30th place on the Immortal Ancient God list. His attack power is quite strong." Many people were talking about it. They were even more curious about Fong Chen. Not far away, some demons had also gathered. This array formation is somewhat familiar. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed through his mind. His expression changed drastically as he cried out involuntarily, "The demonic clan's formation. It's our demonic clan's method of setting up formations. It's really the demon clan's great array." Could it be that the one who killed Ing Wushuang was a member of our demon clan? Many members of the demon race were overjoyed. That must be the case. Only our monster race would dare to kill the human race so recklessly. Humph, it's just the Eagle Sword sect. What does it count for? The members of the demon clan believed that the person who had set up the demon clan's formation must have been one of their own. In the ancient God Institute, we monsters must be united. No matter what kind of monster we are a group. Now that our companions are being threatened, what should we do? Someone asked. I have long disliked those humans. Let's kill them all. Roar. The roar of a beast came from afar. Soon, a powerful monster rushed to the front of the formation. Puny human race, die. The powerful Yao beast opened its bloody maw and unleashed an unparalleled aura at Fatty. Courting death. The Fatty was already unhappy. Seeing the demonic clan take the initiative to attack him, he became even angrier. Whoosh! A bright sword light pierced through the head of the powerful monster, instantly killing it. In front of the green mountain stream, a complicated sword chi soared into the sky. Roar! When the other demons saw this scene, they were all enraged. They surrounded the Fatty. You dare to kill my demonic clan? You're dead. Inside the formation, when Vast Ancient saw this scene, he felt a bit of schadenfreude. Poochie! In the intense battle, one of the Fatty's arms was bitten off by one of the greater demons. Blood spurted out. A miserable cry came out of the Fatty's mouth. He activated all the strength in his body to counterattack, but it was useless. Hold on, the Fatty said in a low voice. He had already sent a message to the other members of the Eagle Sword sect. As long as they came, the demonic clan would retreat. As for the human race cultivators who were watching in the dark, they didn't make a move. This was the Immortal Academy of Creation. Only by surviving would they have a chance of success. They didn't want the grudge between the demonic clan and the Eagle Sword sect to affect their own interests. Crack! Finally, in a chaotic battle, Fatty died tragically at the hands of the many great demons of the demon clan. Foolish human, you finally paid the price for your actions. Many greater demons gathered in front of the demonic clan's formation to discuss matters. The news of the Fatty's death quickly reached the ears of the invincible eagle. He clenched his fists, killing intent surging in his heart. However, he suppressed it in the end. The Sky Treasure Chicken was about to appear, and he couldn't ruin it at this critical moment. Greater demons of the demonic clan. The invincible eagle's face was ferocious. After I obtain the Sky Treasure Chicken, I will kill all of you. This time, the invincible eagle was truly enraged. His younger brother, Unparalleled Eagle, and the Fatty had died one after another. How could he not be enraged? Just you wait. When I, the invincible eagle, obtain the Sky Treasure Chicken, you will feel the arrival of the end of the world. Other than the invincible eagle, the other disciples of the Eagle Sword sect rushed to the Green Shade Mountain stream and fought fiercely with the greater demons. Hao Gu had been watching the battle outside the formation. At the same time, he admired Fong Chen even more. Just a formation was enough to make the demonic clan and the Eagle Sword sect fight each other. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. At this moment, Fong Chen was comprehending the invincible sword Dao. The wild waterfall carried a terrifying force as it swooped down and poured on Fong Chen's body. If it weren't for the Chaos Sword body, Fong Chen's body would have been turned into meat paste. Rumble! Every time the waterfall hit, it was a test and tempering for Fong Chen's body. Over time, a layer of powerful sword chi shone on the surface of his skin. It was formed by the power of the Chaos Sword body and had a strong defense. Even a wholly venerate martial artist would not be able to break through his defense in a short time. Buzz. While Fong Chen was comprehending the invincible sword Dao, the Chaos Sword body also provided him with a lot of help. Endless power of the sword Dao drilled into his mind. At the same time, Fang Chen's body was also rapidly absorbing the rich heavenly energy and the power of the rules that had been changed by the Immortal Emperor. The Sword Tao was mainly about killing. However, it was a big problem to control the Sword Tao that was filled with killing aura and make it gentle. In Fang Chen's mind, the sound of the sword lingered as if he was in a sea of Sword Tao. The invincible Sword Tao is made up of the invincible belief, the invincible physical body, and the invincible blood qi. None of them can be missing. Fang Chen mumbled to himself. The most important thing was the belief of being invincible. Without a courageous and invincible heart, it would be difficult to cultivate the invincible Sword Tao. As Fang Chen had comprehended the Sword Tao and created it himself, it was easier for him to cultivate it. Of course, it was also because of this that there were more limitations. He had to be careful and deliberate with every step he took. If he took a wrong step, the invincible Sword Tao would never be truly invincible. The current Fang Chen had high requirements for the invincible Sword Tao. Every step he took had to be truly invincible among those of the same level. Therefore, every move was refined from his painstaking comprehension. Beads of sweat dripped down from his forehead as Fang Chen formed a complicated seal with his hands. He was fully immersed in comprehending the Sword Tao. He had no idea that the demon clan's formation that he had casually set up because he did not want to be disturbed by others had caused a chaotic battle between the demon clan and the Eagle Sword sect. It was no wonder that the demon clan treated Fang Chen as one of their own. The core of the demon clan's formation was formed by a trace of ancestor Ba Yao's remnant consciousness. Once the demon clan's formation was set up, it would automatically release the purest demon clan aura. The formation could deceive people, but the aura would never lie. The unique aura of the demon clan was difficult for humans to imitate. At the same time, the invincible eagle, who had been enduring, finally discovered the Sky Treasure Chicken's movements. Is it finally going to appear? The invincible eagle was a little excited. After hiding here for so long, he was one step closer to his goal. At this moment, a chirp broke the silence of the mountain range. Chapter 2898. Although the Sky Treasure Chicken wasn't a pure-blooded beast from the ancient era, its bloodline was still very heaven-defying. Fang Chen had once obtained an 8 treasures chicken and treated it like a treasure. But now, it seemed that the 8 treasures chicken and the Sky Treasure Chicken couldn't be compared at all. Only the invincible eagle knew about the Sky Treasure Chicken, so he could make the first move. Caw! The crowing of the chicken broke the silence of the mountain range. The invincible eagle's body trembled as he looked into the depths of the mountain range. Whoosh! A storm blew in the depths of the mountain range as the crowing of the chicken became louder and louder. In the end, it covered the entire mountain range. Through the wild wind, the invincible eagle could vaguely see the silhouette of a rooster. Let's go! The invincible eagle had long prepared everything. His figure flashed as he rushed into the depths of the mountain range. Time passed, but the invincible eagle didn't appear. Many people guessed that the invincible eagle knew that Fang Chen was too strong and didn't dare to fight him. Hao Gu looked at the tragic scene outside the monster race's formation and couldn't help but shake his head. Just a formation could cause a fierce battle between the monster race and the Eagle Sword sect. Fang Chen's methods were too strong. While thinking, he turned to look at Fang Chen, who was cultivating under the waterfall, and sighed in his heart. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that this was all done by him. After half a month, the monster race's great monsters finally forced the Eagle Sword sect's disciples to retreat. The monster race will pay the price for this. The day senior brother Invincible Eagle comes out of seclusion will be the day you great monsters die. Although the Eagle Sword sect had retreated, they were still clamoring that the Invincible Eagle was their greatest support. Stay if you want to die. In this period of fierce battle, not only had the Eagle Sword sect's disciples died, but many of the monster race's great monsters had also died. So now, the monster race's great monsters had a bellyful of anger. Boom. The monster race's great monsters wanted to take advantage of the situation and kill the Eagle Sword sect's disciples. But the Eagle Sword sect's disciples saw that the situation wasn't good and immediately fled. The ancient God Institute was too vast. If they wanted to hide, no one would be able to find them. Not long after, the great demons gathered in front of the great demon formation. "Brother, we're here to help you. Please come out and meet us," one of the great demons said to the great demon formation. "Brat, quickly go and tell your master that we, the great Yao of the Yao clan, are waiting for him here." When the other great fiends saw vast goo, they loudly berated. Vast Ancient's figure flashed, disappearing before everyone's eyes. "Which clan do you think the great demon who set up the demon clan's formation belongs to?" Many great demons were discussing amongst themselves. "I once heard that this person was able to instantly kill Unparalleled Eagle with a single sword strike. Presumably, he can be considered a peak powerhouse within the Life Ancient realm. Most likely, it's the Heavenly River demon race." It's possible. This time, countless geniuses of the demon clan from the Heavenly River entered the Ancient God Institute. Maybe he is one of them. Do you think it's possible that, before this great demon could finish his sentence, he was stopped by the other great demons? Impossible, absolutely impossible. That's right. That person from the Sky River demon race is extremely powerful. How could a mere Eagle Sword sect dare to challenge him? Time passed. Everyone in the Ancient God Institute had their eyes on the Green Mountain stream. One day, an exciting piece of news came from the Eagle Sword sect. Unparalleled Eagle had come out of seclusion. Haha, senior brother Unparalleled Eagle has come out of seclusion. Great demons of the Yao clan, prepare to die. And the murderer who killed senior brother Unparalleled Eagle, all of you will die. Anyone who goes against the Eagle Sword sect will be killed without mercy. Once the news spread, the entire Ancient God Institute was shaken. On a spacious plain, Unparalleled Eagle stood proudly with a cold, killing intent on his face. The great demons of the Yao clan helped the murderer kill the disciples of the Eagle Sword sect? After hearing the accounts of the Eagle Sword sect disciples, Unparalleled Eagle finally understood that such a thing had happened while he was searching for the celestial treasure chicken. "Senior brother, the outside world is saying that you are afraid of that person and don't dare to appear. Moreover, senior brother Fatty also died because of this." Unparalleled Eagle's gaze swept across the crowd, and his expression became even gloomier. The Eagle Sword sect originally had many disciples, but half of them had died in such a short time. This was his responsibility. "Don't worry, I will avenge Fatty, my younger brother, and the dead disciples of the Eagle Sword sect." Unparalleled Eagle slowly said, "How dare they go against the Eagle Sword sect? They are courting death." Boom. Unparalleled Eagle's body emitted a vast aura that swept across the land. Many disciples couldn't help but retreat. "How long has it been since I felt this angry?" Even Unparalleled Eagle himself didn't know how long it had been since he felt this angry. This time, he was truly angry. After going through so much trouble, he finally obtained the legendary celestial treasure chicken, but he couldn't feel happy. His younger brother had been killed, and his good brother Fatty had also died at the hands of the enemy. In the end, half of the disciples of the Eagle Sword sect had died because of him. This was a great enmity, one that wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. Spread the news for me. 3 days later, I will personally head to the Green Shade Mountain stream and flatten the Yao clan. I will also kill the murderer of my younger brother. Unparalleled Eagle's lips curled into a sinister smile. In that smile, there was an extremely cold, killing intent. Soon, Unparalleled Eagle's words reached the Green Shade Mountain stream. The spectators in the dark were all shocked. The greater Yao clan gathered in front of the Yao clan's formation. After hearing the news, they were furious. However, they didn't lose their minds. Unparalleled Eagle is very strong. We can't fight him head-on. The elites of our clan haven't arrived yet. If we fight Unparalleled Eagle rashly, we will suffer losses. The Greater Yao clan's Greater Yao discussed with each other. Within the Yao clan's formation, Hao Gu's face was filled with worry. What was supposed to come had finally come. I don't know if he can withstand it. Hao Gu looked at Fong Chen in the waterfall and muttered. In a secret place, Unparalleled Eagle sat cross-legged. After the Eagle Sword Sect's disciples retreated, he coughed lightly and spat out a mouthful of blood. Who? He took a deep breath, his face slightly pale. In order to obtain the Celestial Treasure Chicken, I lost my strongest trump card. Unparalleled Eagle said in a deep voice, however, it's all worth it. The Celestial Treasure Chicken is already in my hand. Thinking of this, Unparalleled Eagle's heart moved and the Celestial Treasure Chicken appeared in front of him. Ga. The Celestial Treasure Chicken looked at Unparalleled Eagle with hatred. If it wasn't in a weakened state, how could it have fallen into the hands of this person? Unparalleled Eagle's hands pressed on the Celestial Treasure Chicken, wanting to absorb its blood. Bang! Before he could even start, the Celestial Treasure Chicken's body was hit by the energy from within, causing his body to tremble. Unparalleled Eagle frowned, but the Celestial Treasure Chicken was somewhat proud. After thinking for a long time, Unparalleled Eagle gave up on the idea of absorbing the Celestial Treasure Chicken's blood. Wait until my strength is fully recovered. I will definitely kill you, you bastard. After saying that, he put away the Celestial Treasure Chicken and began to recover his strength. 3 days later, Unparalleled Eagle's face was flushed red. He slowly stood up and emitted an unparalleled power. He looked in the direction of the green shade mountain in the distance and said softly, "It's time for revenge." With a wave of his hand, he tore the space apart and took a step forward, disappearing into the void. At this moment, in front of the green shade mountain, the monsters had already set up an inescapable trap, waiting for Unparalleled Eagle's arrival. No matter how strong Unparalleled Eagle is, he won't be able to break our formation. That's right. As long as we can trap Unparalleled Eagle, we will win. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening sound came from the void. Following that, a thunderclap exploded in the clear sky. A dazzling crack appeared in the void, and a figure slowly walked out from it. It's Unparalleled Eagle. Is he finally here? 3 days have passed. Unparalleled Eagle is here. Unparalleled Eagle is here with an unparalleled power. He wants to flatten the green shade mountain. The spectators in the dark instantly became lively. Unparalleled Eagle's slender figure was reflected on the ground, giving off an incomparably shocking feeling. When the monsters below saw Unparalleled Eagle, they all frowned. The latter gave them a mysterious feeling. Do it! The greater demon controlling the spell formation roared, and the spell formation spread out to envelop the invincible eagle. Unparalleled Eagle, no matter how strong you are, what can you do? Unparalleled Eagle looked up and slowly uttered a word. Break. With a light stroke of his finger, the void trembled, and the demonic clan's grand formation shattered. Chapter 2899. After so many days, the invincible eagle finally appeared. As soon as he appeared, he destroyed the demonic beast race's formation with a single finger. This made many martial artists who were watching in the dark tremble in fear. Even the great beasts of the demonic beast race turned pale at this moment. Their hearts were filled with fear. Die. The invincible eagle said the second word. His finger pointed out once again. The finger that symbolized death gently pointed at the void. Suddenly, the void collapsed and the great beasts that were charging towards him all died. Whoosh! The entire green shade mountain was filled with fear. All the martial artists looked at the invincible eagle with their mouths agape. His strength had already reached such a level? It was simply unbelievable. destroying the formation with a single finger and killing the enemy with a single finger. What has the invincible eagle experienced these days? How did he become so strong? With his strength, he can definitely enter the top 10 of the Immortal Ancient God list. He's too strong. If we were to face the invincible eagle, he would kill us all with a single glance. The sound of discussion quickly spread out. The great beasts that had fought against the Eagle Sword sect were all dead. Not a single one was left alive. Those who go against the Eagle Sword sect will be killed without mercy. The invincible eagle stood in the air with his hands behind his back. His pitch-black eyes looked indifferently at Fang Chen, who was in the demonic beast race's formation. Corpses piled up below and blood flowed like a river. Countless martial artists were terrified. Seeing this, Hao Gu's face changed drastically. His heart was filled with fear. The invincible eagle is so strong? Vast Gu couldn't help but cry out. He wanted to wake Fang Chen up. However, just as he turned around, he saw Fang Chen, who was in the waterfall, opening his eyes. In a daze, he felt that Fang Chen's gaze could shatter his primordial spirit. Did he break through? Hao Gu murmured. Still not coming out? The invincible eagle said proudly in the void. His face was filled with disdain. In his eyes, Fang Chen was just a piece of trash. His domineering entrance shocked everyone. There was no movement in the formation. The invincible eagle's face changed. The feeling of being ignored was unpleasant. Since you won't come out, I'll destroy the formation. As soon as invincible eagle finished speaking, he pointed his finger again. Hoo! Wild energy burst out from his body. Dazzling light appeared at the tip of his finger. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling light gathered together and formed a spatial storm. Go! The invincible eagle roared and pointed his finger. A vast amount of finger light shot out, bringing with it an invincible power. Dong! The finger beam hit the array and exploded. The array shook, but it managed to withstand the impact of the finger beam in the end. Seeing this, invincible eagle frowned and stared at the array. As for the many martial artists in the dark, their hearts were in turmoil. They had seen unrivaled eagle's methods with their own eyes, yet they were unable to break through the array before them. Vast Ancient let out a sigh of relief. The array formation had finally blocked unparalleled eagle's attack. The waterfall flowed downwards, constantly hitting Fang Chen's body. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at invincible eagle through the array formation. You finally can't hold it in anymore? Fang Chen muttered. He had been comprehending the Tao here in order to wait for the invincible eagle's arrival. Splash! Fang Chen flicked his wrist, and the demonic beast grand array shrunk until it disappeared into the void. Their eyes met, and sparks flew in all directions. The entire green shade mountain stream was filled with an extremely oppressive aura. It was as if the entire stream was going to be crushed. Rumble! The waterfall swooped down from the cliff, and the impact was shocking. What a terrifying impact! I'm afraid even a Venerable martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand it. This guy's physical strength is too strong. He actually managed to withstand the impact of the waterfall. What a terrifying method! No wonder he could kill unparalleled eagle with a single strike. The invincible eagle looked at Fang Chen from afar, and a cold, killing intent appeared in his pitch-black eyes. You killed my brother? The invincible eagle asked. Splash! Fang Chen stood up. His entire body was drenched by the waterfall. He deserved to die. Junior brother Fatty was also killed by you. The invincible eagle asked, suppressing his anger. He deserved to die too, Fang Chen said calmly. Boom! The invincible eagle's body emitted an extremely powerful aura. The powerful pressure in the air pressed down on Fang Chen. It's been a long time since someone dared to speak to me, the invincible eagle, like this. The invincible eagle wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed. There was a terrifying killing intent in his laughter. The void seemed to freeze at this moment. What a joke! I was cultivating here, and unparalleled eagle disturbed me for no reason. He even forced me to hand over my supreme treasure. What's wrong with me killing him? Fangchen said. You didn't kill an ordinary person. You killed a disciple of the Eagle Sword sect. Do you think a disciple of the Eagle Sword sect can do whatever he wants? If Ing Wushuang were to kill me, would you all go and blame him? Fangchen refuted. The invincible eagle sneered, as if mocking Fangchen's ignorance. This is a world where the strong are revered, the invincible falcon said. The fist is the only thing that matters. You're just an ordinary life ancient realm cultivator. How could you possibly compare to the Eagle's Word sect? Your death won't affect the primeval chaos in any way. But my brother's death will cause the Eagle Sword sect to lose an elite disciple. So, when you killed my brother, you should have expected today's outcome. The invincible eagle continued, Today, you will die without a doubt. Eagle Sword sect. The corners of Fangchen's mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. He spread his hands and said, You're right. The fist is the only hard truth. I killed unparalleled eagle because he was too weak. I am the reason. But in front of me, you're just a clown, the invincible eagle said arrogantly. Swords were drawn in the air, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Fangchen and the invincible eagle stood facing each other. Neither of them backed down. Brat, who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to point fingers at our Eagle Sword sect? The Eagle Sword sect disciples below angrily berated. Someone who's about to die dares to play to the gallery? What a joke. Senior brother Invincible is here. You'll die without a doubt. Cherish the good times you have now. Everyone chimed in one after another, mocking Fangchen. However, the latter didn't care. He slowly walked out of the waterfall, and every step he took caused the air to tremble. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the Green Mountain stream. He was very close to the invincible eagle. He stopped and looked at the invincible eagle. Do you think you can beat me? Do you even need to ask? I think anyone should know. The invincible eagle sneered. In front of me, the invincible eagle, no one dares to call themselves a genius. Even if you're 1 in 10,000, you'll still die at my hands. The invincible eagle is the strongest ancient god in the history of the Eagle Sword sect. His cultivation is world-shaking, and he once killed a late-stage star Venerable. Fangchen said slowly. Such a resume is indeed shocking. If you were facing someone else, your fame alone would be enough to intimidate them. Fangchen paused and raised his head to look at the invincible eagle. He continued, however, in front of me, Fangchen, you're worse than trash. You, the invincible eagle glared at Fangchen, and his killing intent was pushed to the extreme. I really want to know what the expressions of the Eagle Sword sect's upper echelons will be when I defeat the strongest ancient god in the history of the Eagle Sword sect, and what expression you'll have, invincible eagle, Fangchen said. There will never be such a day. The invincible eagle was completely enraged by Fangchen. He roared and pointed his finger. Boom! Fangchen didn't move in the face of the invincible eagle's finger. He smiled mockingly at the invincible eagle. I've said it before. In my eyes, you're trash. When the finger collided with Fangchen's body, it was instantly shattered by the sword light, and the tyrannical power disappeared without a trace. Fangchen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down at the invincible eagle with an extremely arrogant attitude. You can't even break through my defense, and you dare to call yourself the strongest ancient god? Fangchen said word by word. The spectators who were watching in the dark felt their hearts churn. The defense Fangchen displayed was enough to disappoint countless cultivators. Chapter 2900. Although the heavenly treasure chicken had not allowed him to break through to the star Venerable realm as he had wished, Invincible Eagle's strength had made a major breakthrough. In the past, he had been known as the strongest ancient god of the Eagle Sword sect. Today, He wanted to borrow Fang Chen's hand to tell the world that he was qualified to be the strongest ancient god of the immemorial chaos. He wanted to kill this ant who dared to challenge him in a domineering manner. He wanted to let the world know that he was invincible. When Fang Chen had blocked his finger attack, Invincible Eagle's heart was filled with killing intent. Just as he had said, he would not give Fang Chen any chance in the following battle. Buzz. Suddenly, a powerful sound came from the void. The sound transformed into ripples that surrounded Fang Chen. Oh no, it's the Eagle Sword Sect's secret sound wave technique. Someone cried out. The spectators in the dark turned pale and retreated. The secret sound wave technique is useless against me. Fang Chen's Emperor-level primordial spirit shook violently and released a violent soul path power. Whoosh! Under Fang Chen's control, the power of the Way of the Soul quickly condensed into a spear of soul power. It carried an invincible force as it pierced towards the ripples around him. Crack! The soul power spear was so powerful that it pierced through the powerful ripples formed by the sound wave technique. Invincible Eagle's expression changed when he saw this. Then, a huge sword appeared in his hand. You should be proud that you died under my Heavenly Eagle Sword technique. There were very few people in the same realm who could force Invincible Eagle to use his Heavenly Eagle Sword technique. Whoosh! As soon as the Heavenly Eagle Sword technique was used, the void in front of Invincible Eagle showed signs of collapsing. The huge sword in his hand carried an unparalleled power as it danced in the void. In the blink of an eye, the powerful sword chi formed a terrifying vortex. Within the vortex, an illusory sword shadow appeared. That is, the spectators in the dark saw this scene and cried out involuntarily. Who would have thought that unrivaled eagle would actually use his strongest trump card, the Heavenly Eagle Sword art? One could only imagine how far Fang Chen had pushed him. I wonder if that person can withstand Invincible Eagle's swordsmanship? Both of them are sword cultivators. This is the strongest battle between sword cultivators. No matter who wins, it will change the situation of the immortal ancient god list. I hope Fang Chen can defeat Invincible Eagle. Some people were already dissatisfied with the Eagle Sword sect, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. Among them, Hao Gu's hatred towards the Eagle Sword sect was even stronger. His pitch-black eyes reeked of blood as he stared fixedly at Invincible Eagle. He was waiting for an opportunity. Once he was confident enough, he would kill Invincible Eagle at all cost. Invincible Sword Principle, Sword of Blood Soul. This was the fourth move of the Invincible Sword art. It was an overbearing sword move formed by the combination of the special bloodline power and the power of the Soul Dao. As soon as this move was used, Fang Chen's special bloodline power was pushed to the extreme. The special bloodline power at its peak spread out. The whole world was filled with colorful lights as it was enveloped by the power of the various bloodlines. Under the oppressive sky, an unimaginable sword light whizzed out, fiercely colliding with Invincible Eagle's sword light in front of everyone's eyes. Boom! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Fang Chen's majestic bloodline power whizzed out of his sword light and wrapped around Invincible Eagle's sword light. Crack! Invincible Eagle felt a crack appear on his sword light and his heart tightened. He didn't wait for the sword light to shatter and attacked again. Whoosh whoosh! Invincible Eagle's figure flashed as he used the Heavenly Eagle Sword art. He pointed his finger out. The sword light and the finger light intertwined as they rushed towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen took a step forward and moved his body. He then turned his hand and slashed back. Crack! The unrivaled eagle's attack failed again, and his body was pushed back again and again. Seeing this, the crowd was amazed. The battle prowess that Fang Chen displayed was simply too powerful. Even Invincible Eagle couldn't defeat him. Invincible Eagle is going to lose. I thought Invincible Eagle was strong enough. I didn't expect Fang Chen to be even stronger. Invincible Eagle, who had steadied himself, narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. I underestimated you. I didn't expect your swordsmanship to be so exquisite, Invincible Eagle said. However, the final result won't change. Boom. As soon as Invincible Eagle finished speaking, a majestic aura surged out of his body. At the same time, Invincible Eagle took out a dagger from his bosom. When he put the black dagger and the giant sword together, they emitted a dazzling light and quickly merged together. That's the Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child Sword. Someone exclaimed in the dark. What? Invincible Eagle brought the Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child Sword? He's done for. It's said that no ancient god can resist the Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child Sword. The Mother-Child Sword is also known as the Sword of Death. Once it's unsheathed, it will kill. It seems that the Eagle Sword sect values Invincible Eagle a lot and wants him to gain something in the Ancient God Institute. The sound of discussion was endless. The Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child Sword? Fang Chen muttered. You only know now? It's too late. Invincible Eagle sneered and waved his sleeve, causing a wild gale to sweep through the void. The Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child Sword takes life and destroys the soul. Under Invincible Eagle's control, the Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child Sword shot out rapidly and arrived in front of Fang Chen in the blink of an eye. Everyone knew that if the sword pierced Fang Chen, he would die without a doubt. They were all guessing what method Fang Chen would use to block it. You're dead. Invincible Eagle said viciously. Can't block it anymore? Vast Gu's expression changed greatly. Without thinking, his figure flashed and appeared in front of the Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child Sword. Poochie! Under everyone's gaze, Vast Gu's body was pierced through by the Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child Sword. Splash! He spurted out a large amount of blood from his mouth. His body trembled and blood flowed out from the wound on his chest. His life force was fading away. Dong! A powerful force exploded from the Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child Sword, shattering Vast Gu's organs. Vast Gu turned his head with difficulty and looked at Fang Chen with a smile. I helped you stop the Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child Sword. I hope you can kill Invincible Eagle. Before he could finish his words, his body exploded and his soul was destroyed. The Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child Sword flashed and returned to Invincible Eagle's hand. Fang Chen's heart was filled with complicated emotions. He kept shaking his head. Vast Gu's speed was too fast. When he wanted to make a move, it was already too late. You don't need to do this at all, Fang Chen murmured. He clenched his fists tightly and emitted an ice-cold aura from his body. Although he had not interacted with Vast Gu for long, he could feel that this person valued friendship. For revenge, he was willing to endure humiliation. But now, he still blocked the Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child Sword for him despite knowing that he was going to die. You won't die in vain. I'll avenge you. After being absent-minded for a short while, Fang Chen collected his emotions and raised his head to look at Invincible Eagle. He was an innocent person, Fang Chen said. So what? He deserved it, Invincible Eagle said coldly. He won't die in vain. You have to pay the price for this, Fang Chen continued. What a joke. If he didn't block the Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child Sword for you, can the current you still stand and talk? Invincible Eagle said. In his view, Vast Gu's death was completely caused by Fang Chen. Fang Chen fell into silence and did not speak anymore. The air was filled with a sorrowful aura. Everyone in the dark was tongue-tied. The power of the Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child Sword was indeed worthy of its reputation. Even an expert like Vast Gu couldn't resist its sharpness. Just now, Vast Gu blocked the power of the Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child Sword for you. Now that he's dead, who will block it for you next? Invincible Eagle held the Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child Sword in his hand and was in high spirits. A person like you is never worthy of being the victor, Invincible Eagle said. If I were you, I would have killed myself here long ago. Under Invincible Eagle's ridicule, Fang Chen slowly raised his head. Actually, even if vast Gu didn't block it with his life, I wouldn't have died. As he spoke, his eyes burned and his aura rose. A mere heavenly eagle mother-child sword is not enough to make me, Fang Chen, helpless. Chapter 2901. No matter how invincible eagle taunted, Fang Chen responded calmly. However, under this calmness, there was an extremely strong killing intent, an unprecedented killing intent. Hao Gu's death was still a huge blow to Fang Chen. He felt a little guilty in his heart. He was wrong from the start. He should not have given Invincible Eagle a chance. This way, he would not have the chance to use the Sky Eagle Mother-Child swords, and Hao Gu would not have died. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind. Finally, he raised his head and his eyes were filled with shock. 1. The Supreme Ancestral Eye was fully activated, and an extremely vast illusory aura was emitted from his body. The two combined, forming a huge illusory realm. Invincible Eagle was in the illusory realm. What? You want to use unorthodox methods to go against my Sky Eagle Mother-Child swords? Invincible Eagle sneered. A mere illusory realm had no effect on him. However, just as his voice fell, he felt a trace of something wrong. When the aura of the illusory realm came into contact with his body, it was actually secretly absorbing the energy in his body. Let's end this quickly and break the illusory realm. After making the decision, Invincible Eagle swung the Sky Eagle Mother-Child swords again. In front of the Green Mountain stream, Fang Chen held the hilt of the Hidden Star sword with one hand, and the other hand touched the tip of the sword lightly. Seeing Invincible Eagle use the Sky Eagle Mother-Child swords to attack the illusory realm, Fang Chen used a little force, and the tip of the sword was forcefully bent back. In an instant, the Hidden Star sword was in an arc, and the sword tip and hilt were in his hands. When the Hidden Star sword's bending reached the limit, the illusory realm shattered. Invincible Eagle rushed out of the illusory realm, holding the Sky Eagle Mother-Child swords in high spirit. Kid, go to hell! Following Invincible Eagle's roar, the Sky Eagle Mother-Child swords in his hand also shot out once again. Break! Fang Chen's voice was like rolling thunder spreading out. In the next moment, the void distorted and sword chi swept out. He suddenly loosened his hand, and the sword tip bounced out with a bang. Dong! In a flash, the Hidden Star sword and the Sky Eagle Mother-Child swords clashed. Invincible Sword Dao, Illusory Sword. Truth and falsehood, mixing the false with the real. What the Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child sword struck was a mirage, and at the same time the mirage collapsed, the real Hidden Star sword appeared out of thin air, and the sword suppressed the Heavenly Eagle. Press. Fang Chen pushed the invincible swordsmanship to the extreme. The Hidden Star sword erupted with unprecedented power, completely suppressing the Heavenly Eagle Mother-Sun sword. How could this be? The smile on Invincible Eagle's face instantly froze. He tried his best to communicate with the Heavenly Eagle swords but failed. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Unparalleled Eagle shook his head in disappointment. Eat my fist. At this moment, Fang Chen's figure shifted, appearing behind the Invincible Eagle and punching out. The power of the Chaos Sword body was fully displayed at this moment. Crack! The Invincible Falcon was sent flying backward, his head exploding and blood spraying out. His nascent divinity glowed brightly as he struggled to maintain his life force. I can't accept this. At this point, Unrivaled Eagle's momentum was already gone. He screamed miserably, unwilling to accept this. No, I have to leave this place. In a panic, the Invincible Eagle wanted to escape, but Fang Chen wouldn't give him the chance. Die! Fang Chen punched out again, wanting to end the Invincible Eagle's life. But at this moment, the Invincible Eagle risked being severely injured and burned his blood essence to force the Heavenly Eagle Mother-Sun sword to self-destruct. Boom! The Heavenly Eagle Mother-Sun sword, which was suppressed by the Hidden Star sword, shook as its internal energy dissipated and was about to explode. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face changed. His figure flashed and appeared above the heavenly eagle Mother-Sun sword, suppressing it with the power of the Chaos Sword body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the invincible eagle disappeared from the mountain stream. Fang Chen didn't chase after him. He was suppressing the heavenly eagle Mother-Sun sword. Once the latter exploded, the consequences would be unimaginable. How is it? After a long time, Fang Chen asked. Master, the heavenly eagle Mother-Sun sword is completely under my control. It can't self-destruct. The hidden star sword transmitted its voice. Fang Chen nodded and jumped to the ground. Crash! The heavenly eagle Mother-Sun sword fell to the ground. Its luster was dim, like an ordinary sword. Many martial artists who were watching in the dark were completely shocked. They had witnessed a miraculous scene. Fang Chen defeated the invincible eagle by himself and even suppressed the heavenly eagle Mother-Sun sword. What did I just see? Tell me that I'm not seeing things. Is all of this real? Picking up the heavenly eagle Mother-Sun sword, Fang Chen glanced ahead, scaring everyone in the dark into retreating. In the blink of an eye, only Fang Chen was left in front of the mountain stream. Brother Hao Gu, rest in peace. Fang Chen bowed deeply towards the place where Hao Gu died and said in a low voice. Then, he turned his head and looked at the waterfall. With my current physical strength, there's no point in cultivating under the waterfall. Fang Chen muttered. Let's go take a look at other places. The news spread quickly, and the Ancient God Institute was shocked. The top 20 experts on the Immortal Ancient God list were also paying attention to this matter. Everyone in the Ancient God Institute was discussing this matter. When the great beasts of the monster clan found out that the one who killed Ing Wushuang was a human martial artist, they were all furious. Damn human martial artist! He purposely set up a monster clan formation to mislead us great beasts of the monster clan, causing us to die tragically in the hands of the invincible eagle. That's right. We must take revenge. Our monster clan cannot be humiliated. We must destroy this human brat. In an instant, the great beasts of the monster clan in the top 20 on the Immortal Ancient God list said that they wanted to kill Fang Chen. At the same time, they were also looking for Fang Chen. When they gathered at the Green Shade Mountain stream, the place was already empty. In this way, the news that Fang Chen was afraid of revenge spread like wildfire. More and more people spread the news. In the end, the great beasts of the monster clan even humiliated Fang Chen, believing that he had defeated the invincible eagle by relying on the geographical location. If they found him, they would strip his primordial spirit and let him suffer for eternity. When the entire Ancient God Institute was in an uproar, the Immortal Ancient God list on the square suddenly changed. It shone in all directions, shocking everyone. Many martial artists came to the square as fast as they could. When they saw the Immortal Ancient God list, they were stunned. In the 8th place of the Immortal Ancient God list, there was a new name, Fang Chen. How is this possible? Although he defeated the invincible eagle, it is impossible for him to be in the 8th place. The Immortal Ancient God list contains a trace of the Immortal Emperor's consciousness. It can sense everything in the Ancient God Institute. Its judgment can't be wrong. Heavens, has Fang Chen's strength already reached such a level? Many people were shocked. They knew better than anyone what it meant to be in the 8th place on the Immortal Ancient God list. Even in the entire ancient chaos, he was considered a top expert among the ancient gods. He has been here before. He must know that the great beasts of the monster clan are looking for him. Where did he go? Suddenly, many people were concerned about Fang Chen's whereabouts. A few days later, news came from the south. The great beast ranked 19th on the Immortal Ancient God list was killed by a mysterious expert with one stroke of his sword. Once the news came out, it immediately caused a sensation. It was obvious that it was Fang Chen's doing. Has he already taken action? It seems that those great beasts are in trouble. With Fang Chen's strength, he can kill them one by one. 7 days later, the great beast ranked 15th on the Immortal Ancient God list was killed. Once the news came out, everyone was shocked. However, this was not the end. In the following days, Fang Chen cultivated while killing great beasts. In just 1 month, the great beasts of the monster clan, who ranked in the top 20 on the Immortal Ancient God list, were almost wiped out. Only the great beast ranked 3rd, Revered Demon, was still alive. On this day, Revered Demon came out of seclusion. "Damn human warrior, how dare you kill my fellow monster clan members? If I catch you, I will tear you to pieces." The venerated demon Great Demon had threatened to kill Fang Chen. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Revered Demon. Although Fang Chen ranked 8th on the Immortal Ancient God list, everyone felt that Fang Chen's strength was far beyond their imagination. Perhaps he was not afraid of Revered Demon. In a wasteland, Fang Chen walked slowly. "Revered Demon?" Fang Chen murmured. "You're next." Over the past few days, Fang Chen had gradually gathered some important information while killing the great demons. He felt more and more that the Immortal Academy of Creation was mysterious. Chapter 2902. In the Ancient God Institute, the geniuses of various clans were seizing every second to look for opportunities. Only the great demons of the Demon Clan had publicly threatened to tear Fang Chen into pieces. Even the great demon Revered Demon, who was ranked 3rd on the Immortal Ancient God list, attached great importance to this matter. "Stupid human, you are playing with fire by provoking the Demon Clan." The great demon Revered Demon was looking for Fang Chen all over the world. The great demons of the other demon clans were also trying to find out about Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen, who was in the middle of the whirlpool of public opinion, had disappeared. It was as if he had evaporated from the earth. No matter how hard the great demon Revered Demon and the other demon clans searched, they could not find him. In a mysterious valley, there was a powerful formation around it that isolated it from the outside world. Sword Chi shot up to the sky. This was the world of Sword Principle. Splash! In the quiet valley, a shocking wave suddenly surged up from a calm stream. A resplendent sword image soared into the sky. As soon as the sword shadow appeared, the Sword Chi in the valley became chaotic. It was as if it was going to break the shackles of heaven and earth, forming a powerful resonance. It was terrifying. However, if one took a closer look, they would find that the sword shadow was actually a human figure. Rip! The sword shadow shot up to the sky and tore the void apart with its sharp blade. Then, a human figure quickly appeared. He stood above the ground, his black eyes emitting a terrifying aura. He looked down at the ground as if he was in deep thought. The sword chi patterns around his body were flickering. He was like an old man who had been immersed in sword principle for countless years. He was persistent and focused. After cultivating here for 3 months, my understanding of sword principle has reached a new height. The first 5 moves of invincible sword principle have been perfected and are truly flawless. Fang Chen murmured. When he was killing the great demons, he accidentally found such a sacred place for sword cultivators. Of course, he would not miss it. He set up a formation to isolate the valley from the outside world. Then, he began to comprehend sword principle. Fang Chen benefited a lot from the sword principle here. For 3 whole months, Fang Chen's mind constantly evolved the development of countless invincible sword principle, but in the end, he rejected all of them one by one. The invincible sword Dao was his strongest sword Dao. No flaws were allowed. Every step he took had to be perfect. Otherwise, he would rather not create it than act recklessly. During this period, Fang Chen realized the shortcomings of the invincible swordsmanship. He spent a lot of time to completely rebuild the 5-sword move. Finally, he perfected the 5-sword moves to the best state. Who? Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief as a smile appeared on his face. He took a look at his own body. Chaotic sword chi covered the surface of his skin, forming his strongest defense. And within his body, the vibrating power was unable to calm down for a long time. Middle life ancient realm? Fang Chen murmured. Who would have thought that while he was comprehending the sword Tao, he would actually make a breakthrough in his realm. This breakthrough made Fang Chen's strength soar. He was truly invincible in the ancient God Institute. If I go all out now, I won't even be afraid of peak star venerables, Fang Chen said with a smile. Although the sixth move of the invincible sword principle had not been created, at least there was a very clear path. Next, as long as he accumulated enough sword principle comprehension, he would be able to make a breakthrough. Let's go out and meet the demon first. Ancient God Institute. Over the past 3 months, Fang Chen seemed to have evaporated from the earth. Countless rumors spread. Some said that Fang Chen had found a mysterious place and was cultivating in seclusion. Some said that Fang Chen had gone into hiding because he was afraid of the revenge of the demon. Of course, some said that Fang Chen had encountered danger while exploring a certain relic and had died. There were so many rumors that people could not tell which was true. He dared to go against the demon clan. This is his fate. Humph, he dared to provoke the demon clan just because he got some opportunities. He deserved to die. There's no need to wait. The so-called hero in your hearts has already died. The demon clan's great demons all sneered. Many human clan warriors were still hoping that Fang Chen would appear. Impossible. With Fang Chen's strength, it's impossible for him to die unless he encountered great danger. A miracle will happen again. When Fang Chen comes out of seclusion, the demon will die. Walking on a wasteland, Fang Chen's lips curled up into a strange smile. I didn't expect the Ancient God Institute to be in such a mess after I've been cultivating in seclusion for 3 months. Fang Chen murmured. A trace of cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Not long after, news of Fang Chen came from the Ancient God Institute, which instantly caused a great sensation. In 3 days we will fight to the death at the summit of Tai. After hearing this news, the human clan warriors fell into a state of madness. They were extremely excited. As for the great demons of the demon clan, their faces were full of disdain. After hiding for 3 months, he finally stopped being a coward? Ridiculous. Does he think that by cultivating in seclusion for 3 months, he can defeat the demon? In 3 days, the demon will definitely take his life. For a time, the news spread everywhere. Finally, the demon gave a response. In 3 days, he would take Fang Chen's life at the summit of Tai. This battle was the focus of the entire Ancient God Institute. Even the top 2 monstrous geniuses on the Immortal Ancient God list came out of seclusion to pay attention to the summit of Tai. Stupid guy, if you had been hiding, I couldn't do anything to you. But you appeared in public. This time, you will definitely die, the demon said coldly. My lord, Fang Chen is so arrogant after hiding for 3 months. Could he be plotting something? The other great demons asked. Although my lord is powerful and doesn't fear humans, you still have to be careful. After all, this is the Ancient God Institute. Yes, that guy is so high profile. Did he get some super powerful treasure? Many great demons were talking about it. Only the demon sneered in his heart. Don't worry. He is just a human warrior. I will definitely kill him, the demon said. By the way, has there been any news from that side? Hearing this, many great demons' faces darkened. After a moment of silence, one of the great demons said in a low voice, My lord, we have tried to communicate with that side, but we haven't gotten in touch yet. But we can confirm that that area should be the weakest link between the 2 places. Now, we are most afraid that the 2 guys from the human clan will come out and make trouble. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, we must kill all the human warriors before we open that place. The demon nodded with a cold light in his eyes. He said, I know. Continue to communicate with them. Once there is news, inform me immediately. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Everyone's eyes were focused on the peak of the Tai mountain. At the foot of the mountain, countless warriors looked up and saw a stalwart figure on the peak. He stood there quietly, as if he had merged with heaven and earth. His sword qi pierced through the void. "Fang Chen is here," someone exclaimed, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. "It seems that he is very confident in this battle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come so early." This battle concerns the future of the human clan and the demon clan in the Ancient God Institute. We support Fang Chen unconditionally. That's right. I really hope that Fang Chen can teach the demon a lesson. The great demons of the demon clan are too arrogant. We must teach them a lesson. At the peak of the Tai mountain, Fang Chen looked straight ahead and relaxed. He didn't seem to take this battle seriously at all. "I feel that the Ancient God Institute is unusual." Fang Chen stood on the peak and glanced over the entire Ancient God Institute. He was slightly moved. Swoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Then, a powerful demon aura came from the distant horizon. "Is he here?" Fang Chen turned his head and saw a black light swooping down. When it was about to reach the peak of the Tai mountain, the demon's figure burst out from it. Dong! The demon landed on the peak of the Tai mountain, causing the entire mountain to tremble. His face was ferocious, and his body exuded a wild aura. His eyes were as big as gongs as he stared at Fang Chen. "You are Fang Chen?" the demon asked in a domineering manner. Fang Chen nodded and smiled at the demon. The demon glared at Fang Chen and said, "A middle-life ancient realm guy dares to kill a great demon of the demon clan. You are very brave. Surrender now and I will leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place," the demon said coldly. "Leave me with an intact corpse? What big words! Are all the great demons of the demon clan like you, speaking without thinking?" Fang Chen said sarcastically. Boom! The demon spread out his claws, and a terrifying demon aura gathered in his palms, forming two balls. Die! The venerated demon Great Demon was the first to strike. Two huge claws suddenly struck out. Two balls containing dense demonic qi blasted towards Fang Chen, one in front and one behind. Dong! Fang Chen activated the Chaos Sword body and raised his defense to the highest level. He stood there quietly, allowing the two balls to hit his body. Crack! The ferocious sphere shattered with a loud bang. However, there were no injuries on Fang Chen's body. "Is this all you've got?" Fang Chen sneered. "Honorable demon, third on the Immortal Ancient God ranking? That was just a warm-up. I will let you know that the demon clan is not to be messed with." As soon as the demon finished his words, a violent demon aura shot up to the sky and shrouded the entire Tai peak. At the same time, his huge body rushed towards Fang Chen. "Get lost!" Fang Chen threw out a punch, but it was easily neutralized by the demon. "You are dead." The demon's eyes turned red and he roared in anger. Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and displayed the invincible sword principle. Swoosh! The sword with the power to split heaven and earth struck the demon. It instantly neutralized the demon's attack and forced him to retreat. Roar! The demon roared and continued to attack. However, right at this moment, a sound that shook the Ancient God Institute resounded from the distant horizon. Instantly, the enraged demon came to a halt as a look of astonishment appeared on its gigantic face. "After lying in bed for 2 days, I finally feel better today. I should be fine tomorrow. I dragged my weak body to write this chapter. I am going to rest. If my dizziness gets better, I will get up and write another chapter." Chapter 2904. The sudden change attracted a lot of attention. All the cultivators on the plain looked in the direction of the sound. At the peak of Tai, when the great demon saw this, he became extremely irritable. Boom! The demonic great demon threw out a punch. Vast power vibrated in the void and collided with Fang Chen's sword light. Invincible sword technique. Fang Chen unleashed his invincible sword art. Dazzling sword light burst out from the star-hidden sword and rapidly pierced towards Zun Mo. The latter's expression changed drastically. He threw his head back and roared, unleashing his strongest power to attack Fang Chen. Dong! However, at this moment, a deafening sound came from the distant horizon again. As soon as the voice was heard, a blinding light shot out from the source of the voice, causing the great demon to panic. Brat, consider yourself lucky today. In the future, I will definitely take your dog life. At first, the great demon had wanted to kill Fang Chen before leaving. However, after seeing the situation in the distant horizon, he could no longer fight Fang Chen with peace of mind. He had to get there as quickly as possible. You want to leave? Fang Chen also seemed to sense Reverend Demon's anxiety. He slashed his sword across the sky and stopped Reverend Demon at the peak of Tai. You are courting death. The face of this demon was malevolent as he howled out in rage. At the same time, he swiped out with both of his claws, causing the entire sky to feel as though it was about to shatter. With a tearing sound, his claws grabbed the dense power of the way of the heavens in the void, forming a majestic attack. With a stomp of his feet, he turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Fang Chen. Invincible sword technique, illusory sword. The furious attack of a great demon was not to be underestimated. Fang Chen no longer held back and displayed an illusory sword. This was the fifth sword of the invincible sword principle, and also the most powerful one. It was a sword move created by Fang Chen when he observed the illusion. This move was the perfect fusion of sword Dao and illusion Dao. At the same time as he unleashed this move, a boundless illusory aura gushed out from Fang Chen's body. At the same time, the ancestral eye of the utmost being opened up. Supreme ancestral eye? Seeing this, the demon licked his dry lips and sneered, "My race loves to devour the ancestral eye the most." As soon as it finished speaking, the demonic great demon's body expanded once again. It was as if it was going to break through the heavens, and it only stopped growing after reaching a height of 100 zhang. He stood at the peak of Tai and looked down. In his eyes, Fang Chen was nothing more than an ant. He waved his large claw, and evil energy whizzed out, turning into an arrow that pierced towards Fang Chen. At the same time, the demonic great demon's claws were also quickly grabbing towards Fang Chen's head. Their race fed on the ancestral eye of the human race. Now that they saw that Fang Chen had the ancestral eye, they naturally wouldn't miss it. Below the peak of Tai, the hearts of countless martial artists were filled with shock. They widened their eyes and watched the battle at the peak of Tai dumbfoundedly. Too powerful. Is this a battle between the strongest ancient gods? A demonic great demon is already so powerful. I wonder how powerful Cheng Yi and Guting, who are ranked first on the Immortal Ancient God list, are? The opening of the Immortal Academy of Creation shook the entire primordial chaos. Every race and every force fought to be the first to send their geniuses into the Academy of Eternal Creation. The Ancient God Academy gathered almost all the top ancient gods in the entire primordial chaos. The ancient gods on the Immortal Ancient God list were the strongest ancient gods today, and they could fight against the demonic great demon. The demonic great demon was ranked third on the Immortal Ancient God list. From this point alone, it could be seen that there were less than 5 ancient gods in the entire primordial chaos who were stronger than him. But now, he was being suppressed by an unknown human warrior. Where did this guy called Fang Chen come from? He's too strong. Is he still human? He's only in the late life ancient realm, but he has such powerful combat strength. He suppressed the demonic great demon and made him furious. This strength is comparable to Guting, who is ranked second on the Immortal Ancient God list. Below the peak of Tai, countless warriors were discussing. At this moment, their admiration for Fang Chen could not be any greater. It was hard to imagine that such a monstrous genius could appear in the current era. Could it be another Gu Tianhua and Lin Qian? Even Gu Tianhua, who is at the same level, is not much stronger than him. If he continues to develop like this, once he steps into the demonic great demon level, he will definitely surpass Lin Qian and Gu Tianhua. When the names of these two people were mentioned, everyone's hearts trembled. Gu Tianhua of the Gu family was one of the most monstrous geniuses in the primordial chaos. He was the fastest freak to step into the void ancient realm, an unprecedented record. And Lin Qian of the Lin family was the fastest to step into the star ancient realm. In the primordial chaos, these two experts were known as the peerless geniuses, the strongest ancient gods since ancient times. Now, although they had both stepped into the demonic great demon level, their legends were still circulating in the primordial chaos. Their achievements in the ancient god realm were unreachable by later generations. I don't think so. He can only fight against the demonic great demon. Perhaps he will continue to grow in the future. But comparing him to Lin Qian and Gu Tianhua is putting him on a pedestal. Someone made a sound of objection. Gu Tianhua and Lin Qian, whether in terms of potential or strength, were the best in the same realm. In their hearts, Fang Chen's foundation was too shallow. He was still far from surpassing the two. That's right. Putting everything else aside, just those two records alone are enough to make many people despair. Someone else spoke up, thinking that Fang Chen was inferior to Lin Qian and Gu Tianhua. However, if they knew that Fang Chen had broken Gu Tianhua and Lin Qian's records alone, what would they think? Furthermore, he had raised this record to a level that was truly unprecedented and would never be surpassed in the future. Unfortunately, there were very few people who knew about this news. Boom! Just as everyone was discussing, the battle at the peak of Tai reached its climax. Fang Chen used the illusory realm as the foundation and fully activated the illusory sword, completely suppressing the demonic great demon. The latter roared at the sky from time to time, but he could not break out of the cage. Damn it! The demonic great demon roared in anger, his eyes as big as gongs staring at Fang Chen. He wanted nothing more than to tear Fang Chen into pieces. Whoosh! With a swing of his hand, the hidden star sword stabbed at the demonic great demon, who desperately tried to block. At this time, two figures flashed in the sky, causing an uproar below. That's Qing Yi and Guting. Did they go as well? Seeing these two people, the demonic great demon became even more anxious. He glared angrily at Fang Chen and made a decision. I cannot delay any longer, otherwise the plan will change. Thinking of this, he could not care less. He gritted his teeth, spat out a mouthful of essence blood, and burned it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After burning his essence blood, the demonic great demon's presence rose to a peak. At the same time, he took out a black bead and swallowed it. In the blink of an eye, his presence had reached an unprecedented level. Break! The demonic great demon clenched his fist and punched. An earth-shattering punch landed on the illusory realm, instantly shattering it. At the same time, Fang Chen's illusory sword attacked. Seeing this, the demonic great demon did not even look. He threw out a punch and blocked Fang Chen's illusory sword. Seeing this, Fang Chen's expression changed. When he thought that the demonic great demon would attack with all his strength, he did something unexpected. He stomped his foot and his figure flickered. He escaped into the void and swept toward the distant horizon. Did the demonic great demon escape? Below the Tai peak, countless people were in an uproar. They were shocked. Even the demonic great demon, who was ranked third on the Immortal Ancient God list, had been defeated? Perhaps only Qing Yi and Guting could fight with Fang Chen? Has a supreme treasure appeared? Fang Chen frowned and stared at the distant horizon, murmuring. From the demonic great demon's behavior, there seemed to be something very important to him in the distant horizon. Let's go. Without thinking, Fang Chen used the space-time escape technique and chased after it. For a time, the many martial warriors below the peak of the Supreme One also swarmed over. Qing-yi Guting, I hope you don't ruin my plan otherwise. Chapter 2905. The place where the dazzling light came from was rather far away from the peak of Tai. In the process of flying, Zun Mo discovered that Fang Qin was chasing after him. His face was gloomy, and he struck out with a backhand palm. The vast power of the demon clan formed a palm print in the void and blasted towards Fang Qin. Swoosh! Using the invincible sword principle, he slashed out with the hidden star sword and split it in half. Along the way, Fang Qin and Zun Mo were chasing and fighting at the same time. Zun Mo used a forbidden technique, and his power was raised to the extreme in a short time. For a while, Fang Qin could not do anything to him. What's in there? Why would a demon sovereign be so crazy? The closer he got to the destination, the more cautious Fang Qin was. He no longer attacked Zun Mo, but followed behind him unhurriedly. What surprised Fang Qin the most was that Qing-yi and Guting, who were elusive, had both appeared. These two geniuses were the strongest ancient gods in the immemorial chaos, and they were also the future hope of the human clan. The potential of the two of them was so strong that it was daunting to look at. It was said that a peerless expert once said that these two were most likely to reach the level of Lin Qian and Gu Tianhua. Some peerless experts even said that it was only a matter of time before they reached the level of Universe God. Zun Mo and Universe God were on completely different levels. In the immemorial chaos there were many Zun Mo, but very few Universe Gods. Moreover, they were all very mysterious. From this point, it could be seen how terrifying Qing-yi and Guting's potential was. Since these two entered the Ancient God Institute, they had been the top two on the Immortal Ancient God list, and it had never changed. Moreover, after they entered, they disappeared without a trace, as if they had been in seclusion. This time, they appeared together because of the commotion here. Fang Qin's intuition told him that this place must be extraordinary. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After a few hours, following Zun Mo, they finally arrived at their destination. At a glance, there was a dense forest ahead. What was shocking was that this forest was full of hemlock trees. Hemlock tree. Upon seeing this scene, Fang Qin was somewhat stunned. Soon after, he took a deep breath as his pitch-black eyes stared intently at the dense forest. The hemlock tree was a very magical tree in the chaos. Its body was as tough as the fleshly body of a god. Therefore, many times, some powerful weapon refiners would use it to refine weapons. Weapons refined from its body, even the most ordinary of weapons, were extremely terrifying. However, in the outside world, hemlock trees were almost extinct. He didn't expect the Ancient God Institute to have so many hemlock trees. Soon after, many warriors and great demons arrived. When they saw the hemlock tree, they were all dumbfounded. However, it was not the hemlock tree that attracted the demon. Voila! He leaped into the dense forest, as if he did not care about the hemlock trees at all. Go in. Fang Qin also jumped in and followed closely behind the great demon. Oh my God, there are so many hemlock trees here! No wonder it's the Immortal Institute of Creation. If these hemlock trees were placed in the outside world, it would definitely cause a commotion. Many people's hearts began to stir. No one knew who shouted, but immediately, the vast crowd rushed into the forest like a tide. They crazily mined the hemlock trees, wanting to take them for themselves. The hemlock trees belonged to the demon clan. The great demons of the demon clan looked eager as they rushed into the forest. One of the warriors was the first to rush to a hemlock tree. His face was filled with an excited smile as he fiercely punched the hemlock tree. He seemed to have already seen the scene of him taking the hemlock tree into his arms. However, something unexpected happened. Crack! A crisp sound came from the hemlock tree. Immediately after, everyone saw that the warrior who attacked the hemlock tree was quickly sent flying backward. With a bang, his body fell outside the forest. When everyone looked over, they sucked in a breath of cold air because he had already lost all signs of life. Everyone was shocked. Wasn't this too terrifying? How terrifying was the aura contained in the hemlock tree? An ancient life realm martial artist had actually been killed by the shockwave of this attack? Humph, weak humans also want to take the hemlock tree? Seeing this, the great demons of the demon clan mocked. Your bodies are too weak to withstand the powerful force contained in the hemlock tree, a great demon said. The demon clan is born stronger than the human clan. These hemlock trees are destined to belong to the demon clan. After saying this, the great demon strode toward a hemlock tree. Watch carefully. The great demon glanced at the human clan warriors and sneered. He grabbed the trunk of the hemlock tree with his claws and pulled it up. Bang! Just as the great demon was gloating, his body exploded and his flesh and blood turned into a mess. This scene made the other great demons pale. Thinking of how they had just mocked the human clan warriors, they felt their faces burn. Deep in the forest, passing through the dense hemlock trees, the great demon clan warrior came to the depths of the forest aggressively. At this time, two figures appeared in front of him. They were Ching-Yi and Guting. Ching-Yi, Guting, do you want to interfere? The great demon clan warrior roared angrily. Ching-Yi, who was dressed in white, turned to look at the great demon clan warrior but did not speak. Guting, who was emitting a fierce aura, said in a deep voice, "This is the Ancient God Institute, not the territory of the demon clan. Why can't we come?" Guting's words made the great demon clan warrior even angrier. He stretched out his large finger and pointed to the depths of the forest. "The demon clan has occupied this place since we entered the Ancient God Institute. Leave quickly, or don't blame me for being rude." Humph! Ching-Yi snorted and did not speak. Guting's broad axe swayed. "What? You want to fight? Don't forget, you're only ranked 3rd on the Immortal Ancient God list." After saying this, Guting seemed to think of something and added, "Besides, you can't even defeat him. What right do you have to order us around?" "Damn it!" The great demon clan warrior roared angrily. A black evil aura appeared around him. He opened his hands and waved them fiercely. The entire sky changed color. At the same time, in an open space deep in the forest, a crystal-clear light was emitted. It resonated with the aura of the great demon clan warrior. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The great demon clan warrior waved his hand. A terrifying aura shot up into the sky and enveloped the entire forest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black aura quickly formed a powerful restriction around them, trapping Fang Chen and the other two. Seeing this, Fang Chen frowned slightly. He felt that the restriction was not ordinary. What does he want to do? Fang Chen thought to himself. Could it be? Ching-Yi and Guting looked at each other and said, "This is related to the connection of the 3 academies. We can't let the great demon clan warrior occupy it. Let's end this quickly." After saying this, the two attacked together. Guting roared and waved his broad axe at the restriction. Ching-Yi's figure flashed and turned into a stream of light, rushing toward the restriction. Amazing! Seeing the two attack, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Guting and Ching-Yi had reached the limit of the life ancient realm. It was not an exaggeration to call them the strongest ancient gods. Guting should be a body-refining martial artist, and Ching-Yi seems to be a void martial artist, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Boom! The first joint attack of the two collided with the restriction. Whoosh! Ripples appeared on the restrictive barrier, and the wild laughter of the great demon sovereign could be heard from outside. "How is it? How is my demon slayer formation?" The great demon clan warrior said, "Originally, I prepared this formation to break the barrier of the 3 academies, but you insisted on ruining my plan, so I had to use it in advance." Demon slayer formation? Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the great demon clan warrior had come prepared. Legend has it that the Demon Slayer formation is one of the core formations of the Demon Clan. Unexpectedly, the great demon clan warrior brought it to the Immortal Academy of Fortune, Fang Chen said. Guting held his broad axe and said in a deep voice, Great demon clan warrior, don't be arrogant. It's just a demon slayer formation. Watch me smash it with my broad axe. Qing Yi frowned slightly. He seemed to have realized that the demon slayer formation was difficult to deal with. However, he was still confident. Chapter 2906. Fang Chen did not expect that the demon would bring the demon slayer formation to the Immortal Academy of Creation. Moreover, he wanted to use it to open the barrier between the three academies. By now, even an idiot would be able to see the intentions of this great demon. Could it be that the three academies of the Immortal Academy of Creation are connected? Fang Chen was puzzled. It must be so. Otherwise, why would the demon go through so much trouble to break the barrier between the three academies? The Immortal Academy of Creation was divided into the Ancient God Academy, the Honored God Academy, and the Universe God Academy. There was no need to think about the Universe God Academy. It was the place where the top experts of the immemorial chaos competed. At present, the Ancient God Academy was not much of a challenge to the demon. Moreover, the cultivation resources here were definitely different from the Honored God Academy. Although the Honored God Academy was extremely dangerous and could lead to death if one was not careful. However, opportunities were often accompanied by risk. One could only rise above others by going through hardship. It seemed that the demon wanted to use the Demon Slayer formation to go to the Honored God Academy. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. If he could go to the Honored God Academy, it would be a great opportunity for him. Although there are many treasures in the Ancient God Academy, they are of limited help to me, Fang Chen said. His strength was undoubtedly the strongest ancient god since ancient times. Even Qing Yi and Guting were no match for him in a one-on-one fight. There were some things that were useful to weaker ancient gods, but they weren't of much use to him. After today, I will become the strongest ancient god in the immemorial chaos. The demon was in high spirits. His huge head shook and a terrifying black aura was emitted from his body. You should be proud to die under the Demon Slayer formation. Seeing that the light from underground was getting brighter, the demon did not want to waste any more time. He waved his hand and the Demon Slayer formation was fully activated. Rumble! Within the Demon Slayer formation, a terrifying murderous aura spread. The demon aura was pervasive and constantly eroded the bodies of the three. Buzz! A layer of halo appeared around Guting and Qing Yi, temporarily isolating the demon aura. The two looked at each other and attacked together. Soaring Sky Axe! Void Transference! Two voices sounded from the demon-slaying formation. In the next moment, a huge axe fell from the sky, carrying a powerful force as it ruthlessly chopped down on the demon-slaying array. At the same time, Qing Yi's body entered the void. He wanted to use this opportunity to find the chaotic point of the Demon Slayer formation and break it in one fell swoop. It's useless. It's impossible for you all to break through the demon-slaying formation. Seeing this, the Venerable Demon Great Monster laughed wildly. Controlling the devil-punishing formation, he easily blocked Guting's full-powered attack. At the same time, he forced Qing Yi's body out. Thud, thud, thud. The two of them kept retreating. After stabilizing themselves, the two of them had completely darkened expressions. They didn't expect the Demon Slayer formation to be so powerful. What should we do? Guting held his axe and asked. The demon-slaying formation is much stronger than we imagined. My full-strength attack couldn't even cause any ripples. Qing Yi muttered, the devil-slaying array is indeed very strong. If it was controlled by a venerable god powerhouse, we would have died long ago. However, we still have a chance. The one controlling the demon-slaying formation is a venerable demon great monster. He's weak and can't maintain it for a long time. You mean wait? Guting asked. Qing Yi nodded. There was no other way. The Venerable Demon Great Monster can't kill us with the demon-slaying formation. We can't panic. We also need to conserve our strength and deal with any sudden changes. Qingyi said, as long as we can hold on for a while, the Venerable Demon Great Monster will collapse. All right, it's settled then. It just so happens that during this time, I can hone my soaring sky-dazzling axe art. Guting nodded. Although he was very strong and ranked second on the Immortal Ancient God list. But in the outside world, Guting and Qingyi were good brothers. Most importantly, the two clans had been on good terms since their ancestors. Under normal circumstances, Guting would listen to Qingyi's words. Ha! The Venerable Demon Great Monster sneered and looked at Qingyi and Guting with disdain. In the primordial chaos, the human race reigned supreme and the demon race had been suppressed all these years. And he was the most outstanding prodigy of the demon race in recent times. He was regarded as the hope of the demon race's rise. Logically and emotionally, he should kill these two potential opponents. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being a human. As soon as the Venerable Demon Great Monster finished speaking, the demon-slaying formation suddenly shook violently. A violent aura descended from the sky as if the whole world was about to collapse. The shaking here directly affected the entire dense forest. Outside the forest, many human race warriors and demon race great monsters were trying their best to collect the hemlock tree. All of a sudden, a powerful ripple swept toward them. Not good. Someone screamed. Immediately, the others fled madly toward the outside of the forest like a tide. This power was too strong. Although some people discovered it first, there were still some cultivators who were too slow and were killed by the powerful aura. It's too scary. What happened in the depths of the forest? Could it be that the four great monsters are fighting? Even so, it can't cause such a big commotion. The human race warriors hid far away, looking at the depths of the forest with lingering fear and muttering to themselves. In another area, the great monsters of the demon race were crying tears of joy. Ha ha, foolish humans! They are finally going to pay for their recklessness. Our Lord is very strong. He is ranked third on the Immortal Ancient God list. With the help of the demon-slaying formation, no matter how strong Qingyi and the other two are, they will definitely die. That's right. Once the demon-slaying formation is out, who can compete with it? Hearing the words demon-slaying formation, the human race warriors were completely dumbfounded. What? Demon-slaying formation? Not good. Qingyi and the others are in danger. They knew very well what the demon-slaying formation meant. Their faces were pale, and they did not dare to stay here for long. Once Qingyi and the other two could not withstand the power of the demon-slaying formation and died here, they would be surrounded by the demon race. Let's go. We can't stay here for long. Some warriors had already realized that something was wrong and quickly left. In the depths of the forest, in the demon-slaying formation, Qingyi and Guting did not speak to Fangchen from the beginning. They even ignored him. In their hearts they did not approve of Fangchen. Even if he could suppress a great monster in battle, he was at most a nouveau riche and could not be compared to them. Fangchen stood in the demon-slaying formation and released his powerful emperor-level spiritual consciousness. He carefully sensed every corner of the demon-slaying formation. No wonder it is one of the strongest formations of the demon race. It is really exquisite. However, as he spoke, Fang Chen's lips curled into a sly smile. The great monster is still too weak to activate the full power of the demon-slaying formation. Fang Chen did not doubt that if the demon-slaying formation exploded with full power, they would have been turned into meat paste. Now, the demon-slaying formation could not suppress the three of them because the one controlling it was the great monster. The demon-slaying formation was real. It was just that the one controlling it was too weak. In this case, there is no problem. After a while, Fang Chen nodded gently. He already had a plan in mind. At this time, he happened to hear Guting and Qingyi's conversation. Fang Chun immediately interrupted. Although controlling the demon-slaying formation requires a lot of energy, the great monster is a demon race. His bloodline is compatible with the demon-slaying formation. He can hold on for a long time. Your idea is not realistic. Fang Chen's meaning was obvious. By the time the great monster could not hold on, they would have been killed by the demon-slaying formation. Qing Yi frowned. Guting scolded, "What do you know? I am not talented. I know a little about formations." Fang Chen smiled and did not lower himself to Guting's level. After all, to break the demon-slaying formation, he needed the help of Qing Yi and Guting. Otherwise, he could not do it alone. "Humph, do you know what the demon-slaying formation is?" Guting said in a low voice. He seemed to be very dissatisfied with Fang Chen. "I have a way to get out of the demon-slaying formation, but I need the help of the two of you." Fang Chen shrugged. Chapter 2907. Although Guting looked carefree, he was actually very arrogant. In his eyes, Fang Chen was not of the same kind. Seeing Guting's mocking smile, Fang Chen was speechless. How could such a person become the second expert on the Immortal Ancient God list? He had some doubts. However, Fang Chen could not see through Qing Yi. The latter remained silent, as if he wanted to see through Fang Chen. Suddenly, a thought flashed across Fang Chen's mind as he turned his head to look at Qing Yi. Could it be that he was the one behind all of this? Fang Chen and the great demon were fighting fiercely at the peak of Tai Yi. The commotion was huge, so it was impossible for the two of them not to notice. In the end, Fang Chen's sword swept across the sky and suppressed the great demon. Such strength was enough to attract their attention. However, they had displayed such an attitude. Fang Chen couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Guting mocked him because Qing Yi was testing him? "What about you?" Fang Chen asked. Qing Yi remained silent, indifferently facing Fang Chen. Boom! Just at this moment, the power of the devil-punishing formation suddenly increased by a large amount. Gales whistled, and the entire forest seemed to have sunk into a huge whirlpool. The aura was extremely terrifying. "Ha ha ha, the three of you can die now." Outside the Demon Slayer formation, venerated demon's maniacal laughter could be heard. The energy in his body vibrated as he pushed it to the limit. Then, he slammed his claws onto the Demon Slayer formation. Hiss hiss hiss. The base and core of the Demon Slayer formation were completely activated. A terrifying killing aura was emitted from it. In ancient times, our demon race used this to kill the devil race. Now I'm using it to kill the elites of the human race. As soon as the Demon Slayer formation finished speaking, the Demon Slayer formation began to shake. The howling of malicious ghosts could be heard in the air, and an aura filled with resentment spread out. Crackle! The evil aura corroded Guting and Qing Yi's bodies. Crackling sounds came from their skin, as if they were under great threat. Scram! Guting waved the axe in his hand, trying to force the evil aura away, but he failed. Qing Yi's expression changed. His mind was thinking quickly. It's useless. The power of the Demon Slayer formation is not something you can imagine. Fang Chen's voice sounded. He clasped his hands behind his back and stood there quietly on the ground. All of the evil auras that approached him actually changed directions. It was as if none of this had anything to do with him. Facing the Demon Slayer formation, he easily dealt with it. Could it be, seeing this, Qing Yi finally couldn't help but ask, how? Fang Chen wasted no time and told them the method to break the demon execution formation. We should be glad that the controller of the Evil Slayer array is a great demon. Otherwise, we wouldn't be standing here talking. Fang Chen said, there is a certain level of difficulty in breaking the Demon Slayer formation, but as long as we cooperate well enough, it is completely possible to break free from the Demon Slayer formation's shackles. When Fang Chen finished explaining how to cooperate, Guting immediately expressed his doubts. Are you sure you can see the trajectory of the Demon Slayer formation? Guting asked doubtfully. He really couldn't believe that a life-ancient realm martial artist could see through the Demon Slayer formation. That was the Demon Slayer formation, one of the most powerful formations of the demon race. Even a sovereign god expert couldn't see through it. Do you have any other choice now? Fang Chen asked. No, we can't joke around with our lives. Guting shook his head and refused. I agree. Qing Yi, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. But, start preparing for battle, Qing Yi said. Guting lowered his head and didn't say anything else. Fang Chen gave the two of them a relatively simple task. The most crucial part was himself. With Fang Chen's strength, he naturally couldn't break the Demon Slayer formation. However, he could borrow the power of Ancestor Ba Yao's great formation to destroy the Demon Slayer formation's foundation. He had consulted Ancestor Ba Yao in detail beforehand, and the latter was very confident that he could destroy the foundation. Don't worry. Although the Demon Slayer formation is very strong and I can't destroy its core, I still have some confidence in destroying its foundation. Ancestor Ba Yao vowed solemnly. After all, no matter how strong the Demon Slayer formation was, it still belonged to the ranks of the demon race's great formations. The great formations of the demon race were always the same. Ancestor Ba Yao's attainments in this aspect were extremely high. It was only because he was only left with a trace of consciousness that he couldn't control too much power. Otherwise, if he was at his peak, he could break the Demon Slayer formation with a single slap. Begin. Fang Chen confirmed with Ancestor Ba Yao again and said in a deep voice. Guting immediately roared and rushed madly into the Demon Slayer formation. The broad axe in his hand danced and bombarded every corner of the Demon Slayer formation in a disorderly fashion. His purpose was to attract the attention of the Demon Great Monster. Are you crazy? As expected, the Demon Great Monster noticed Guting and sneered. Since that's the case, I'll kill you first. With that, he urged the power of the Demon Slayer formation to surge toward Guting, wanting to kill him in one fell swoop. Pfft. In just one exchange, Guting was sent flying by the power of the Demon Slayer formation. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. However, he still stood up with the support of the broad axe. Hang in there. Qing Yi transmitted her voice from afar. At the same time, Qing Yi's body also turned into a stream of light and escaped into the void, heading toward the direction Fang Chen was pointing. 30 meters to the left. 90 meters to the west behind you. Fang Chen's voice constantly entered Qing Yi's ears. The location he mentioned was the base of the Demon Slayer formation. As for himself, he secretly released the great formation of the demon race. Ancestor Ba Yao's remnant consciousness was integrated into the Demon Slayer formation to block the Demon Great Monster's attack. Realizing that his attack was blocked, the Demon Great Monster's face darkened. In the face of absolute strength, everything is but fleeting clouds. The Demon Great Monster roared and urged all his power to control the Demon Slayer formation to kill Guting. However, with the intervention of Ancestor Ba Yao, the connection between the Demon Great Monster and the Demon Slayer formation was greatly weakened, which bought Guting a lot of time. Ha ha, come and kill me if you can. Guting also knew that the opportunity couldn't be missed. He didn't want to fail just like that. He deliberately did this to attract the Demon Great Monster's attention. After being provoked by Guting, the Demon Great Monster focused all his attention on him. Don't worry, I won't kill you so quickly. I'll cripple your cultivation and let you taste all the pain in the world. Boom. A series of powerful attacks came from Qing Yi's hands. Every time his iron fist struck, it would cause the formation base to shake. You stay here and stabilize the situation. I'll go help Qing Yi. Fang Chen said to Ancestor Ba Yao, who was in the great formation of the demon race. Fang Chen floated to the front of the formation base. Glancing at Qing Yi, he said, You have to destroy 3 of the formation bases in 1 minute or you'll fail. Swoosh. As he spoke, Fang Chun took out the hidden star sword and attacked together with Qing Yi. The powerful pressure of the invincible sword Dao spread out instantly. Every time the hidden star sword hit the formation base, it would cause great damage. Seeing this scene, Qing Yi's heart skipped a beat. He finally knew how Fang Chun suppressed the demon great monster. If it were me, how would I be able to withstand such exquisite swordsmanship? While attacking, Qing Yi thought quickly and soon came to an incomparably depressing conclusion. He could not resist Fang Chun's exquisite sword technique. Crack! Under the joint attack of the two, cracks began to appear on the array base. Next, with their current strength, it was impossible for them to completely destroy the formation base of the Demon Slayer formation, so they stopped after destroying it. Outside the Demon Slayer formation, the furious roar of the demon great monster sounded. He felt the Demon Slayer formation shake and his face was hideous. All of you must die. The demon great monster fell into a deranged state and forcibly activated the Demon Slayer formation to kill the three of them. Hurry up, I can't hold on any longer. In a flash, Guting's body flew out with a pale face and no longer able to fight. In the great formation of the demon race, Ancestor Ba Yao also flashed and returned to Dark Cave Mountain. At this time, Fang Chun and Qing Yi joined forces to destroy two of the formation bases. There was only one left. There's no time, Qing Yi said helplessly. Fang Chun gritted his teeth and made a crazy decision. Continue to destroy the third formation base. I'll block the attack of the Demon Slayer formation. Chapter 2908. At this moment, the power of the Demon Slayer array was at its maximum. The crazy killing power roared in the Demon Slayer array, as if it would sweep Fang Chun and the other two away at any time. The revered demon also realized that Fang Chun and the other two were trying to destroy the array, so he increased his power to stop them. Die! The revered demon went into a frenzy. He roared crazily and spread out his claws, injecting his terrifying power into the Demon Slayer array. Continue! Fang Chun roared in a low voice. Immediately, he took a big stride forward and charged towards the core of the demon-slaying formation. Rumble! Fang Chun stomped his feet and the Chaos Sword body exploded with a bright and vast power, causing the entire Demon Slayer array to tremble. Seeing this, the revered Demon Slayer array narrowed his eyes and immediately controlled the Demon Slayer array to kill Fang Chun. I'll kill you first. Fang Chun used the Chaos Sword body as the foundation to attract all the power of the Demon Slayer array, giving Qing Yi enough time. I'll help you too. Guting, who was lying on the ground, struggled to get up. He quickly came to Qing Yi's side and joined forces with her to attack the third array. Crack! Under Qing Yi and Guting's full attack, cracks started to appear on the array. The array was originally indestructible, but Fang Chun used the Chaos Sword body to attract all the power of the Demon Slayer array, causing the array to weaken. This was the best chance for the three of them. Dong! A majestic force slammed into Fang Chun's body. His internal organs trembled and his body retreated continuously. Buzz! Lin Fan roared. His chaotic sword body's defense was raised to the highest level. A strong sword chi halo surrounded his body. Even so, the power of the Demon Slayer array penetrated the defense of the sword chi halo and hit Fang Chun's body. He spat out blood and his face turned pale as if he was struck by lightning. The Demon Slayer array is too strong. My Chaos Sword body can only reduce its power by 30%. Fang Chun murmured with determination in his eyes. He turned his head to take a look. Under the joint efforts of Qing Yi and Guting, the third array foundation was about to be destroyed. His heart became hot as he thought of this. Then, he spread out his palm. The hidden star sword issued a series of sword cries. It seemed as if it was responding to its master's anger. Invincible sword principle, illusory sword. A sword light that seemed both real and illusory descended from the sky like the wrath of the heavens. It ruthlessly slashed at the demon-slaying array, causing it to shake. Bang! Zunemo was forced to take a few steps back due to the powerful recoil, but he quickly stabilized himself. Damn it! He also felt that the Demon Slayer formation was becoming more and more unstable. The third formation base was about to be destroyed. He could not continue like this, or the plan would fail. I will not allow my plan to fail at the final step. You all must die for daring to obstruct my plan. The Reverend Devil howled in a frenzy, unleashing a decisive attack. Within the devil-slaying formation, ghost-like wails and wolf-like howls rang out, shocking everyone. Surging thick smoke spewed out from the demon-slaying formation. It carried an extremely strong energy as it quickly enveloped Fang Chun. Dong! Fang Chun used the chaotic sword body to resist the power of the demon-slaying formation. Not good. Ching Yi and Guting's faces changed as they saw Fang Chun being enveloped by the thick smoke. No matter how strong his physical body is, it is impossible for him to resist the power of the demon-slaying formation. He is using his life to buy time for us. Ching Yi quickly calmed down and continued to attack. Crack! Finally, after a series of violent attacks, the cracks on the third formation base became bigger and bigger. The speed of repair was far slower than the speed of destruction. This also meant that the third formation base was destroyed. Dong! Within the demon-slaying formation, there was a trembling sound that reverberated through the sky. Thick smoke billowed and condensed into a ferocious shadow that was constantly devouring Fang Chun. Let's go. Ching Yi looked in the direction where Fang Chun was being devoured. Her face changed and she hesitated for a moment. However, she was pulled by Guting, and they quickly escaped from the depths of the forest. Bang! The demon-slaying formation was shattered. The great demon was severely injured and on the verge of death. He used his last breath and disappeared into the darkness. At the same time, the entire depths of the mountain range had turned into ruins. Only the hemlock trees stood on the ruins and swayed as if telling the world that a great battle had taken place here. When the thick smoke dissipated, the ruins were everywhere but there was no trace of Fang Chun. After escaping far away, Guting and Ching Yi stood on a mountain peak and looked into the depths of the forest. The two of them could not get over it for a long time. He is dead. After a long time, Guting said in a low voice. Although he was unwilling to accept the fact, there was no other way. Fang Chun had died under the demon-slaying formation. At this moment, Guting felt guilty. He had never met Fang Chun and had even mocked him. However, at the critical moment it was Fang Chun who stood up for them and bought time for them to live. Strictly speaking, their lives were saved by Fang Chun. Thinking of this, Guting clenched the axe in his hand and said in a low voice, "If it were not for Fang Chun, we would have died in the demon-slaying formation. We were able to survive because Fang Chun used his life in exchange for ours. I think we should do something. Otherwise, how can we face our conscience?" Ching Yi, who had been silent, also nodded gently. He sighed and said, "If he is not dead, I will recognize him as my brother. If he dies, then his vengeance will be my vengeance." The battle in the depths of the forest quickly spread throughout the ancient God Institute. When they learned that Fang Chun had died under the demon-slaying formation, everyone was shocked. Although they did not believe it, they had to admit that the power of the demon-slaying formation was not something Fang Chun could compare with. In addition, Ching Yi and Guting had confirmed that Fang Chun had indeed died in the demon-slaying formation. At the same time, the two of them gave orders to the human clan in the name of the first place on the Immortal Ancient God list. From today on, they were to attack the demon clan in the Ancient God Institute with all their strength. If they found traces of the demon-slaying formation, they were to report it immediately. In short, the entire Ancient God Institute was in chaos because of Fang Chun's death. A few days later, someone with sharp eyes found that Fang Chun's name, which was ranked 8th on the Immortal Ancient God list, had disappeared. This discovery made everyone feel even more depressed. Guting and Ching Yi came to the square immediately. They stared at the stone tablet with shining eyes and were speechless for a long time. It seemed that Fang Chen was really dead. Otherwise, why was his name not on the Immortal Ancient God list? Heaven is jealous of the talents. Such a genius of the human clan died in the demon-slaying formation. The demon clan is too despicable. They brought the demon-slaying formation to the Ancient God Institute. Just wait and see. Ching Yi and Guting will not give up so easily. The demon-slaying formation must die, and the demon clan in the Ancient God Institute will be completely destroyed. There was a huge uproar in the Ancient God Institute. The root cause of all this was that Fang Chen had died in the demon-slaying formation. In the blue sky, the scorching sun hung high, and the sunlight shone on the ground. Through the woods, the sunlight fell on the ground. This mountain range was unusually quiet. Chirp, 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 chirp. The little bird stood on the tree branch, chirping non-stop. The ground was covered with fallen leaves, as if autumn had arrived. Upon closer inspection, a figure could be seen on the ground covered by fallen leaves. He was in a coma. His face was pale, and his forehead was full of blood. His clothes were tattered, and he looked like a beggar. If Cheng Yi and Guting were here, they would have screamed. Because he was Fang Chen, who everyone in the Ancient God Institute thought had died in the demon-slaying formation. Suddenly, Fang Chen's fingers moved, and then his body began to shake. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. "I'm not dead?" Fang Chen murmured. He looked around and found that his body was covered with fallen leaves, and he was in a mysterious place. He was very confused. "I remember that when the demon-slaying formation was broken, all the power bombarded my body." Fang Chen tried hard to recall what had happened at that time. "That's right." Suddenly, an image flashed through his mind. "I remember that at that time, a gray bead emerged from the Chaos Sword body. That bead covered me and then I fell into a coma," Fang Chen muttered to himself. After thinking for a while, he finally knew how he had survived the attack of the demon-slaying formation. "Where is this place?" Fang Chen sensed that the power of the way of heaven in the air was thicker, and the supreme rules here were different from those of the Ancient God Institute. He thought of a place subconsciously and blurted it out. Chapter 2909. The Immortal Academy of Creation was a sacred place of cultivation in the immemorial chaos. Everyone thought that the Immortal Academy of Creation was a single academy. Little did they know that it had 3 academies, namely the Ancient Academy, the Honored Academy, and the Strongest Universe Academy. According to his cultivation, Fang Chen had entered the Ancient Academy of Creation through Heaven's Road. But now, he had appeared in the Honored Academy of Creation. The only explanation was that the moment the Demon Slayer formation was broken, it shattered the barrier between the 2 courtyards, allowing Fang Chen to appear in the Honorable God courtyard as if he was possessed. Huff! Fang Chen took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. As expected of the Honored Academy of Creation. Compared to the Ancient Academy of Creation, the power of heavenly Tao is denser and the supreme laws seem to be more deeply rooted in people's hearts. Fang Chen murmured. He had previously thought of entering the Honored Academy of Creation. To outsiders, the Ancient Academy of Creation was a sacred place of cultivation. But to Fang Chen, it wasn't much of a challenge. Cheng Yi and Guting on the Immortal Ancient God ranking were no match for him. He even used the Chaos Sword body to resist the Demon Slayer formation without dying. Fang Chen wanted to get up, but he felt pain. He looked into his body and found that his internal organs were damaged, but it wasn't a big deal. It was only a matter of time before he recovered. When the Demon Slayer formation broke, what was that gray bead that emerged from my body? Fang Chen's heart was filled with doubts. If I'm not wrong, that should be the legendary Chaos Bead. Ancestor Ba Yao's voice came from Dark Cave Mountain. Chaos Bead. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows. Legend has it that when one cultivates to a certain level with a unique chaos physique, they can produce a trace of chaos power and condense it into a chaos bead. Ancestor Ba Yao said, "Of course, all of this is just hearsay. When I roamed the world, I've never seen a heaven's pride with a chaos physique." Ancestor Ba Yao's meaning was clear. Even in ancient times, there were very few martial artists with a chaos physique. Chaos power? Chaos bead, chaos physique, chaos power. Fang Chen was puzzled. In the vast chaos, there are many special constitutions. Among them, the strongest is the chaos physique. You have the primal chaos sword body, but perhaps others have the primal chaos saber body, primal chaos lightning body, etc. Ancestor Ba Yao explained. Fang Chen gently nodded. The so-called chaotic physique was the ultimate version of the various physique. For example, his sword body was just an ordinary sword body in the beginning. However, by chance it evolved into the strongest sword body, which was also the ultimate chaotic sword body. As for the primal chaos force, it's very difficult for you to understand it now. You'll naturally understand it when your strength increases, said Ancestor Ba Yao. Let alone you, even tribulation supremacies know nothing about primal chaos. All you need to know is that in order to nurture a chaos bead, an enormous amount of chaos energy is required. With your current strength, you might not even be able to produce a single primal chaos bead in 1,000,000 years. Ancestor Ba Yao continued. In fact, he was also very shocked by the appearance of the chaos bead in Fang Chen's body. He couldn't figure out the reason no matter how hard he tried. Perhaps he accumulated a bit of primal chaos force when he evolved into the chaotic sword body. That was the only explanation that made sense. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded and did not ask any further. He secretly made a mental note of the chaos bead and the information related to primal chaos force. Kid, you're pretty lucky to have profited from a disaster and entered the Supreme God Institution. Ancestor Ba Yao smiled. Given your strength, there's no one in the ancient God Institution who can match you. You lack the tempering of life and death battles. This institution is a pretty good choice. Moreover, Ancestor Ba Yao said with a mysterious smile, the Divine Highness Institute has the legendary Primary Highness Pill. If you can get it, it will greatly benefit your cultivation. Origin Sovereign Pill? Although Fang Chen didn't know, Fang Chen finally understood after Ancestor Ba Yao's explanation. At the same time, he was somewhat impatient to obtain the Origin Sovereign Pill. The so-called Origin Sovereign Pill was an origin core formed by the accumulation of the energy of a supreme god expert after they passed away. It looked like a pill, but it was actually not much different from the inner core of a demonic beast. The Origin Sovereign Pill contained the lifetime energy of a supreme god expert. Once absorbed, one's strength would definitely increase greatly. This was something that many gods yearned for even in their dreams. Whoosh! Just as Fang Chen and Ancestor Ba Yao were conversing, rustling sounds suddenly came from the forest. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. He spread out his divine sense and enveloped the surroundings. He suddenly discovered that a few figures were approaching him. The wind was biting cold and the leaves were fluttering. Big brother, are you sure there's a Origin Sovereign Pill here? A man holding a battle saber asked softly. Isn't that obvious? Big brother's information is definitely correct. We were able to enter the Supreme God Institution because of Big Brother. If it wasn't for him, how could we, who had just become Star Venerables, cross the hurdle of Heaven's road? Don't talk nonsense. Following Big Brother is definitely the right choice. The short man said, We've already obtained 3 Origin Sovereign Pills. This is the 4th one. If we can get it, it'll be perfect. As they spoke, they arrived at the place where Fang Chen was. There's someone ahead. The leader stopped and stared at Fang Chen. Life ancient realm? Obviously, The short man did not expect that the other party was actually a life ancient realm expert. Big brother, could it be some big shot in disguise? Yeah, this is the Supreme God Institution. How could an ancient god enter? Be careful. Go around. The leader nodded and cupped his fists at Fang Chen. Then, he went around him and walked into the depths of the forest. Origin Sovereign Pill? Fang Chen had already heard their conversation. He was also very interested in the Origin Sovereign Pill that they mentioned. Whoosh! He used the spacetime escape technique and chased after them. In the void, Fang Chen's figure shuttled back and forth rapidly. He felt a great resistance. The pressure of the Supreme God Institution is much stronger than that of the Ancient God Institution. I feel that my speed is at least 30% slower here, Fang Chen said to himself. What did it mean to be 30% slower? It meant that the gravity of the Supreme God Institution was at least 3 times stronger than that of the Ancient God Institution. After a while, the few figures came to the depths of the forest. Look! The short man looked around and saw a skeleton behind the bluestone. The Origin Sovereign Pill is there. As soon as he finished speaking, the few of them whizzed over and surrounded withered bones. At this moment, there was a sparkling Origin Sovereign Pill floating in the abdomen of the skeleton. It was the legendary Origin Sovereign Pill. Origin Sovereign Pill. The faces of the few people were filled with excitement. The power contained in this Origin Sovereign Pill is very strong. It's much stronger than the 3 Origin Sovereign Pills we've obtained before. The leader laughed. Haha, we've found a treasure this time. Fang Chen, who was hiding in the dark, also saw the Origin Sovereign Pill. Is that the Origin Sovereign Pill? Seeing that the few people were about to take action, Fang Chen finally stopped hiding. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the bluestone. When they saw Fang Chen, their faces changed. Senior, what can I do for you? The leader said calmly. I'm here to take the Origin Sovereign Pill that belongs to me. Fang Chen said indifferently. Then, he walked towards the skeleton and stretched out his hand, grabbing the Zun Yuan Dan in his hand. Seeing Fang Chen's action, the few people's eyes turned red and they gritted their teeth. However, they held themselves back in the end. They looked at the leader and waited for him to make a decision. Senior, we brothers have spent a lot of effort to obtain this venerated Origin Pill. We hope that Senior, before the leader could finish speaking, Fang Chen waved his robe and rejected the offer. You have no fate with it. Senior. The short martial artist said in a low voice, You're a big shot. Why do you have to lower yourself to the same level as us? That's right. We've sacrificed everything for this Origin Sovereign Pill. The few people were a little crazy. Even if we die, we won't give it up. The leader roared angrily, and the others understood. They quickly moved and formed a battle formation, surrounding Fang Chen in the middle. We don't want to be your enemy. We just want to survive. Fang Chen laughed. Yes, who doesn't want to survive? He also wanted to survive. How could he give up the Origin Sovereign Pill that he had obtained? Chapter 29:10. The Immortal Creation Hall had opened and Heaven's Road had reappeared in the world. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if they knew that they were not strong enough to enter the Immortal Creation Hall, they would do everything they could to fight for the opportunity. This was the case for these people. This was the Honorable God Institute. With their strength, they were not even enough to fill the gaps between the teeth. By chance, one of the elder brothers of the leader had helped them, and that was how they were able to easily enter the cave. They knew that there were many experts in the Honorable God Institute, and they could not compete with others for the opportunity. They could only secretly look for the Honorable Energy Elixir, which was the only way for them to improve their cultivation. But now they had finally found a Honorable Energy Elixir, but it was taken away by Fang Chen. How could they not be angry? Senior. The leader's tone was a little heavy. Boss, why are you talking nonsense with him? I want to see who he is and how dare he act mysterious in front of us. the short man scolded coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately attacked. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept past and a laser beam was emitted from his body. This beam contained a powerful force. Break! The short martial artist shouted and jumped. He stepped on the beam with both feet and suddenly shook. The beam was suppressed and then flew quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen was expressionless. After experiencing everything in the Ancient God Institute, he had already seen through everything. In the so-called world where the strong were respected, if you were merciful, it would be the greatest harm to yourself. Kill. The hidden star sword suddenly appeared in his palm and quickly rotated together. A violent sword chi rushed to the sky. At this moment, it was as if he had turned into an ancient giant, holding a giant sword and standing on the ground like a god of war. Not good. Seeing this, the leader shouted, "Come back, third brother." Unfortunately, it was too late. The power of the invincible sword principle instantly erupted. The blood-soul sword whizzed out and monstrous bloodline power and soul principle power drilled into the hidden star sword one after another. Crack! The hidden star sword carried invincible power and slashed down. The short martial artist did not even have a chance to dodge. His body was directly split in half and his primordial spirit shattered. Third brother. Seeing this, the others opened their eyes wide and shouted crazily. Voila! The air was filled with the smell of blood, and a sorrowful atmosphere gradually spread. You killed third brother? The death of the short cultivator had completely infuriated these people. They all attacked together. Avenge third brother. A few ancient martial art practitioners instantly surrounded Fang Chen and swarmed forward. It was a pity that they were too weak. Fang Chen's invincible sword principle had already reached the point of perfection. With one slash of his sword, the world trembled in fear. The defense of the Chaos Sword body is comparable to the physical body of a holy sovereign. Fang Chen murmured after swinging his sword. Wherever the sword light passed, the void would shatter and blood would splatter everywhere. The bodies of several cultivators instantly disintegrated. Only the leader of the group managed to barely escape with his trump card. No, not far away, the leader of the group lay paralyzed on the ground. He was disappointed and frustrated. He kept shaking his head, and his face was full of disbelief. His brothers, who were chatting and laughing with him just now, were now beheaded. This was not the result he wanted to see. In his mind, he recalled the brave words of his brothers before entering the Immortal Academy of Creation. "Brothers, I'm sorry." Thinking of this, the leader closed his eyes in pain, and his heart was filled with sorrow. When the sorrow engulfed his mind, the leader's eyes were filled with endless anger. He stood up with difficulty, stamped his feet, and rushed towards Fang Chen with a trace of strength. "I'm going to kill you!" Crack! When he rushed out, the strength in his body suddenly exploded, and countless cracks appeared on his body. Fang Chen also saw that he was self-destructing. "Self-destructing?" Fang Chen murmured. Immediately, he flicked the hidden star sword and displayed an illusory sword. The illusory sword pierced through the leader's chest and nailed him to a towering tree not far away. Buzz! The leader's eyes widened, and he died with remaining grievances. Whoosh! The haze in the air gradually dissipated with the wind, leaving only Fang Chen standing on the ground. He put away the hidden star sword and turned to leave. "With my current strength, even peak star venerables won't be able to resist the illusory sword if I use all my strength," Fang Chen muttered to himself. This was his first battle after entering the Honored God Academy. Through this battle, he had a new understanding of his strength. Although he was only at the late stage of the life ancient realm, his fighting strength was comparable to peak star venerables or even peak star venerables. The only thing I lack is a trump card. Although these people were not as strong as him, they all had their own trump card. This was the biggest difference between the Honored God and the Ancient God. Thinking of this, Fang Chen also realized his shortcomings. On a mountain peak in the vast Honored God Academy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A wild wind blew, and the whole earth seemed to tremble. Under the setting sun, the figure on the mountain peak was elongated like a fossil. The figure sitting there had not moved for half a month. His body was filled with a vast aura. If one looked carefully, they would notice that the wild wind had taken the initiative to bypass his body when passing through the mountain peak. Whoosh! Suddenly, the figure opened his eyes. His face squirmed, and a scar that showed his bones made his face even more ferocious. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes were scarlet as he stared into the distance. Whoosh! His large hand made a grabbing motion in the void, causing the void before him to distort. In the next moment, a strange scene appeared. A small bird appeared in his palm. The bird flapped its wings, as if trying to break free from his grasp. Telekinesis! Moreover, he had done it in the Honored God Academy. One could imagine how strong this person was. The gravity in the Honored God Academy was 30% stronger than the Ancient God Academy, and twice as strong as the outside world. It was not easy to telekinesis here. Crack! The man with the scar looked at the bird in his palm, and he immediately used his strength to destroy the bird's body. With a ferocious look, he said in a hoarse voice, "My brother, I will avenge you." Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a figure came from below the mountain peak, and in a short while, he arrived in front of the man with the scar. "Brother Dao, what's the matter?" the man asked respectfully. "My brother was killed in the southwest region of the Honored God Academy. Go and investigate," the man with the scar said calmly. "Yes, Brother Dao." In a mysterious place, Fang Chen sat with his legs crossed, and the Honored Origin pill was placed in his palm. He looked at it carefully. "Is this the Honored Origin pill?" Fang Chen said with a smile. "Rip." Fang Chen swallowed the Honored Origin pill, and then started to absorb the energy of the Honored Origin pill. In his body, the Honored Origin pill was quickly broken down, and the powerful energy was absorbed by the black hole. Such pure energy! Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He had never seen such pure energy before. It seems like the Honored Origin pill is really a treasure for cultivation. No wonder so many people are fighting for it. With the help of the black hole bloodline, the energy of the Honored Origin pill was completely digested in a short while. Fang Chen felt the energy in his body fluctuating, and his blood was vigorous. His physical body had improved significantly, and his cultivation seemed to have improved as well. "My cultivation has improved a little. At this rate, I will be able to reach the peak of the life ancient realm soon if I absorb more Honored Origin pills," Fang Chen said happily. However, he knew that it would be difficult to obtain the Honored Origin pill. After all, this was the Honored God Academy, not the Ancient God Academy. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Fang Chen stood up and looked into the distance. At this moment, a large group of people was heading towards the southwest region of the Honored God Academy. What happened? Why are they making such a big fuss? I'm not sure. I'm just following orders. It seems like they are looking for someone. Huh. Many people in the group were puzzled. What had happened? Why was there such a big commotion? Lower your voice. I heard that Brother Dao's brother was killed. Our mission is to find the murderer. Someone reminded in a low voice. What? Chapter 29:11. The Honored God Institute was much larger than the Ancient God Institute. Standing on the wasteland, there was almost no one in sight. Many honored gods are looking for opportunities. Fang Chen sighed. He was an invincible existence in the Ancient God Institute, but he was so weak in the Honored God Institute. Master! The hidden star sword suddenly appeared and issued a sword cry. Then, it transmitted its voice to Fang Chen. I sensed a murderous sword chi. Fang Chen was a little surprised. He also sensed the murderous sword chi. It was nothing special, so he didn't know why the hidden star sword said so. Could it be that there was some secret behind this? I vaguely caught a trace of Emperor Qi in this murderous sword Qi. The hidden star sword's next words stunned Fang Qin. Immediately, he stared at the hidden star sword with burning eyes and asked hurriedly, "Emperor Qi, you mean?" Before Fang Qin could finish, the hidden star sword said, "Yes, it's Emperor Qi. Only the weapon of an Emperor Realm expert can emit such an aura." Is there an Emperor Realm weapon nearby? Fang Qin's heart beat faster. Even a Tribulation Supremacy expert would go crazy for an Emperor Realm weapon, right? Master, come with me. The hidden star sword was a sword Dao weapon. It was born with a very keen sense of sword Dao aura. Under its lead, Fang Qin sped through the wasteland. A few days later, the hidden star sword stopped in front of a bumpy hill. Here? Fang Qin stopped and stared at the hill in front of him with wide eyes. There were countless broken swords on the hill. Each broken sword was stained with blood that seemed to have existed since ancient times. The blood had been washed by wind and rain and was so weak that it couldn't be seen. However, with Fang Qin's eyesight, he could still see it clearly. Dong. While looking at the blood, Fang Qin found that more than 50 special bloodlines in his body were constantly throbbing, as if they were resonating. There was a fierce battle here? Fang Qin murmured. One. The hidden star sword issued a loud and clear sword cry. Then, the countless broken swords on the small hill also issued sword cries in succession. These cries reverberated through the horizon. Rays of dazzling sword light shot out from the broken sword and intertwined in the void, completely enveloping the small hill. Sword tomb? Fang Qin subconsciously thought of these two words in his mind. Master, have you found anything? The star-hidden sword asked. Fang Qin shook his head. He had no idea what kind of secret was hidden on the hill. The broken sword on this small hill is a remnant from the ancient times. The blood on it was left behind by the peerless experts of the ancient times, the hidden star sword said. Are the Emperor-level weapons among them? Fang Qin asked. Let me try. The hidden star sword shot out with a whistling sound. It penetrated the halo of the sword Qi and entered into the small hill. Crack! Sensing the invasion of an external force, the broken swords let out deafening noises one after another. Blood splattered everywhere, covering the entire void. Bang! In just one exchange, the hidden star sword was forced back by the broken swords. Are you all right? Fang Qin held the hidden star sword and felt that its internal aura was in disorder. It seemed to be injured. I'm fine, the hidden star sword said in a deep voice. I can clearly feel the Emperor-level aura, but I can't detect its existence. The hidden star sword was a little anxious. If it could devour the Emperor-level weapons, its power would definitely be greatly enhanced. Don't worry. Fang Qin comforted the hidden star sword, and soon after, he personally stepped onto the small hill. His idea was completely different from the hidden star sword. He did not take away the broken swords. Instead, he tried to use the special bloodline in his body to communicate with the blood on the broken sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Qin's first target was a long bronze sword. In his palm, there was a colorful bloodline power. He carefully reached out to the bronze sword. Buzz! The bronze sword trembled a little, but it did not resist. This made Fang Qin secretly happy. It works! While the bronze longsword was trembling, Fang Qin took the opportunity to grab it. Suddenly, the Fire Origin bloodline in his body boiled. The power of the Fire Origin bloodline gushed out from his body and was finally absorbed by the blood on the bronze sword. Fang Qin soon understood that the blood on the bronze sword belonged to a Fire Origin bloodline expert. Moreover, this Fire Origin bloodline expert was most likely related to the Flame Division. Could it be the Fire Origin bloodline Immortal? Fang Qin murmured. After the blood on the bronze sword absorbed the Fire Origin bloodline power, it changed and gradually faded. In the blink of an eye, it had completely penetrated into the bronze sword. Dong! At the same time, Fang Chun felt his palm go numb. There was a huge vibration inside the bronze sword. Rip! Fang Chun pulled hard and the bronze sword was pulled out of the ground and brought away from the small hill. Seeing this, Fang Chun was overjoyed. After retreating to a safe place, Fang Chun carefully looked at the bronze sword. The hilt of the sword was fiery red and the body of the sword was made of bronze. It seemed to be from a long time ago. There was a crack on the body of the sword. Fang Chun found a trace of water stain at the crack. Since the ancient times, these water stains have been preserved so well. I guess it must be the fire origin bloodline? Fang Chun whispered. He guessed that the bronze sword was broken because of the battle between the fire origin tribe and the fire origin tribe. With a thought, he summoned Xiaohua. Xiaohua, Fang Chun called. Brother! Xiaohua was very happy to see Fang Chun. Look at this. Fang Chun handed the bronze sword to Xiaohua. After receiving the sword, Xiaohua's body suddenly trembled. Immediately, the fire origin in his body floated out and entered the bronze sword. Buzz! The bronze sword let out a loud sword hum. Immediately, the mottled bronze color of the sword cracked. The sword's lustrous luster gradually appeared in front of Fang Chun. Fang Chun was shocked. He did not expect Xiaohua to have such a big reaction with the bronze sword. It seemed that this bronze sword was left behind by an expert of the Fire Origin tribe. Was it the Fire Origin monarch? Fang Chun guessed. Crash! In a moment, Xiaohua had completely controlled the bronze sword. Moreover, with the help of the Fire Origin, the bronze sword returned to its original state. It was dazzling and the blade flashed with a terrifying light. Brother, where did you get this sword? Xiaohua asked. Fang Chun pointed to a small hill beside him. Xiaohua immediately understood. He cupped his fists and thanked Fang Chun. Brother, this sword is the sword of my Fire Origin bloodline ancestor. It's called the Fire Copper Sword. Brother helped me find it. I'm so happy. Fire Copper Sword? Fang Chun gently patted Xiaohua's head. Seeing him so happy, Fang Chun was also very happy. It's a pity that this sword is broken. Xiaohua shook his head. Brother, you don't know. When I held the Fire Copper Sword, the inherited memories in my mind were automatically unsealed. Although the Fire Copper Sword is broken, its true foundation is still there. My Fire Origin happened to be able to nurture it. It won't take long for the Fire Copper Sword to be whole again. I see. Fang Chun was enlightened. Behind Xiaohua, the pure-blood cub poked its head out and looked at the broken sword on the hill with burning eyes. Whoosh! Its body turned into a ray of black light and rushed into the small hill. It pounced on a broken sword and started gnawing on it with its mouth. Seeing this, Fang Chun felt a little helpless. On the other hand, Xiaohua chuckled. Brother, it's a pure-blood cub. It has the pure bloodline of an ancient monster. It specializes in eating treasures. In a few breaths, the pure-blood cub had completely devoured the broken sword. Then, it aimed for the next one. Fang Chun wanted to stop it, but the hidden star sword dissuaded him. Master, maybe it can help us force the Emperor-level weapon out. The hidden star sword pondered. Hearing this, Fang Chun's expression changed. He stared at the pure-blood cub. Crack! In the void, there were crisp sounds from time to time. In a short while, the pure-blood cub had already devoured more than 10 broken swords. And it was still continuing. This guy. Fang Chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiaohua took the Fire Copper Sword and entered Ming Cave Mountain to nurture and repair it with the Fire Origin. Chapter 29:12. Roughly estimating, there were hundreds of broken swords on the hill. Every broken sword had blood that had been dried by the wind. This blood represented a special bloodline from ancient times. It looked simple, but Fang Chun knew how terrifying it was. If an ordinary martial artist touched it, they would be eroded in minutes. However, all of this couldn't stop the pure-blood beast cub. It had to be said that this guy was simply abnormal. Like a hungry wolf, it swept the hill crazily. After half an hour, more than half of the broken swords had been swallowed into its stomach. As the number of broken swords it devoured increased, the surface of its skin also emitted a crystal-clear light. The light contained a frightening power, worthy of being a pureblood beast cub. Fang Chen couldn't help but say. He didn't know where Tribulation Supremacy Evil got such a little guy. From this point, it could be seen how much Tribulation Supremacy Evil doted on young Master Song Shan. Such a precious pure-blood beast cub was given to a good-for-nothing son. Perhaps even he didn't expect that in the end, the pure-blood beast cub would be taken by Fang Chen. Crack! When the pure-blood beast cub swallowed nearly 80% of the broken swords, the hill suddenly began to crack. Is an Emperor-level weapon about to be born? Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Looking at the cracks, the hidden star sword was ready to be used. An Emperor-level weapon was very important to it. If it could get it, its grade would definitely be higher. Don't worry. Fang Chen felt the fluctuation of the hidden star sword and comforted it. Crack! The cracks in the soil became more and more obvious. A thick crack appeared on the hill. In the crack, a strong black aura emerged and rushed toward the pure-blood beast cub, as if it was going to swallow it. Be careful, Fang Chen reminded loudly. However, it was too late. The black aura had completely shrouded the pure-blood beast cub. Fang Chen was a little anxious. Get lost. In the black fog, the pure-blood beast cub cursed. Then, it spat out a flame from its mouth, refining the black fog around it. This, Fang Chen was dumbfounded. Wasn't a pure-blooded beast cub too heaven-defying? Voila! The pure-blooded beast cub swept up the remaining broken swords with its claws and quickly retreated from the small hill. It looked at the crack cautiously, as if it was afraid. There's a powerful aura under this crack, the pure-blooded cub said in a low voice. It seems to be the aura of an Emperor-level weapon. Hearing this, Fang Chen hurriedly asked, You can sense the aura under the crack? The pure-blooded cub proudly said, I am a pure-blooded demonic beast with sharp senses. How can you mortals imagine? It snorted and said, Although Emperor-level weapons are strong, it's not like I haven't seen them before. Although the aura below is vague, I'm sure that there's an Emperor-level weapon below, but it's most likely broken. What? Fang Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. He did not expect the pure-blooded beast cub to be so powerful that it could even sense this. The hidden star sword at the side emitted a sword cry, as if it was very happy. Although the Emperor-level weapon is broken, it's still very difficult for you to absorb it. Don't be happy too early. The pure-blooded beast cub glanced at the hidden star sword, then looked at Fang Chen and said, How about it? How about we make a deal? What deal? I know that you want an Emperor-level weapon to raise your sword. I can help you get the broken Emperor-level weapon under the crack, but you have to promise me one thing. The pure-blooded beast cub spoke in human language. Fang Chen shrugged. Sure, but on the condition that you don't force me. Don't worry, I know what you're capable of, so I won't make things difficult for you. The pure-blooded beast cub said, I'm now in the growth stage and need a lot of power to grow. You have to get me enough power in the next period of time. Fang Chen thought of the Nile continent's Nishua city, where young Master Song Shan wantonly captured ancient god warriors and fed them to the pure-blooded beast cub. His expression changed. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. Don't worry, do you think I want to eat you humans? The pure-blooded beast cub said disdainfully, I was forced by that idiot, young Master Song Shan. I had no choice. Following that, the pure-blooded beast cub's explanation made Fang Chen suddenly understand. The pure-blooded beast cub needed to absorb a lot of power to grow, but there were many kinds of power, and it was not limited to human warriors. However, it was undeniable that absorbing the life force of human warriors made it grow the fastest, but it also had a big flaw. If it continued to absorb like this, it would never be able to reach the highest realm. However, young Master Song Shan did not care so much. He wanted to have a pure-blooded beast cub with explosive combat power as soon as possible, so he forced it to devour the life force of humans. I see. Fang Chen nodded, and the way he looked at the pure-blooded beast cub changed. What are you looking at? I will not pity those weak human warriors, but as a pure-blooded descendant, of course I want to reach the highest realm, so you have to give me a lot of power to make up for my previous flaws. The pure-blooded beast cub said, the Venerable energy pills are pretty good. Collect 1,000,000 Venerable energy pills for me first. Fang Chen staggered and almost fainted. 1,000,000 Venerable energy pills? Fang Chen was speechless. Why don't you go and die? Don't worry, I haven't finished speaking. I'm not asking you to get 1,000,000 Venerable energy pills right now. You can collect them slowly, there's no hurry. The pure-blooded beast cub laughed sinisterly. That's impossible. This is the Honorable God Institute and I'm too weak. If I'm not careful, I'll die. How can I help you collect 1,000,000 Venerable energy pills? Besides, I also want to cultivate and increase my strength. Fang Chen directly refused. The pure-blooded beast cub was not worried at all and continued, actually, the method to obtain Venerable energy pills is not as difficult as you think. At least in my inherited memories, there is a method. If you agree, I can tell you this method. What method? Fang Chen was tempted. Let's talk about this later. The pure-blooded beast cub said, in addition to Venerable energy pills, I also need a large number of divine weapons. I'll take as many as you have. Of course, if you can get those treasures, you can also get them. Oh, by the way, I've already eaten that broken sword in Dark Cave Mountain. After saying that, the pure-blooded beast cub added. Fang Chen hurriedly checked Dark Cave Mountain, and suddenly found that the ancient edge sword that he had obtained previously had disappeared without a trace. This. Fang Chen was stupefied. The ancient edge sword that he had prepared for the hidden star sword was eaten right under his nose. He really did not know what to say, and he wanted to strangle the pure-blooded beast cub to death. Don't look at me like that. There are many people who admire me. You don't know where the line is. The pure-blooded beast cub attacked. Fang Chen took a deep breath and suppressed the impulse in his heart. Actually, even if you don't help me, I have a way to get the Emperor-level weapon under the crack. Fang Chen looked at the pure-blooded beast cub mockingly. Sure enough, the latter was a little anxious. How can you imagine the power of an Emperor-level weapon? In the end, even if you get it, both sides will suffer losses. Let me do it. The pure-blooded beast cub said. At worst, I'll add a drop of blood. How about it? The pure-blooded beast cub stated its condition. My blood is the pure-blooded bloodline from ancient times. 1 drop is enough to defy the heavens. The pure-blooded beast cub said. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. When he received the pure-blooded blood, a sly smile appeared in his eyes. At this time, the pure-blooded beast cub realized that it had been fooled. Humph! With a cold snort, the pure-blooded beast cub directly jumped into the crack and disappeared. Master. The hidden star sword transmitted its voice. Don't worry, this fellow has thick skin and flesh. It should be able to bring the Emperor-level weapon out. Fang Chen nodded and said. Time passed by minute, and there was no movement from under the crack. Even the murderous sword chi on the small hill had disappeared completely. Fang Chen was a little anxious. He vaguely felt that there seemed to be a problem with the pure-blooded beast cub. What should I do? Should I go down and take a look? Fang Chen was in a dilemma. Master, I feel the Emperor-level aura struggling. Suddenly, the hidden star sword said in a deep voice. Did the pure-blooded beast cub make a move? Fang Chen asked. He paid close attention to the dark crack, feeling nervous and excited. Whoosh! Chapter 29:13. The small hill trembled, and a black light shot out from the crack, soaring into the sky. The black light contained a shocking power. Fang Chen couldn't help but take a few steps back. As for the hidden star sword, it was looking at that black light very nervously. Ha ha! The pure-blooded beast cub's laughter came from the void. In the next moment, it appeared in front of Fang Chen. How is it? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. The pure-blooded beast cub stood with its hands behind its back and said proudly, How can I fail? Then, the pure-blooded beast cub opened its big paw and a palm-sized black broken sword appeared. This is an Emperor-level weapon? Fang Chen was stunned. He didn't expect the Emperor-level weapon to be so damaged. Only a palm-sized piece was left. Strictly speaking, this broken sword can't be considered an Emperor-level weapon. The pure-blooded beast cub stopped laughing and said in a deep voice, This was shed from an Emperor-level weapon. Fang Chen felt even more confused, not understanding. An Emperor-level weapon is a weapon exclusive to Emperor-level experts. It's so powerful that even a world god wouldn't dare to underestimate it. Although the Emperor-level weapon in the crack is damaged, it's not something we can touch. The pure-blooded beast cub said, An Emperor-level weapon has a spirit. It knows that it's too damaged and difficult to recover. So, it uses metamorphosis as its goal to evolve to a higher level. This broken sword was shed from its body. Metamorphosis. Fang Chen had seen it more than once. When he was in the ancient Saint Chaos, he accidentally obtained the wolf god's shed skin. From there, he obtained the wolf god's bloodline. In the end, it gradually transformed into the dark bloodline, and now the black hole bloodline. The sword's shed skin? Fang Chen took the broken sword from the pure-blooded beast cub. He sensed it carefully and found that it contained an extremely strong sword aura. Then, he handed it to the hidden star sword. The latter let out a loud sword hum. Immediately, a violent sword aura emerged from the sword, forming a huge sword aura vortex and swallowed the broken sword. A moment later, the broken sword disappeared, and a layer of powerful energy could be clearly felt circulating on the body of the star-hidden sword. How is it? Fang Chen asked. Master, this is indeed the molted sword. The star-hidden sword said. Fang Chen looked at the pure-blooded beast cub and said, Didn't you say that you could get an Emperor-level weapon? Hearing Fang Chen's words, the pure-blooded beast cub was a little embarrassed. It chuckled and said, I underestimated the power of a monarch-level weapon. There is a sword tomb below, and all the weapons here are monarch-level weapons raised by their own power. Although I can't bring it out, we can go in. Go in? I've already checked. The energy inside the sword tomb can't leak out at all. It's all absorbed by the Emperor Realm weapon. As long as we bind the weapon and let the hidden star sword absorb it, it'll be fine. The pure-blooded beast said with a smile. Are you sure this will work? Fang Chen asked uncertainly. The pure-blooded beast cub nodded. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Ask it if you don't believe me. After a short discussion with the star-hidden sword, Fang Chen finally decided to enter the sword tomb to check it out. Crash! Under the lead of the pure-blooded beast cub, Fang Chen and the star-hidden sword came to the sword tomb below the crack. Buzz! Dazzling sword light penetrated the sword tomb in an intricate manner. Countless swords stood in a forest, and between each of them was a powerful sword aura. Fang Chen saw the positions of the swords in the sword tomb at a glance. Their positions were connected, forming a spirit-gathering array. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the broken sword in the center of the sword tomb. The dark broken sword seemed unusually calm. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't notice its existence at all. Although it looked ordinary, Fang Chen knew that it was the target of this trip, an Emperor-level weapon. An Emperor-level weapon. After seeing the broken sword, Fang Chen's heartbeat quickened. The Chaos Sword body automatically activated, and a wild sword aura rushed into the sword tomb. However, before it could get close to the Emperor-level weapon, it was blasted away. The star-hidden sword at the side also let out a sword cry, and it was a little excited. Don't be so excited. Fang Chen comforted, then looked at the pure-blooded beast cub and said, "Do you have any ideas?" The pure-blooded beast cub smiled and said, "My clan has a powerful sealing method that can temporarily seal the sword tomb. However, I'm too weak to maintain it for too long. After I seal the sword tomb, you take the star-hidden sword and go to the Emperor-level weapon. Is that okay?" Fang Chen said, "The Emperor-level weapon has a spirit, and it will definitely fight back. Can't you just take out your reincarnation sword shuttle?" The pure-blooded beast cub spread out its hands and said, "The reincarnation sword shuttle not only has the ability to reincarnate, but it also has a strong sealing ability." Hearing this, Fang Chen glared at the pure-blooded beast cub. He did not expect this guy to have designs on his reincarnation sword shuttle. "If it wasn't so tough, I would have eaten it long ago," the pure-blooded beast cub muttered. The reincarnation sword shuttle belonged to the reincarnation sword emperor. Although it was damaged and its strength was greatly reduced, it was still an emperor-level treasure. Taking a deep breath, Fang Chen said, "Let's begin." Hearing this, the pure-blooded beast cub opened its claws, and suddenly, a scarlet light burst out from its body. Dong! Then, the scarlet light exploded in the void, turning into a blood-red mist that scattered around the sword tomb. Then, the pure-blooded beast cub pointed a finger. Sparkling and translucent light lingered on its finger. It gently pointed its finger, and the sparkling and translucent light instantly shot into the scarlet mist. Rip! The scarlet mist connected together, forming a powerful seal. Sword aura lingered in the sword tomb, but it could not break the seal of the scarlet mist. "Do it!" the pure-blooded beast cub roared, and it controlled the seal with a dignified face. "What an exquisite seal!" Fang Chen could not help but exclaim when he entered the sword tomb with the hidden star sword. The sealing technique used by the pure-blooded beast cub was too exquisite. Even he was amazed by it. Whoosh! 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 The seal bound all the broken swords in the sword tomb, and Fang Chen's movement was not hindered. In a moment, he came to the emperor-level weapon. The dark broken sword was right in front of him. Fang Chen's face showed a touch of excitement. Boom! As expected, when he approached, the emperor-level weapon released a powerful force to repel him. The reincarnation sword shuttle. The reincarnation sword shuttle appeared in Fang Chen's palm. Crack! The reincarnation sword shuttle opened, and the wild reincarnation sword chi spread out, enveloping Fang Chen and the hidden star sword. The moment the reincarnation sword shuttle appeared, the emperor-level weapon trembled, and then the powerful repelling force disappeared in an instant. "Master, the emperor-level weapon no longer repels me." The hidden star sword transmitted its voice, very happy. "I'll protect you," Fang Chen said. The hidden star sword floated above the emperor-level weapon, and a powerful force penetrated between the two. It began to madly absorb the power of the emperor-level weapon, trying to absorb it into its body. At this moment, Fang Chen was chopping beside the emperor-level weapon. He did not notice that a drop of blood suddenly appeared at the broken part of the emperor-level weapon, and through the soil it came to his body. When this drop of blood came into contact with the reincarnation sword shuttle, the world turned upside down, as if the end of the world had come. Oh no! Fang Chen wanted to turn his head to see if it was the pure-blooded beast cub, but he did not have the strength. He felt that his body was fading. He raised his palm with difficulty, but he could not touch the reincarnation sword shuttle. No. He tried his best to shout, but it was no use. Crash! Everything went black, and Fang Chen completely lost consciousness. The pure-blooded beast cub, who was controlling the seal, saw this, and its face changed drastically. "Oh no, this guy is being sucked away by the emperor-level weapon." It tried its best to stop Fang Chen, but to no avail. It could only watch as Fang Chen disappeared. "Damn it!" the pure-blooded beast cub cursed with a cold face. The emperor-level weapon emitted an extremely powerful sword chi, enveloping the hidden star sword in it. The latter could not move and had lost the initiative. Crack! The seal was broken, and the sword tomb regained its freedom. The wild sword chi ran through heaven and earth. Many broken swords surrounded the emperor-level weapon, and the powerful sword principal power forced the pure-blooded beast cub to retreat. How could this be? Chapter 29:14. I underestimated the power of an emperor realm weapon. The pure-blooded beast cub was a little regretful. If it wasn't for its arrogance, Fang Qin wouldn't have ended up like this. Kid, you treated me well, but I let you die in front of an emperor realm weapon. This is what I owe you. The pure-blooded beast cub said in a deep voice, if you can survive by chance, I will definitely recognize you as my master. After saying that, the pure-blooded beast cub looked at the emperor realm weapon in fear and turned to leave. Dong! When it disappeared in front of the small hill, the sword tomb closed and the small hill returned to its original state. The crack from before quietly disappeared. Other than the remnant sword aura in the air, there was nothing else to prove that there was an Emperor Realm weapon hidden under the small hill. Inside the sword tomb, many broken swords stood like a forest, protecting the Emperor Realm weapon. They transmitted sword aura to it at all times, allowing it to repair itself. And above the Emperor Realm weapon, the hidden star sword was firmly controlled by it. It couldn't move and even lost its consciousness. In the darkness, Fang Qin felt that his body seemed to be disintegrating. Am I going to die? Fang Qin never thought that death would be so close to him. Looking at his feet gradually turning into nothingness and dispersing in the darkness, Fang Qin felt lost. He still had many things to do, but unfortunately, he was powerless to reverse the situation. He raised his hands, wanting to touch the dark void one last time, but he found that his arms were also dispersing. The moment he closed his eyes, his entire body directly disintegrated and disappeared into the darkness. Miracle Continent. The reason why it was called Miracle Continent was because countless miracles had appeared on this continent. This continent wasn't considered big. It was about the same size as the Nile continent. On a mountain top, a white-clothed youth sat quietly. He held his chin, his face full of innocence. In his hand was a mysterious sword shuttle. In his memory, this sword shuttle had always been with him. It had existed since he was born. Moreover, the reason why he could shake the desolate border at such a young age was also because of the sword shuttle. What exactly is this thing? The white-clothed youth was very curious and carefully played with the sword shuttle. Ouch! Suddenly, the white-clothed youth cried out. There was a painful expression on his face. Just now, when he was playing with the sword shuttle, he was careless and cut his finger by the sharp carvings on the sword shuttle. A drop of blood dripped onto the sword shuttle. All of a sudden, the sword shuttle started to move, and then it burst out with a dazzling light. The powerful sword chi emitted from the sword shuttle directly spread the body of the white-clothed youth. Golyalu! The sword shuttle fell to the ground and a white mist emerged. Then, the white mist condensed into a human figure under the white-clothed youth's dumbfounded gaze. An amiable old man was looking at him with a smile. Congratulations, you've entered the world of the Samsara sword shuttle, said the old man in the white fog. Grandpa, are you talking to me? The young man in white asked in surprise. The white fog elder nodded. You are a 1-in-a-million sword genius. When you dominate the miracle continent, I will tell you everything. After he finished speaking, the old man dissipated. The white-clothed youth was left behind with a face full of shock. His heart was filled with shock. Am I dreaming? After a long time, the white-clothed youth picked up the sword shuttle that had calmed down, his heart heavy. It was as if everything that happened today was so unimaginable. Am I really a 1-in-a-million sword genius? In the following time, the white-clothed youth's mind seemed to have opened a door to the peak of the sword path. His progress was incomparably fast. The outside world was all envious, but the white-clothed youth knew that all of this was because of the mysterious sword shuttle. 3 years later, the white-clothed youth walked through the desolate border, and no one was his match. 10 years later, one man and one sword flattened the northern part of the miracle continent. 100 years later, the white-clothed youth stood at the peak of the miracle mountain, calmly looking at the black-clothed man opposite him. Everyone calls you the Sword Saint. I want to see what qualifications a martial artist who has cultivated for 100 years has to be called the Sword Saint. The black-clothed man was the famous Sword King of the Miracle Continent. His sword was incomparably sharp, and no one could block it. Shio! The black-clothed man flicked his finger, and a streak of resplendent sword light appeared. A powerful sword path aura whistled over. Facing such a powerful attack, the white-clothed man was fearless, and there was no expression on his face. Only when the sword light was only 1 centimeter away from him did he slowly open his mouth. Too weak. He seemed to be sighing, as if he was talking to himself. When his voice fell, a powerful halo of sword chi appeared around him, forcibly shattering the black-clothed man's sword light. Dang, dang, dang! The powerful backlash caused the black-clothed man's body to continuously retreat. A trace of blood faintly appeared at the corner of his mouth. The white-clothed martial artist still stood there quietly, as if he had never made a move. The black-clothed man trembled. He seemed to have seen the rise of a peerless sword cultivator. How is this possible? The black-clothed man could not understand. He had cultivated bitterly for countless years, but he could not defeat a rising star. Boom! The black-clothed man's body suddenly turned into a black mist, and then scattered with the wind. The white-clothed man was a little surprised, and his eyes widened. 1. The sword shuttle shook again, and the white-clothed elder appeared for the second time. How is it? The white-clothed elder asked with a chuckle. Senior, in the past 100 years, my sword path cultivation has improved at a godly speed. The white-clothed man gave a simple account of his experiences in the past few years. The white-clothed elder was very gratified. He stretched out his finger and gently tapped the white-clothed man's forehead. Suddenly, the white-clothed man's head shook, and then countless memories emerged in his mind. I'm Fang Chen? The memories of his previous life merged together. Fang Chen instantly understood that he did not die, but entered the world of the Samsara Sword Shuttle. I'm Fang Chen. Greetings, Senior Samsara Sword Emperor. Needless to say, the white-clothed elder must be the remnant thought left by the Samsara Sword Emperor. Haha! It's not easy for you to have such comprehension. The white-clothed elder said with satisfaction. In the past 100 years in the world of Samsara, you started from nothing and re-experienced the foundation of sword cultivation. What do you think? The sword path is vast and broad. What I have mastered is just a drop in the ocean, Fang Chen said modestly. The white-clothed elder waved his hand. The purpose of refining the Samsara Sword Shuttle was to let sword cultivators go through the most basic part of the sword path again and comprehend the most authentic sword path. And you are one of the best among them. The sword Tao you created is very exquisite. Furthermore, you've combined all the insights you've gained over the years into your self-created sword Tao. In fact, unconsciously, you have walked on an unprecedented path. The white-clothed elder said with a smile. Fang Chen was silent. The Miracle Continent, the Sword Sage Bai Shan, and the Sword King were all illusory. Because this was the world of the Samsara Sword Shuttle, an illusory world. In a trance, the sound of the Great Way sounded in Fang Chen's mind. In his mind, all kinds of memories of the past appeared. 90 years ago, he killed a nobleman in a fit of rage for a woman. After that, he exterminated the entire clan. 70 years ago, he met an old friend on the road, but was sneakily attacked and killed by a sword. 40 years ago, he succeeded in the sword path, but was plotted against by the person closest to him. He attacked in anger and stirred up the Miracle Continent. 10 years ago, he challenged his master to a duel on the top of the Miracle Mountain. That battle shocked the world. In the end, He cut off his master's head in pain. These were all his experiences in the world of the samsara sword shuttle. Before, he couldn't let go of the sadness in his heart. But now, after receiving the guidance of the white-clothed elder, he suddenly saw the light. Illusory and real, real and illusory. What happened in the past was just an obstacle on the path of his sword path. Boom! The heart of the sword was bright, and the sword path was divine. At this moment, Fang Chen was like a god, surrounded by the aura of sword path. His body had undergone earth-shattering changes, especially in his state of mind. Thump, thump, thump. The power of the soul Tao suddenly erupted, and the strength of his primordial spirit increased. I see. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and flicked his finger. The void in front of him was cut open, and a huge sword light stood between heaven and earth. The sixth move of the invincible sword path. Let's call it the miracle sword. Wu Dao and the world of the samsara sword shuttle were in the miracle continent, so he named it the miracle sword. The samsara sword shuttle was at the miracle peak. Chapter 29:15. This was the real mystery of the reincarnation sword shuttle. It allowed one to experience the foundation of the sword principle again, allowing one to comprehend the essence of the sword principle. Fang Chen entered the world of the reincarnation sword shuttle and spent 100 years to become a sword sage praised by everyone. During this period, he also comprehended the last bit of the bottleneck and comprehended the sixth move of the invincible sword principle. In order to commemorate this move, Fang Chen named it the miracle sword. The old man laughed heartily, as if he was happy for Fang Chen. The miracle continent is just a world in the world of reincarnation. The real wonderful sword principle is waiting for you ahead, the old man said. Fang Chen nodded heavily and bowed to the old man at the same time. You have comprehended the essence of the sword principle and have successfully broken through the miracle continent. However, your cultivation is still a little too weak, and you need to practice more, the old man said. Swoosh! The old man flicked his finger and a crystal-clear bead fell in front of Fang Chen. Collect 1,000,000 primordial elixirs and you can activate it. At that time, you will find that the real sword principle is not far away from you. After the old man finished speaking, his figure began to dissipate. Senior. Fang Chen wanted to ask something, but the old man did not give him a chance. Go, we will meet again if fate wills it. Buzz. The sound of rolling thunder lingered in Fang Chen's heart. His vision began to dim and his body began to dissipate. Am I leaving? Fang Chen's eyes swept across every corner of the miracle continent. Although it was illusory, he felt that it was real. Crash! With a flash of white light, Fang Chen was pulled back to reality. Fang Chen's figure suddenly appeared in the sword tomb. Buzz! His appearance completely broke the peace of the sword tomb. The many broken swords guarding the emperor-level weapon released a powerful sword principle aura and surrounded Fang Chen. However, at this moment, a deafening sound came from the weapon. In an instant, all the broken swords in the sword catacomb came to an abrupt halt. It was as if the entire space had been locked down. Fang Chen was a little surprised. What was going on? Hiss, hiss, hiss. The reincarnation sword shuttle in his palm radiated reincarnation sword chi, which burrowed into the great emperor weapon. Ha! In Fang Chen's mind, an ancient laughter sounded. This was the laughter of the samsara sword emperor. Could it be, this weapon is the reincarnation sword emperor's reincarnation sword? Fang Chen's eyes widened as he cried out involuntarily. After the Emperor Realm weapon absorbed the reincarnation sword chi, it no longer repelled Fang Chen. At the same time, it also no longer imprisoned the hidden star sword. I see. Some new information appeared in Fang Chen's mind, and he was suddenly enlightened. It turned out that all of this was left behind by the samsara sword emperor. Absorb. Fang Chen raised his palm, and the reincarnation sword Qi pierced through the void and forcibly uprooted the great emperor weapon. Then, he controlled the hidden star sword and began to absorb the power of the reincarnation sword. In Fang Chen's mind, the voice of the samsara sword emperor vaguely echoed. The reincarnation sword was already dead, and the great emperor weapon was just an empty shell. When Fang Chen successfully broke through Miracle World, it had already indicated that he could do whatever he wanted with the great emperor weapon. Now, he wanted to integrate the great emperor weapon into the hidden star sword, and naturally, he would not be repelled by the great emperor weapon. Swoosh! Under the control of the reincarnation sword Qi, the broken reincarnation sword slowly approached the hidden star sword. The latter was very happy and excited. After a while, the hidden star sword emitted scorching sword Qi and completely enveloped the reincarnation sword. The entire sword catacomb shook. Looking at this scene in the void, Fang Chen grinned. Everything was on the right track. It was only a matter of time before the hidden star sword absorbed the reincarnation sword. After completely absorbing the reincarnation sword, will it become an emperor weapon? Fang Chen's heart was filled with curiosity. The hidden star sword could barely be regarded as a chaotic weapon. However, an emperor weapon was the top of the chaotic weapons. It was extremely rare even in the ancient chaos. Only the great ancient emperors of ancient times could have an emperor weapon. If the hidden star sword could transform into an emperor weapon, his fighting strength would definitely soar. I hope so, Fang Chen prayed in his heart. At the same time, he used the sword catacomb as a foundation to protect the hidden star sword. Sitting cross-legged in the sword catacomb, Fang Chen carefully looked at his body. My cultivation hasn't broken through yet, but I feel ready to move, Fang Chen murmured. This time, although his cultivation did not break through in the reincarnation sword shuttle, his state of mind and primordial spirit had been transformed. His state of mind had reached the peak level, and even an ordinary god could not be compared with it. As for his primordial spirit, it had reached the middle stage of the Emperor realm. This alone could defeat all the ancient gods since ancient times. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the strongest ancient god since ancient times. Now, every time he improved his cultivation, he was creating a new record, a record that no one in the future could reach. The chaotic sword body has also transformed and reached a critical point. I have a hunch that if I break through again, there will be earth-shaking changes, Fang Chen said with a smile. In general, this trip to the reincarnation sword shuttle was very fruitful. His fighting strength had soared. Even if he encountered a warrior at the peak of the star Venerable realm, he could kill him instantly. If he used his trump card, the miracle sword, he would not be afraid of even an extreme star Venerable realm expert. It was unimaginable that an ancient god could dominate the star Venerable realm and had the hope to challenge the holy Venerable realm. Phew! Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Fang Chen slowly closed his eyes. 100 years in the reincarnation sword shuttle was only 10 years in the outside world. 10 years was just a snap of the fingers. However, a lot of things could happen in 10 years. In a mysterious place in the Honored God Institute, a man with a face full of stubble was sitting cross-legged on a rock. Beside him was a demonic beast. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely recognize that the demonic beast was a pure-blooded demonic beast cub. Little guy, you won't lose out if you follow me. The bearded man looked at the pure-blooded demonic beast cub and grinned. The pure-blooded demonic beast cub said, I want to eat the Honored Origin Elixir. Can you get it for me? It's just the Honored Origin Elixir. There's nothing in the Honored God Institute that I, Lin Yi, can't get, the bearded man said confidently. Then get me 1,000,000 Honored Origin Elixirs, the pure-blooded demonic beast cub said shamelessly. Don't worry, I'll get them for you. Boom. At this moment, a flowing light came from afar and whizzed over. Dong. Dust flew up from the ground as a furious roar was heard. Lin Yi, Give that demonic beast back to me. Do you really think I'm a pushover? This demonic beast belongs to me. You've come to me again and again. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Rumble, 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 rumble. Lin Yi and the newcomer started fighting. On the other hand, the pure-blooded demonic beast cub was gloating as it devoured the honored origin elixir. Two idiots. The pure-blooded demonic beast cub mocked in its heart, but it said, "Stop fighting. I'm hungry. Give me some honored origin elixirs." The two of them stopped fighting instantly. Whoosh! Lin Yi waved his hand and threw out dozens of honored origin elixirs. I can give you more honored origin elixirs. How about coming with me? The newcomer grinned and threw out dozens of honored origin elixirs. The pure-blooded demonic beast cub caught all of them and started devouring them. You're courting death. Lin Yi roared when he saw this, and the two of them started fighting again. The battle was intense and it was earth-shattering. It felt like the ground was about to collapse. From the beginning to the end, the pure-blooded demonic beast cub had no intention of leaving. Boom! A few days later, a shocking sound was heard. The fog gushed out, and Lin Yi dragged his battered and exhausted body out of the fog. Let's go. Lin Yi left with the pure-blooded demonic beast cub. Although Lin Yi had won the battle, it was a Pyrrhic victory. He decided to leave with the pure-blooded demonic beast cub to prevent others from attacking him when he was injured. Where are my honored origin elixirs? Don't worry. I won't forget you, Lin Yi said while panting. Say, aren't you too weak? Anyone can beat you up like this. The pure-blooded demonic beast cub curled its lips. How can you be my boss? How are you going to protect me? How are you going to help me collect the honored origin elixirs? Lin Yi rolled his eyes. He was helpless against the pure-blooded demonic beast cub.